Detroit Lions confidence level this coming in this weekend. My confidence is at an 11 out of 10.
Okay.
Especially coming off of the spanking that we gave the Broncos. Their mojo was back, and I wasn't alive during the 93 season when they won it, and I've been waiting my whole life for this.
11 out of 10.
Thank you.
Yeah. Rick, that's awesome. I mean, I get it. And the more I talk about it, I was just talking to Kang and Doug about it a little bit. I was a 9. I might be bumping up to about a 9.5.
Ooh.
I don't think I can get to a 10 because there's no guarantees. If you're going to go 10, you're guaranteeing a win, and there's no guarantees in football. But, Alexander Madison's not been great for them. They're down to their third running back. They're down to, third quarterback. They go to second quarterback. They go to, rookie quarterback.
They've used 4 quarterbacks.
Yeah. I mean, it's offensively, I still am wondering if they're going to be so one-dimensional and be throwing the ball. The Lions can dial up some blitzes. They can get after the quarterback. They confuse them a little bit. This is a big game for Aaron Glenn. I think that I'm starting to talk myself into 9.5.
Well, the Bronco game was a great Aaron Glenn game.
Yes.
The blitzes, delayed blitzes, kept him off balance, kept the quarterback hemmed in the pocket, forced a turnover big in the game, early in the game to help him settle in. To do it back-to-back weeks would be massive. I don't see the Vikings scoring a ton in this game. I don't think the Vikings with Nick Mullins are going to march up and down the field and score in the 30s. This game might get played in the teens and early low 20s. My concern level is still there, though, because the Vikings defense will blitz. They will pressure. That's the one thing that can cause Jared Goff to spiral and have turnovers. You are
the O-line.
And that's the neutralizer, but you're still going on the road to a desperate team in your division who's fighting for their playoff life. It's not going to be easy. I think they win, but my confidence is a 6 out of 10. My confidence is a 6 out of 10 that they win this game. It's not going to be pretty. Like I said, I'd take the points with 3.5 in the picks. But I think the key here is you neutralize as much pressure as you can, and Ben Johnson's going to have a big game. Like last week was Aaron Glenn. I think this week it's Ben Johnson. How do you win the chess match with Brian Flores? How do you have the counter punches ready? When do you keep extra blockers in? When do you call some screens? When do you use their aggressiveness against them with counters? And I think this is a spot for Ben Johnson to win the chess match and help his quarterback in a spot that he has struggled. The numbers against Brian Flores, we brought him up yesterday. Yeah. He's 0-2 against Brian Flores. Jared Goff has thrown 1 touchdown, 5 turnovers, 54% passer. And I think it's because
one of those was a Super Bowl.
The other one was a regular season game. I think it's because Flores is a heavy blitz pressure defense. Nobody blitzes more than the Minnesota Vikings this season.
And then that's why I think when you're talking about Frank Ragnow being out there. Now he wasn't at practice, but that's that's planned maintenance.
Mm-hmm.
There's nothing that says he's not going to be out there on Sunday. That's a guy that you want to have out there for what he's seen, his experience, and his ability to make adjustments, make calls at the line of scrimmage. Communicate that to not just the offensive line, but to everybody else on the offense, most importantly, Jared Goff.
248-539-9797. Lions fans, your confidence level. We'll go scale of 1 to 10. John's bumping up to a 9.5. Apparently, I'm timid. I'm only at a 6. I still think they're winning. Come on, it's not riding the fence.
That's a toe down.
That is not riding the fence.
That's still staying on top of the fence and have 1 toe down on the Lions side. You're not even picking them to cover.
That's 2 feet inbounds. That's a win. That's a touchdown.
That's college inbounds. That's 1 foot down.
Lions fans, we want to hear from you. We're going to play Jared Goff audio as well as he talks about what's at stake. That's next, 97.1. We'll get back into the Pistons before the hour wraps up. You heard it in the update, sell the team chance, but I do want to talk Lions here as we roll on a Friday morning. A chance to do something they haven't done ever, win the NFC North, win a division, something they haven't done in 30 years. John, the world was very different in 1993. The first Beanie Baby hit the market. Jurassic Park debuted. Whitney Houston's I Will Always Love You debuted and dominated the charts in 1993, but Meatloaf wouldn't be outdone. I Would Do Anything for Love, also a hit in 1993. It's been a minute.
Yep. Whoop. There it is.
Another one. Troy Aikman, the Cowboys Super Bowl MVP. We had the last Canadian hockey team to win a Stanley Cup, the Montreal Canadiens. Boy. It's been a minute.
It is.
And the Blue Jays, good year for Canada, won the World Series Joe Carter walk-off home run. It's been a minute. We want to know where you were at in 1993, but we also want to focus on the game and your confidence level as you head in. 30 years is a long time. People carry the weight of that as Lions fans. The thing in the back of your head, oh, could they still blow it? And what if? We want to know your confidence level. Jared Goff spoke about what's at stake this week, and he talked about those 30 years and the weight of all of it. He wasn't alive 30 years ago. I mean, he shouldn't carry the weight. It's about them executing this week. But I think for Lions fans, some of them who have been keenly aware for all 30 of these years, it does weigh on you as you go into a chance to make history.
Yeah. I mean, it's the experiences that you've had. I mean, part of why he's able to say, one, players aren't supposed to think about, things from last year carrying over.
Yeah, he shouldn't be.
He's moving on and trying to accomplish something this year. He also didn't grow up here.
Right.
He wasn't here, wasn't alive 30 years ago, but he hasn't experienced everything that we've experienced here in Detroit over the past 30 years. What it has taken from us to go from division winners all the way to the bottom at 0-16 and continuing to scrape the bottom as you finally, in 2023, have an opportunity to secure a division title. They have restructured the NFL, redistricted the conferences and the divisions. You haven't even won a division since that happened.
Yeah.
You don't have, if we talk about raising banners and do you raise one for a division, you haven't even had the opportunity to discuss, do we put up an NFC North division banner? Hopefully that discussion happens. Won't happen on Monday because we'll all be celebrating Christmas. But on Tuesday, we can have that discussion.
Absolutely. 248-539-9797. Your confidence scale to 1 to 10. Joseph in Flint, good morning.
How you doing?
What's up?
Go Blue.
Go Blue.
I called about a month and a half ago and said the same thing. If the Lions run the ball, they will win this game easily. Very easily. They don't put all the pressure on Goff. Just run it down their throat and you will win the game easy. That's all you got to do. They got their whole line back. And I'm surprised the Michigan offensive linemen don't know that.
Oh, John knows that. Yeah, John's been talking about that.
I've been talking about it. I got that. They got
John's
Frank
got a
Ragnow
9 out
there.
of 10, 9.5 out of 10 confidence that they're going to get it done. And I assume, John, in large part, like you've said, it's because of that offensive line.
Yeah, they just need to run the ball. That's all they need to do. Take the pressure off Goff and play action when you can, but run the ball the majority of the time, and they'll win the game.
So the Vikings, worth noting, Vikings, top 5 run defense yards per carry. They know the Lions want to run the ball too.
Yeah.
For them to be able to blitz as aggressively as they want, they have to get stops on first and second down in the run game. It does come down to Ragnow and Decker and the whole group, Jonah Jackson and they need to dominate up front.
That's what they do best is run block. And we saw it last week. It was against the defense that wasn't great against the run, but it was a defense that was playing with a lot of confidence. They went in there and they rammed it right down the Broncos' throat. That's what you've got to do against Minnesota. And will you be as effective? Probably not.
No, Denver had the worst run defense in football.
So what do? You have to be okay with 2, 3, 4 yards a pop early. You stick with the game plan. Those become a little bit longer, but eventually you are going to have to be able to throw the ball. You're going to have to be able to protect your quarterback. Obviously, play action pass. That makes it easy on the offensive line. They get to be aggressive. They get to fire off the ball. They get to sell the run, and it makes life easy and simple. And the picture is very clear for Jared Goff. Plus, you get a chance to take some shots. There's going to be other times where it's 3 steps, ball's out. 5-step, ball is out. 7-step. All right, we've seen that, and they've been effective. That's when the offensive line's got to stand up and do their work, but they certainly can do that.
You run the ball, you win the game. But if it's not going great for you, you're right. You have to be able to play off of it. And I think you can use some of Minnesota's aggressiveness against them with counters in the run game. I think you can counter in the screen game. I think it's a big Ben Johnson spot for that reason, because you don't want Goff to be dropping back 40 times against a blitz on the road. I know it's indoors. That certainly helps, but you don't want to put him in that position. Run the ball. To your point, John, even if it's not dominant early, if you stay committed to it and Minnesota can't score, you can stick with it. Now, if Minnesota, and I don't think this is going to happen, but if Nick Mullins were going down the field, scoring touchdown after touchdown, then it would put pressure on them to abandon the run. Nick Mullins is Nick Mullins. If they don't run away with it, you can be disciplined. You can stay dedicated to the run game and sprinkle in all the wrinkles and keep Goff in a good position to win the game. I think some of this is, the fact that the Vikings, even with Jefferson and Hawkinson and Addison, aren't an offense that you fear because of the quarterback situation.
No, it's an offense, and it's a team that is defending North champs. You have a chance to go to their home and take that from them. You have a chance to plant your flag, and I'm not saying you do it, you wave the banner. I mean, we've talked about the seamstress and taking it with you, all that stuff, but you have a chance to plant your flag as a good team. An 11-win team. That's the opportunity coming out of this weekend. An 11-win team, a division champ. You've earned a home playoff game. You're going to Dallas, and you're playing with house money.
Playing for the 2 seed.
Yeah, you're playing for the 2 seed, but you know that you already have that spot locked up in the playoffs.
Let's go to the phones. We've got Rob in Brighton. Rob, good morning. You're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning, gentlemen, and Jim. Good morning.
Good morning. Yeah.
Rob, what's that?
Take your shots. I love it.
Jim is just catching strays in the morning. Hey, fellas, before I make my point, are we sure that the whole offensive line for us is healthy this weekend?
As of yesterday, yeah. I mean, it sounds like Frank is going to play. Penei Sewell practiced, even though he got dinged up on Wednesday.
Good. I kind of wanted to get my point about Brian Flores, and I just, like Jared Goff, I don't think there's enough subject matter to even make that point relevant as far as he's 0-2. You know, he that Super Bowl was 4 years ago. That Rams team did not have this offensive line. I think Jared Goff has made huge strides from 4 years ago. They didn't have a St. Brown or a running back tandem like Gibbs and Montgomery. They didn't have Ben Johnson. I just think Jared Goff is playing with a ton of confidence. And I think back then, I think the Rams didn't do anything to give him confidence. You know, there was always that doubt, and then they got rid of him for Stafford, like we all know. So,
Rob, it's
a great confidence right now that I think that, I'm at a confidence meter like John, 9.
Rob, I get what you're saying, but I think it's also a slight misrepresentation. When the Rams went to that Super Bowl, they had one of the best offenses in the league.
Yep.
So I realize you don't have, a Gibbs and Montgomery or St. Brown. That offense was still one of the best offenses in football, and they were held to 3 points in the Super Bowl. The Rams weren't questioning Jared Goff. They gave him a contract extension. And then the second time he faced Flores, he turned it over 4 times. So it's not like a one game that we're going back to from 4 years ago.
Yeah, but
it's
how much of that, to Rob's point, going back 4 years, how much of that was Flores? Obviously some of it, but how much of it was Belichick?
And also, I mean, I don't remember that game, 100%, but Tom Brady, he didn't have any touchdowns, and he had a pick as well from
Yeah.
I think.
It was a
just
very
weird
low
game
scoring.
for
It was
quarterback play.
13-3. I think it was it the lowest scoring Super Bowl? It was in play to be. The only touchdown I think was a defensive touchdown in the game. No, it wasn't. It was a Brady touchdown? Greg's nodding.
They went deep ball to Gronk down the near sideline, then they ran it in from there.
Okay. Yeah, low scoring.
So I'm not sure what the other game was that he lost to Brian Flores, but I just think that the confidence level of this team right now, it's just a different dynamic, and I am looking forward to seeing what they do on Sunday, and I think that they're going to come home with the championship, guys. Hope you guys have a good Christmas.
Yeah, and
Thanks,
you too.
Rob.
You too, and we'll be celebrating next week.
We should be.
I think they're winning. I see some football reasons to why this could be a tougher game than maybe people want to realize. Let's go to Stephen Hartland. Steve, you're on 97.1.
Hey, happy holidays. Okay, I got the Lions at a solid 10, and here's my reasoning why. Follow them a lot in general, all sports. The thing of it is with the Lions right now, they came out pretty good as far as Denver last week with no major injuries. Some of the guys are actually getting healthy. Minnesota, this revolving quarterback situation is not going to work. And I just feel so solid, even with as far as the point spread, the Lions, man to man, are going to outmatch Minnesota. I don't care if they play in Minnesota, on the moon, or in Detroit, or a neutral field. And I got the Lions 31-20.
Comfortable double-digit win on the road to clinch a crown in the NFC North.
Mm-hmm. Take that.
I think the moon would be too far of a drive for the Oakland County fans.
Could be a bit of a distance.
We know Jared Goff is better indoors versus outdoors, but what about Jared Goff with a change in gravity? Do we have any insight onto that? Yeah, the ball really just hangs up in the air. It's not great.
Yeah, well, I don't know. Maybe it helps with the tiny hands.
Goff's going to launch it. Ball's still in the air. It's coming down now. J-Mo's down there.
Oh, it helped, right? No, maybe.
Touchdown, Lions.
J-Mo in the deep ball in space.
It's possible.
Outer space.
It's possible.
248-539-97. What are we talking about? We're talking about the Lions and the Vikings on Sunday. Your confidence level, it's 97.1.
Hey, the amount of big truck accidents that result in a fatality or serious injury in Michigan is staggering. The attorney that you choose to help you must have the specialized knowledge and expertise to handle these complicated cases. Injury attorney David Femininio and his team have helped victims of truck accidents for over 25 years. That's 2.5 decades of built-up knowledge, expertise, and experience, and they stand ready to help you right now. If you've been injured by a big truck, call 855-65-CRASH or go to his website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That's 855-65-CRASH, getdavidgetpaid.com.
In this sense, though, isn't a blue Christmas a good thing? Lions win on Christmas Eve. You wake up, it's a blue Christmas. You're
drinking the blue Kool-Aid. Yep. I get it, yeah. I mean, every Christmas is blue. Every day is blue. It's because we're doing the Blue Wall Radio.
Of course. Brick by brick.
Yeah.
248-539-9797. We asked you guys, how confident are you? The history and the weight of the moment. The Lions haven't done this in a minute. They're the better team. They should win, but what's your confidence on a scale of 1 to 10? Minnesota, still alive, fighting for their playoff life. They're going to dial up a whole bunch of blitzes. They're going to try to pressure Goff and lead to some turnovers. Game's indoors. Your offensive line's healthy. You should win the game anyway, even if it's not pretty. Nick Mullins. Come on, it's still Nick Mullins on the other side. 248-539-9797. Ticket Texter says, very low confidence this weekend. I think it's just the Lions' way of doing things. They will back in on the last weekend of the year in the rematch.
Oh, you can't believe that the Lions are actually going to earn something, that they earned the 10-4 record right now, that they can earn the fact that in, what was it, week 16, they can win the division.
This one says, I see the game Sunday similar to a different Lions road game, the Buccaneer game. The Bucs were 3-1. Defense was healthy. Pretty good run defense. The Lions had to grind it out. They won 20-6. A couple big plays and good defense. As I view the Vikings very similar. That's Raymond and Novi. I could see that.
Yeah. But I mean, the difference is right now going into the Bucs game, which back was down? We were down to one back. Now we've got both of them healthy. Laporta's been there all year. There was a game where we were dinged up on the edge, but that to me was Jared Goff going and winning a game because the run game evaporated due to injury. Because that was
Tampa.
Right, yeah. No, I know it was Tampa, but I couldn't remember which
They didn't have their full complement of backs in the backfield, and it became a game where they could not run the ball, and they found a way to win. The other reason I like that comparison, Brian Flores and the Vikings blitzed the most in football. You know who most years is in the top 3? Todd Bowles and that Buccaneers defensive scheme. So I do think that's a good comparison on the ticket text. Let's go to the phones. Skip in Detroit. You're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
What's up?
Hey, it's been like about 2 years since I called in, but I'm hearing a lot of people saying that the Lions going to win by double digits, but we're talking about Minnesota. Minnesota's always played Detroit tough. You know, I think they're going to win, but I think it's going to be more like about a 3-point game. My confidence level is at like about maybe 75%.
Okay, 7.5 out of 10. Skip, how will it feel if they actually get it done? Because have you allowed yourself to think about that?
I think they're going to get done, man. It's going to be great because I'm 65, and they haven't done this in a long time.
Skip,
it's a different team.
What was 35-year-old Skip like the last time they did this?
Tell you the truth, man, 35-year-old Skip didn't care much. I was out there hanging out, doing my thing, and so I didn't really care much. But now that I'm older, I care.
Yeah, priorities have changed over 30 years, eh?
And I'm assuming at the time you didn't think you'd have 30 years of drought. You might have said, hey, you know what, there's 90s, they're all right. I don't have to worry about this. But then, they went away.
Exactly, man. Who knew that we'd be 30 years out and it's just ridiculous, man. But I think they're going to do it.
Yeah.
But I think it's going to be like a 3-point game.
Okay. Yeah. Hey, it doesn't matter how they get it done. Just get it done.
Yeah. No style points needed in this one. No one's going to care. I don't care if it's a fluke. I don't even care if it's like a ref hands the Lions a gimme and they didn't earn it. I don't care. By hook or by crook.
Yep.
Get it done.
Get it done.
Brandon in Woodhaven, you're on 97.1.
Morning, gentlemen. So before I get to my confidence level, I just want to say leave it to East Lansing for about to pull the biggest jinx ever. If you look at the Detroit Lion on Facebook, they actually released their NFC North Division Championship shirts at Meijer already, at the East Lansing Meijer.
I saw Doug brought that up yesterday, right? Doug Karsh
really?
brought up the fact that you can already buy it on the shelf.
Yeah, so...
Good, I love the confidence.
No, so somebody messaged the Meijer corporate, and they're like, it's only one game, just believe. And they're like, you must never watched a Lions game before. But
did you go buy yourself one?
No, I can't. I cannot do that yet. not till the job's done. But so I wanted to say, so when true number one receivers come, play the Lions, like Devontae Adams, he was open most of that game. And if it wasn't for like our hardcore blitz defense and Garoppolo being Garoppolo, Adams was wide open that whole game. And I think Sutton's been burnt a lot by a lot of true number one receivers this year. And so with Jefferson healthy, I don't care who's throwing him the ball. He's going to go catch it, even those hospital balls. So he'll go catch them. So we really have to be dialed in and be cautious if we're trying to blitz like we did last week against Denver.
You bring that up, number one receivers, and I'm just trying to think back. So Olave had a decent day against the Lions. Keenan Allen had a big day against the Detroit Lions. Jefferson, when healthy, is like wide receiver 1 of 1 in the NFL. I don't know what the game plan is, but I am happy that Jerry Jacobs didn't play like at all in coverage last week. And if he's not going to play in coverage at all this week, that certainly helps. I would be terrified. You remember DJ Moore one-on-one with Jerry Jacobs in Chicago? If Jerry Jacobs isn't on the field, he can't be one-on-one with Justin Jefferson at any critical juncture of the game.
No, but we've seen this before where, the number one receiver goes off and the Lions still win. Justin Jefferson has gone off on the Lions before, and the Lions have won.
Yep.
So it's when you have callers calling in talking about, hey, the Vikings have had the Lions number. Well, so is everybody else. It's not unique to Minnesota. I had the numbers yesterday, and I was looking at them going, you know what? In the last 11, the Vikings are 9-2. They've won 5 of the past times that they've faced the Lions at home. But we're talking about a different team. Other teams can put up those same numbers. How many years was it that they couldn't find a way to beat Green Bay?
Right.
Chicago, you go across the NFL, a lot of teams have those numbers against the Lions in years that were 2022 and earlier. This is an opportunity for this Detroit Lions team to reset the narrative to 2023 and moving forward. Detroit Lions don't have to worry about losing 9 of the past 11, losing 5 of the last trips to Minnesota. This is a different team. It's a different franchise, and it's their opportunity to go out and prove it and show it. That's why I'm at a 9.
Ticket Texter says, changing subjects on you guys a little bit. I want nothing to do with Stafford in the playoffs. I think the Lions are great and definitely headed in the right direction. They have a shot this year, but the Rams, with the history, I could see it not going very well. That's from Ray.
Well, there's a lot of narratives you could put to bed this year. One of them, I just mentioned, sealing the division, beating Minnesota on the road. But then also you get to the playoffs, hosting a playoff game, winning a playoff game. If you're number 3 seed, chances are, it's looking good, you're going to play the Detroit Rams.
No, don't do that.
If you are the number 2 seed, which is still a possibility and well within the control of the Detroit Lions, you could face the Green Bay Packers.
You built the case for that. They play the Panthers this week. They would face Minnesota Sunday Night Football, and if you feel like they're the better team between the two, they win that game, and then the final week of the season, they host the Chicago Bears, who all packed up, ready to get into the offseason.
Mm-hmm.
Packers run the table. That's a 9-8 team. That's not out of the question. They'd still need a little help, but they could be the 7th seed.
Yeah. And then all of a sudden we get a rematch at Thanksgiving Day. Who would you rather see? The Rams or the Packers at Ford Field week 1 of the playoffs?
I think you're more likely to beat Green Bay. I do. Even though Green Bay already won the game here at Ford Field, I think a full week as opposed to a short week. I think all of the offensive linemen being healthy as opposed to missing a piece on Thanksgiving. I think the Lions win that rematch.
Well, and that's the way it really honestly should be.
Yeah.
Because if you're the 2 seed, you should have an easier game.
It should be an easier game.
3 seed, you should have a tougher game because you're playing a higher seed in the playoffs. But
I still would rather play the Rams. I think they beat the Rams too, and I think that is a more satisfying win. Yeah, you're on the same page.
I want to beat McVay.
And for Goff to get his spot against his former team, for Detroit to have their exorcism against Matthew Stafford, to if you're going to do it
Can we
its
just
fullest.
Say the Rams quarterback?
You can say his name.
Let's just wait until that week.
Doug's got the embargo.
Build up enough. McVay, I want it because I want to beat McVay.
Like a Tecmo Super Bowl, Rams QB.
Yeah. QB number 9.
That QB out west.
Yeah.
Kind of like you guys do the.
No, Stoney would lose his mind over that.
248-539-9797. We can talk about that a little bit, whether you guys are accepting this matchup, the inevitability of Matthew Stafford playing a home, not a home game, but kind of a home away from home, playing at Ford Field in a playoff game. Are you accepting that possibility after last night's Rams win? And we will talk Pistons. We got to revisit a conversation. It's 97.1.
Oh, he called it. Dagger time. He called it.
Mark Champion, yes.
Uh-huh.
Kelly Olynyk, the former Piston, hitting a three late in the game. I mean, John, you texted me and you said, the Pistons are favored? Question mark?
So I keep an eye on it, obviously. I mean, that's because what we do, but with everything that's going on, you're trying to figure out when are they going to get their next win, and it's always plus 2.5. It's plus 8.
10, 12, 13 some nights.
And then I think what this one opened up at, Pistons were like plus 1.5.
Yeah, it was close to a pick 'em.
Yeah. And then all of a sudden the line shifts and you're like minus 2.5. Oh, whoa, what's going on?
They're favored.
And then you look and you say, okay, their top 2 scorers are out. 4 of their top 6 scorers are out. This could be the night.
This is, and people are starting to get excited. I saw Wojo on Twitter. They're going to do it tonight. I know Valeni yesterday.
He picked them.
They're going to do it tonight. Tonight's the night. Guys, I've been telling you, 2-80's a real thing. Do you need more convincing after last night? Are you ever going to get a better chance than last night? Utah sitting key players. Lauri Markkanen, Jordan Clarkson, their 2 leading scorers. Utah, they played the night before. They played 3 and 4 nights. They're gassed. They don't have any legs. They don't even care. And they win anyway. The Pistons led 0 minutes in the second half. 2-80. Sounds dumb. Sounds impossible. Nobody is that bad. I present to you the Detroit Pistons. And John, I think people are fed up. You heard the sell the team chants last night at the game. People are fed up with this basketball team.
Well, in the month of January, because I've resigned, like they're not going to go 2-80. All right, I'm calling you on that one.
I don't know what more would have to fall in their favor for them to win than what happened last night.
Well, things can happen, and they have more talent on this team than a 2-80 team.
Agreed.
So at some point they're just going to dumb luck into one, right? It's when you're playing pig and in the backyard and your kids just they pull one out and
he's on fire.
Yeah, they just can't miss. All right, that they're going to have a can't miss night, even more so than Cade had the other night with the 40 points. But
Cade, yes. That's the other thing. Cade had a big day, didn't matter. The other team sat half their team, didn't matter.
Giannis gets ejected. Doesn't matter. Jokic gets ejected. Doesn't matter. Hey, they didn't play Murray in that game either. Didn't matter.
All right, they're at Utah. That's a possibility, even though they just lost to Utah at home. They play Washington twice in the month of January. Once there, once here. And I get it. Trust me. Hey, they did this before. We thought they were two-win teams coming in. That was the chance for the Pistons. It will always be a chance for the Pistons. They've got San Antonio they have legitimately 4 opportunities in the month of January, because you're looking at it going, okay, Golden State not going to win at Golden State. Denver probably not going to win at Denver, even if the Joker gets ejected again. Milwaukee twice, not going to happen. Like there's times where it's just not going to happen. But there may be more. I'm just counting 4 legit opportunities. Okay. Charlotte, there's another opportunity.
Are you
5?
Are you rooting for the losing at this point?
No, I'm never rooting for a loss. It's not in my DNA. However, there's this morbid part of all of us as human beings where like we don't want to say we want to watch the train wreck, but we can't look away. We're sad when we see an accident on the highway, but everybody wants to see what's going on. There's always this little dark part of every human being, the morbid curiosity that you just kind of want to see what it would be like, what it would feel like, what it looks like.
They are an oddity at this point. It's like a circus routine. You're like, come see just how bad this NBA team is. I think there is that morbid curiosity. I also think there's a little more intention behind some of the way fans feel. They want shame. They want change. Mm-hmm. And they feel like, if the Pistons were merely one of several bad NBA teams, they could kind of skate by unscathed. But because they are this level of laughingstock, not just locally but nationally, because this is reaching historic levels, one more will tie the single-season record. Yeah. 4 more would break the all-time record spanning multiple seasons. People are rooting for that.
They need to find something. Even if it's the Major League. It's the statue, the statue Jobu. Or the poster board cutout of somebody.
Tom Gors.
That's not motivating. But
we will put a piece of clothing back on Tom Gors.
Yes. There you go. He starts out, you're going to do Major League in reverse. Please make it stop.
You had fans there last night. I've seen people say that fans should stop showing up. The ones that did show up made their voices heard. Can we play a clip? I know we have a couple versions of this. Greg, whatever one is going to be the easiest for people to hear, go ahead and play it. Sell the team, sell the team, yeah. Sell the team. Maybe people think it's possible. It's not. An owner's not selling a team. It's a license to print money. It goes up in value. I think all you're hoping to do there, though, is to beg for something to happen. Vocally beg for ownership. Pay attention to us and this team. It's gotten so bad. Do something.
Beg for involvement.
Yeah.
That's just, hey, we want the owner to show or at least speak, recognize the struggles, the anxiety, the misery that we are as fans having to be put through.
Mm-hmm. Some kind of change. Like you would think at this point, Troy Weaver would have already been fired. And that doesn't instantly turn around a season, but it's called accountability. It's your 4th season. It's your 4th season. Someone else should try to dig out of this. You're only going to do more damage the longer you're here.
We heard that he was not in danger.
Right.
That he was going to be allowed to try and dig out of this. Is that the same as we always get this, in college and in the NFL, the vote of confidence? Well, I give the vote of confidence, and then all of a sudden, a week later, you're fired. Like that seems to be the pathway to removing a coach in the NFL or in college football, the dreaded vote of confidence.
Yeah, I don't think we've gotten anything public that would qualify as the vote of confidence, but
is that the NBA version of it? Hey, we're going to leak this out that we're giving him the quote unquote vote of confidence.
Yeah, I read in The Athletic, it was James Edwards III. He had said that no, Weaver's not on the hot seat. That was a mailbag that he did. And then he also said that the Pistons were in the market for a forward, which implies someone's telling him that they're shopping around trying to trade for a forward, and that's terrifying. The idea that Troy Weaver, who does not know how to assemble a roster.
But it's terrifying for all of the forwards in the NBA. Oh, my gosh, you're going to trade me to Detroit?
No, please, no. And then I saw it was, and maybe things are changing with yet another embarrassment, but I saw Maury St. Kofa in the Free Press say the same thing, like Weaver wasn't going anywhere, at least not for the moment. Well, things need to happen to show some level of we recognize what this franchise is and has been. This is one of the most historic winning franchises in the NBA. They have won 3 different NBA championships. That's more than 2/3 of the teams in basketball. They are known for playing with effort and tenacity. And last night they gave up 50 points between turnovers and second chance off offensive rebounds. They are known for going to work, and now it's more of a quiet quit. We had the bad boys, now we have the very bad boys. You have spit in the face of this proud franchise with this level of losing. And somebody has to step up and say enough's enough, or you aren't the franchise you've been historically. You are the once proud Detroit Pistons when you let this restore. If this is a restoration, John, if Troy Weaver thinks this is a restoration, come on.
Yeah, the rust, you can't stop the rust. That frame is bent beyond repair.
Right. You got the mismatched doors on the car. This is no restoration.
You got 4 games left in this calendar year.
Yep.
2 against Brooklyn, 1 on the road, 1 at home, Boston on the road, and Toronto. Who's your best shot?
Here's the best shot. The other team's bus doesn't start. And they can't make it to the game. And they have to find a group of local like YMCA kids to play opposite the Pistons. And even then, I think the Y kids might be favored by 2 or 3 points.
So they're going to set the record.
They're going to lose 29 in a row to end the year, going into 2024, starting in January.
And then they're on the road 4 times to start the month of January. At Houston, at Utah, at Golden State, at Denver. What I'm getting at is, when does this end?
Yeah.
When is when is there a logical opportunity for this? Because
there's not going to be a better chance than last night. Like, for the rest of the season, I don't think they will be favored again in an NBA game this season. I mean, it would make the case for them to be favored that last night, and it was only by 2 points, and they lost. If I'm an odds maker, I'd never make this team a favorite again the rest of the season. Utah's missing half a team, and it didn't matter. At home. 248-539-9797. You want to jump in and talk about this basketball team, you can do so. We've been talking Lions most of the hour, confidence going into the Minnesota Vikings matchup, and whether or not you've accepted the destiny. Stafford in Detroit for a home playoff game. Lions looking to break all the curses, slay all the dragons, exorcise all the demons. It's 97-1.
Hey, you could play for the Pistons. I saw that shot. You missed just as good as they do.
Sign me to a 10-day.
And I could get that rebound, even though it's over there, before you could. You could play for the Pistons.
No, we only have a few minutes. Let's not bring up the Pistons for the next 8 minutes, okay? Doug can bring them up at some point during the show today. Let's be done with the Pistons. Let's end the show with the Lions. And let's go rapid fire. You guys ticket text in right before the horn. Score predictions, last-minute predictions. John, you said in the picks today, for people who missed it, you think low scoring, and you gave some gross...
Yeah, 19-15.
How do you even get to 19-15?
I don't care.
5 field goals for the Vikings.
It could be. It very well could be. They don't have a quarterback.
Lions get a safety late.
3 safeties, buy one, get one free.
Oh, BOGO. Maybe Rico's got a BOGO.
Maybe it's one of the Mullins runs out of the back of the end zone because they're trying to get the whatever. I don't know. But 19-15, yeah. In fact, you know what? I am going to look up and see if that's a scoregami. But I think the line's 3.5.
Yeah.
I think they win, and I think it is going to be a very hard, physical football game.
I think the Lions win the game as well. I don't think it's by 4. I think it's by 3. I know we're splitting hairs, but that's where the line is for a reason. Minnesota's desperate at home, fighting for their life. They are going to blitz Goff. I think they'll have some degree of success. They'll keep it low scoring, maybe benefit from a turnover, short field for Nick Mullins. But at the end of the day, it is Nick Mullins, and I think it will stay low scoring, and the Lions will do enough. They'll protect Jared Goff enough. Ben Johnson will have enough answers. And enough is enough. The Lions are winning the division. I will go with the final score of 20-17.
Okay. Last time it happened, September 23, 1990, Washington Redskins beat the Dallas Cowboys 19-15. The first time it happened, 1952, the Cleveland Browns beat the Washington Redskins 19-15. I mean, come on.
It's happened.
It's happened 4 times.
Rapid fire Lions 42-7 from Jim and Clausen.
Whoa. Yes.
Ticket Texter says
Jim.
Defensive game 20-17. What I just said. Another one says any QB can throw against the Lions. So even Mullins will have a big day. Reads one of these ticket texters. He says Vikings win 30-21. Mullins throws for 300 yards and 3 touchdowns.
Jeez.
Is that the same guy that called yesterday and said that this is going to be the Matt Flynn game?
Yeah, well, the first of 2 Matt Flynn games.
They would need 2.
Minnesota there, Minnesota here.
Come on. Ticket texter 24-13. Lions win the division. Jeff in a truck. Getting some split tickets, though. Minnesota wins 27-24 from Mike.
Oh, field goal.
I think that really comes down to if you think the Vikings win this game, that you believe in misery loves company and that the Lions will never get... Like, John... I don't know how you can sit today and be a Lions fan and have watched this team, not just over 1 or 2 weeks, but the whole season, flaws and all, and think that they're losing to the Minnesota Vikings, unless you are still trapped in some sort of like time capsule where they will forever be bad.
Yeah, I mean, so the Lions fan, somebody should do a study on Lions fans and the misery that they've had to deal with and how it has affected their emotion, their logic.
Mm-hmm.
Because, and I've said this for a number of weeks, really since Kirk Cousins went down, the Minnesota Vikings, yes, they have Justin Jefferson, who you could arguably say is the best, when healthy, wide receiver in the NFL. Jordan Addison is having a really good rookie year. He's a good receiver, but they don't have a starting running back. They don't have a quarterback. The Lions are a 10-win team. We just saw them dismantle the Denver Broncos, who came in here white hot, 6-1 in their last 7. And the Detroit Lions discarded them like it was yesterday's trash.
Texter says, Lions 37, Vikings 6. They only get 2 field goals. Hutch gets 2 sacks. The defense has a pick 6. That's Rob in Madison Heights.
I like that. It's getting me fired up.
Lions 28-10. John in Holt. Lions win if they give their best player Gibbs the ball early and often in this game. He could have a big day.
Yep.
Texter says the city traded the Pistons' soul in order for the Lions to be good. And quite frankly,
I'm okay with that.
Yeah. He says, I don't think that's fair. He said, I'd rather have the Stones be good instead of the Lions. Now, I disagree. I think most people take that trade Easy.
100%. Yeah.
Easy.
If the conversation early when the Tigers were still playing was that the jinx had jumped the street, and it was now at Comerica instead of at Ford Field.
It almost feels like collectively. And
I'd be okay with that. And I love my Tigers.
Mm-hmm.
But I really want to have a good football team.
It feels like collectively, especially with the Wings in a tailspin right now too, that the other 3 teams in the city have just said, we're pulling it all together.
Yeah. By the
Lions,
way, Carolina got a point. Lost in overtime.
Look at you scoreboard watching NHL in December.
4 points, down 4 points from the last wild card position.
Starting to drift away. Texter says 15-15 final score, signed Tom Gors in a clown car.
Oh, hey, 15-15, a tie wins the division.
By the way, yes.
Take it.
Gives us a chance to bring that up. I saw that this week, that the Lions technically don't need to win this week. Well, a tie would lock up the division.
Yeah. I don't want it that way, but I'll take it.
Just for a second, the tie.
Would that be?
If you're a player, you still celebrate it, right? Oh,
you celebrate the division. You don't celebrate the game. You celebrate the 10.5 wins that got you the division.
But what's the difference? Game versus division. Like, it's not like you go in the locker room and you have a post-game reaction and then a post-division reaction. It's all one reaction. You go into the locker room after a tie, in this case, 15-15 tie. Well, you're celebrating.
I don't know.
Hey, John, you still got that Scorigami page up?
Yeah.
Is that a Scorigami?
Oh, 15
I'm sure that's happened.
15.
Is that one of those Dayton Triangles games?
15-15 would be a Scorigami. It has never happened. Doug, I don't know if you're aware of this, but a tie wins the division.
We did a segment on it yesterday.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, the comical NFL tie could be in play. And if you get to overtime and you got a chance, you get the ball back, you're deep in your own territory, there's 3 minutes to go, and you're the Lions, you don't need to go for it. Now, it impacts you in the chase for number 2.
Mm-hmm. Right.
You still control your own destiny over Dallas, but Philly becomes an issue if Detroit ties. Because Detroit obviously doesn't play Philly, they do play Dallas. Mm-hmm. Anyway, it's just something to file away.
Yeah.
File away.
18-18 would be a Scorigami, and it still feels like that would be more realistic than a 15-15.
You've got a chart up there?
I got the Scorigami.
Of course he does.
Okay, does 18-18 clinch the division?
A tie, yeah, it would.
Yeah, a tie would, yeah. It doesn't matter.
Let's do more.
All right, yes, 22-22.
That's never happened?
Never happened.
Does that clinch the division?
It does clinch the division, yes.
Sweet.
25 all. We'll get you the division.
Never happened.
I could do this all day.
It's a shootout.
You know
32 all.
Part of the issue is we've been here for so long, and we've done the same show so many times. I'm okay with doing 4 hours talking about different ties that clinch the division.
2 and 2.
Topics we've never done in 18 years of doing Carson Anderson.
2 safeties. We'll get you the division.
Let's talk about it.
Break it down.
Clinch the division with a 2-2 tie. I'm in. 2-4-8.
Danielle Hunter, Aiden Hutchinson, the only 2 scorers on the day, a 2-2 tie.
Yep. Things we never have had a chance to talk about. I'll talk about a tie on Sunday, clinching the division.
Oh, boy.
For 4 hours. Not really. But I could, because it's fun to talk about this stuff from a completely different perspective.
Mm-hmm.
What do you plan for today?
Well, we will preview that game. We'll preview. I'm going to say something about the Pistons. I'm a duck for cover. I'm going to say it, and I'm going to duck, and people are going to yell.
Good luck.
Yeah.
Enjoy your Friday.
Thanks.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Yeah, Merry Christmas, Doug.
2-2 tie.
Let's get it.
Let's do it.
Doug Karsh next, 97.1.
All right, Merry Christmas, everybody. Last show before Christmas. And I hope everybody has plans to spend time with your family and just make the most of the holiday season, which is stressful and great at the same time. You know what's funny? I was actually talking to Jansen. He was talking about how his wife just handles everything and wraps all the gifts, and they're all like the edges and the corners are perfect on the wrapping paper, and the ribbon goes around the package on all four corners. Like she's great with this. And I started thinking, this is probably not something people talk about early in a relationship. But early in a relationship, should you be asking your partner, all right, how do you handle Christmas? Like, are you good at wrapping gifts? Do you go big or not? Like how, is this something you should be feeling out with a new spouse potentially and getting how they handle Christmas? What do you expect out of me come Christmas? Am I going to be wrapping a lot? Are we going to hit like 6 houses? Do we just bunker down in our place? How's this going to work? It's kind of an underrated part of the courting process is how do you handle Christmas?
Well, the logistics of where and when are definitely something you should discuss. I don't know about the wrapping part. When me and my wife got married at a Catholic church, and I don't know if you did as well, Doug, but
Yes. Yep.
we had to go through a process where we basically sat down and like took a compatibility test. Like we filled out like I don't remember if it was Scantron or whatever, but we literally filled out a test, and they talked to you after. And this the reason for this is it's not necessarily compatibility. It's just hey, let's talk about things now before they become an issue when you're married, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
The gift wrapping was not a question on this survey.
No, I'm saying I think it should be. I think there should be a Christmas section to the test where the spouses talk ahead of time, the potential spouses, the fiancés, talk ahead of time, because it's an underrated part of stress in a relationship is how you handle Christmas.
Yeah, it's so unnecessary, too, because it's one time a year. Let's just handle this like adults, Doug. Yep. You do all the work and I do nothing. All right? That's how we handle this. That way, I'm stress-free. No, seriously, though, yeah, but my point is don't make a bigger deal out of it than it should be.
Kind of an underrated part of how a relationship's going to work.
I'm with John, man. Maybe me and John are just lucky that our wives handle everything
Dude,
on that side.
So can your wife, like he said, pointed, crisp corners, wrapping paper tight, bow around all four corners. And you know what she asked John to do? Can you carry this stuff to the basement? He's like, hell yeah, I can carry it to the basement.
Yep. She's like, she'll tell me I need this and this from the basement. I'm like, I got you. For me, just as long as you don't see the gift, the job is done. I don't need the bows and all that stuff. How
great are gift bags?
Yeah, just cover up the gift.
Gift bag. Although I've discovered, I've been told that there's a proper way. This is so great because I don't know if guys, tell me guys if you had this. Gift bag, right? You just put the gift in the gift bag. If you hand over in front of your wife a gift bag that you prepared to an aunt, an uncle, somebody outside the family, and all you've done is put the gift in the bag, but you haven't put tissue paper on top of the gift. That's a foul. That's a flagrant one in my house. You cannot hand over a gift bag without tissue paper, preferably colored, seasonal, a piece of red, a piece of green, a piece of red, sandwiched together. And there's a way to do it as well. You're not just pushing the tissue paper in top of the bag. I was coached to grab the tissue paper by the middle and stuff it in so the corners stick out just so. So, you can't hand over just a gift bag. You got to do the tissue paper. Have you been trained, Kang?
Oh, yeah, but I've been bad at following directions, Doug.
Hold on, you're pretty good here.
It's
5 Lions cuts. Did you put the 5 Lions cuts in the system today?
They should be there.
You followed directions. I think you're great at following directions.
I get it. It just seems so unnecessary for me. I understand it, but I'm all about efficiency. I'm like, are we doing this the most efficient way? We're wasting
hold
product.
on. The answer is no. What does efficiency even mean in America at Christmas in 2023?
That's true.
Efficiency isn't in play here. Efficiency is just give them cash in an envelope. That's efficient. But that's not Christmas.
Is that your rule or is that your wife's rule, by the way?
What?
The tissue, like it's got to be.
Oh, it's hers. I got schooled.
Okay.
Like,
I get it. My wife's the same way.
Yeah.
That's why she handles it all now.
The presentation is almost as important as the gift.
Mm-hmm. If I do it, there might be actual toilet tissue.
You have to, and also just keep this in mind because there's probably some single guys driving around or guys who are dating right now that are rolling their eyes saying, you guys are just pushovers and you do whatever she says, blah, blah, blah. You choose the hills what you charge up. This is not one in my household that's worth charging up. I'm not charging up this. If she wants me to push the tissue paper into the top of the bag by the middle so the corners stick out and it's fluffed properly, yes, I will do that. Once again, closer to, not further from.
Also, do you have to use brand new tissue paper? Like it can't be reused because it's already wrinkled and crumbled?
That has not come up.
Oh, okay.
And
don't
believe
say
me,
anything. Then.
No, I'm not going to. I use the same tissue paper over and over. We got that corner in the storage room where we got more room because CGC came in and put in the water heater and took our old one out. So we got all this floor space. And there's all the tissue paper and all the wrapping paper in that corner of the storage room. Anyway, long story short, there's a lot going on. There's a lot of moving parts. And it's an underrated part of selecting a spouse. Hey, how you handle Christmas? You good at wrapping gifts? Do you like wrapping gifts? What do you expect out of me? That's what the question is. What do you expect out of me come Christmas time? As Kang said, it wasn't on his Catholic Church compatibility test. It's probably not something that's going to come up early on, like the questions, where do you want to live? What's your career path? Do you want to have children? How do you handle Christmas?
You should bring it up to the committee, whoever does those questionnaires.
What, at the Catholic Church?
Yeah.
I'm not high up on the chain of command at the Catholic Church. I know people that are close to the top of the chain of command at our Catholic Church, although Anita handles music. But, she has a voice in the room.
Maybe you can email at Popin Ain't Easy _ the Vatican. I don't know.
At JP _ I don't even know our Pope's name right now. I should. I'm going to get kicked out of the club if I don't learn it quick.
You guys should put gift wrapping issues
on the compatibility. Anyway, Merry Christmas. Hope you got it all sorted out in your house. And we're learning. As a gender, I think we're doing a good job learning what our expectations are. What the expectations are. And at some point you draw a line. Like you're like, I'll follow directions. Sure, yes, I'll do that. Yep, And then you go, enough! I'm done! I've done everything you've said. I wrapped the gifts. I picked up the fruitcake. I put the tissue in the bag the proper way. I got the gift card for the mailman. I'm done. You just reach that. You reach that point. All right, Carson Anderson. Merry Christmas, everybody. Lots to get to today, including a preview of the Lions and the Vikings. We'll get to that coming up. If you want to get into the specific challenges you have with your preparations for Christmas, what you've learned, guys. What have you most importantly learned? Because for me, I think in recent years, it's how to properly present a gift bag. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Carson Anderson. We're talking a little bit about the challenges of Christmas and what you've learned as we discuss the presentation of gifts, how to properly do Christmas. I will make a comment here before we get to your phone calls. Can you tell me what you think? When Thanksgiving rolls around, I will eat an entire pumpkin pie in one sitting. Like, that's where I'm like, all right, here we go. Pumpkin pie time. Let's go. Christmas rolls around, I could eat 20 gingerbread cookies in one sitting. Let's go. Challenge me.
I'm challenging you. I'm just proud that you're doing something unhealthy for once.
Yeah, every once in a while. More time on a Peloton.
And there we go. We're back to Doug. That lasted long.
I started preparing last night. I had a record long ride.
I chase my gingerbread cookies with shots of kale to help offset the,
I take a gingerbread cookie, I put it 5 miles away, I run there, eat it. 248-539-9797. Let's get to your phone calls. We go to Matt. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Matt.
Hi, guys. How you doing?
Good.
So, just recently, new relationship. You guys are 100% right. I bought some stuff off Amazon, and she's got all the presents laid out, wrapping for the kid. Everything's going great, perfect. She was going to wrap your presents? I said, no, it's already wrapped. The box is right there. I was like, she said, no, you have to wrap it. I'm like, all right. So then I slid it in with all her gifts. But she was wrapping for the kid. She's like, I'm not wrapping your gift to me. So I ended up wrapping it, put it underneath the tree. And now if you look at the tree, it looks great. You got my wrapping, which is like the Wish version of hers.
Matt, hold on. You tried to covertly slip your gift into her wrapping job that she had to do and just try to sneak it in there?
Yep. She had all the kid stuff there. So I was like, all right, put it in there. And then she's like, fix it up. She's like, what's this? I go, oh, yeah, that was mine. She's like, no, I'm not wrapping that. I mean, it was worth a shot.
It was definitely worth a shot. I appreciate the effort.
I did too.
I mean, I'm not doing it, but
if you'd pulled that off, you would have been a low-key male hero, like representing all of us.
It's terrible. Like, it looks like something that the Pistons wrapped and put underneath my tree. I mean, I'm not very good at that, so.
That's great. All right, well, good luck.
Thanks, guys.
See ya. Merry Christmas. Let's go to Doug here next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hello, Doug.
Hey, Doug. How are you?
I'm doing good. Thank you.
Good. Listen, this is a Christmas gift from one Doug to another, okay?
Yep.
I know a lot of stuff is bought online today. Can I plug a department store? Is it all right?
Sure, go for it.
Okay. Last week, I'm in Nordstrom's, and I'm getting my grandson a cologne. He's a teenager, and he's starting to use cologne. So I walk up to the department, and the lady says, well, okay, buy that. And I says, she goes, I'll gift wrap it for you right here. And it's a great job. And if they don't have paper in the department, they'll do it for you for $5 upstairs.
Will they,
at 12 Oaks.
Do you have to have purchased the gift from that store?
I think so. But I mean, it's $5, Doug, upstairs if they don't have the gift wrap. If they do in the department, they'll do it for you for free.
I think it was my son's idea. I heard for his high school baseball team, they ran a Christmas gift wrapping fundraiser. It was either for the baseball team or for their Special Olympics team, one or the other. They did a Christmas gift wrapping fundraiser, which I think is a brilliant idea.
Oh, yeah. And, you'll go to some department stores and the Girl Scouts will have gift wrap for a little fee.
Yep.
And I consider it part of Christmas because I'm all thumbs. I'm like you, Doug. And by the way, you're right about the pumpkin pie.
Let's go.
I'll
put a pumpkin pie away all by myself. I try not to. But it's pumpkin pie at Thanksgiving and it's gingerbread cookies come Christmas.
Well, I have a health tip from you that I want you to know this. I'm 75 years old. I just had my 50th wedding anniversary last week.
Attaboy. Congrats.
And I don't eat very much meat at all. I haven't in the last 10 years, and that's because of you. I just want you to know that.
Oh, wow.
I eat a lot of fish.
There you go. Fish is great for you. Fish is great for you.
Absolutely. Yep. You're smart. You're a smart guy, Doug.
Not everybody buys that, but I do appreciate it. Thank you very much. Have a great holiday, all right?
All right, Merry Christmas to you. Happy holiday, Jay.
Merry Christmas. All right, we'll get to more of that coming up. Said we get to some Lions stuff, so let me follow through. Lions in Minnesota. So this is it, man. This is the first chance to do something we haven't seen done in 30 years. The Lions can clinch a division and win the NFC North for the first time. And they got a great chance here to do it. It's on the road, which is tough. But this is obviously a very winnable game. Lions played extraordinarily well last Saturday night against a like team, a similar team to Minnesota in Denver, and they blew them out. And it's all there right in front of them. And how you win the division, when you win the division, to me, doesn't matter. Just win the division. I don't care if they win a game 6-5. Just find a way to win this game. Additionally, I mean, I always talk about and think about how it's being perceived in the other town. In the other town in Minnesota, if I'm doing a show in Minneapolis on K whatever, I'm selling this as a playoff game. Because I'm Minnesota, I'm trying to win the division, and I feel like we control our own destiny. Because I'm a Minnesota guy. If I'm a Minnesota guy, you know what I'm thinking? Dallas is going to beat Detroit. So if I'm a Minnesota guy, I'm saying all we got to do is take care of our business. And if the favorite, which Dallas probably will be favored, takes care of their business, we're division champs. That's how I think this is being sold in Minnesota. So Minnesota is going to come out and try and give Detroit a big roundhouse punch. They're going to throw everything they got at the Lions. And it's the Lions' job to respond. And that's why this game might not be a pretty game. It might not be a game where Detroit dominates. If it is, great. But this is a desperate, backed into a corner, gotta win it game for Minnesota. And look, they're still battling for the playoffs, even if they don't win the division. So that's a motivation as well. So it was important for the Lions to have a mental health game. And what I mean by that, it was good for the fan base's mental health to go blow somebody out and look great doing it. I don't see this as a mental health game because when the game is done, whether it's 6-5, hell, whether it's 5-5, because a tie wins the division as well, it's worthy of an exhale and, I don't do this, but a lighting of a cigar. Division champs. Now we get to a very interesting place, and we had a little bit of it yesterday, just a little bit. When the topic came up that Meyer had somehow, some way put division champion shirts out on racks. And it sounds like they were taken down, maybe in part because of the show. I don't know. But there was a couple of Meyer. I think now we have evidence of told about three different ones. There was the Rochester Meyer on Adams Road. There was one at 13 and Mac. And somebody sent us a text last night of a Lions division champ shirts available in East Lansing. It led to quite a conversation. But one guy called and said, I'm not buying that shirt. They should win the division. And I got sights set on bigger goals. We all do. But, and I don't like telling people how to feel or what they should do and all that. But I think we're licensed to celebrate a division championship in this town. Buying a division champion shirt doesn't mean that's it. I don't need anything else. It's a chance to do something and to celebrate something that we haven't for 30 years. 30 years. So basically anybody under the age of 35 has never seen or remembers anything like this. That's half a lifetime. It's okay to celebrate it. It's okay to tear up if that's what you want to do. Sports talk turns into this weird place where it's about who has the highest standards. whatever. Like, if you're stoked, if you're fired up, and personally I think you should be, winning a division championship is a BFD in Detroit. Now, the goal is to get to a time where it's not. The goal is to get to a time where it's expected and it's simply the stepping stone to the next attainable goal. But we're allowed to hit pause on the season and have an extra beer and serve up some toast points and celebrate, because it doesn't happen here. It hasn't happened here. So buy that division champion sweatshirt or hat or whatever you want. I think you're licensed to do it. Now, how are they going to do it? Is the formula there? We'll get to that. If they're going to do it this weekend, I guess is what I should say. And win this Minnesota game, is the formula there? We'll get to that today at 10:32. Plus your open line calls. It's Carson Anderson. Gators out today. 97.1 The Ticket. The car skater out today. All right, so winning this game Sunday at Minnesota, tying this game Sunday at Minnesota means a division championship for our Detroit Lions for the first time in 30 years. Holy blank. Incredible, right? Incredible that we've gotten to this point. We had a guy call yesterday and say, are we really having these conversations? We really are. Now, the question becomes, like last year, there was a bunch of show me people, and I get it. I don't blame you. I'm not mad at anybody that's been skeptical all throughout. The show me people have, didn't buy into the end of last season, and that's fine. But they have spent this entire NFL season showing you that they're good. How good we can debate, but they're absolutely a good football team, right? That's not subject to much debate. So they've kind of shown you. So right now, they're about to clear what has been an unclearable hurdle for 3 decades. 3 decades. And they're on the brink of clearing that first unclearable hurdle. And then there's hurdles beyond that are taller that we didn't even get to consider could they clear them, right? That wasn't even in play. That wasn't even those hurdles down there, we'll never get to those. First one's in front of us. First one can be cleared Sunday at Minnesota. 248-539-9797. Dan, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Dan?
Hey, Doug, how you doing?
Doing good. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas to you as well. Great season. Excited for this Sunday, but I think that really what it comes down to is not necessarily being labeled a division champ at all. I really think it means that there's going to be a home playoff game, and that's the crux of the excitement.
Mm-hmm.
If I know they're one and the same, it's hard to separate. But if someone just said, "Hey, you're winning the division," and if the playoffs were set up, where the top 2 teams are playing the bottom 4 teams, and they didn't get a home playoff game,
yeah.
I think fans would rather have a home playoff game than they would be wanting to be labeled a division champ.
I mean, right. So you've hit on all that comes with, and yeah. You're absolutely right. What comes with that is like this sort of unprecedented excitement that Lions fans will be privy to, and I really hope that everybody gets to experience it one way or another. There's obviously the people that already have tickets, the season ticket holders, and congratulations to them, and people who have made the financial commitment that are going to jump in and get to go to that game if and when they win the division. And then there's the rest of us that aren't season ticket holders or don't have tickets. I mean, I may go as a member of the media. It depends where I am and what's going on. But I will tell you that I hope Detroit finds a way to open it up to everybody, to have a downtown game watching party somewhere, even though it's cold. The insanity of downtown, you're right. You're 100% correct. Insane is exactly what it's going to be.
Appreciate the call, or appreciate you taking my call, and have a happy holiday.
Yep, you too. 248-539-9797. We've dreamed about this. We've talked about this. We've said, can you imagine? We're getting exceedingly close to not having to imagine anymore. All right, so what about the game? What about the actual game? Minnesota is battling for the playoffs. They're a good team. The Lions will bring into it what appears to be a healthy offensive line, which when they are healthy up front, the Lions offense goes from being pretty damn good to great. And with the emergence of Jamison Williams, they've gone from pretty damn good to potentially great here. We don't know. We've seen the O-line, right? The 5 games, that stat that the Birchie kid had, the 5 games where they've been intact, what it's meant for Jared Goff and how much more effective Jared Goff is behind this offensive line. They're 5-0 with the offensive line intact. They average an insane 38.4 points a game, 421 yards a game, 179.4 rushing yards a game, 5.5 yards a carry, and Jared Goff's passer rating is 121.73. Stay healthy. Decker, Jackson, Ragnow, Glasgow, Sewell. So Detroit's bringing that into the game. Minnesota has done an exceptionally good job at limiting big runs. They've given up just one through 14 games of 20 yards or more. Meanwhile, Jahmyr Gibbs leads the NFL in runs of 20 yards or more with 10 of them. So this is an interesting matchup. Can Detroit get those big plays in the run game like they've been getting out of Jahmyr Gibbs? They also have one of the most explosive offenses in terms of big plays in the NFL, which is pretty remarkable given that they don't throw the ball over the top all that much. Vikings also have a major turnover issue. Now, the major turnover issues might trace back to Josh Dobbs, who threw the 5 picks in 2 games, and actually, in spite of not being a full-time starter, leads the NFL. I saw this today. He leads the NFL with 14 fumbles. But he's not quarterback anymore. It's Nick Mullins. Now, Mullins is a second or third string guy, more of a pocket passer, but a guy who can execute their game plan, and they probably have a better chance to win with him. But it's still not Kirk Cousins. So this feels like a game that I see why they're the favorite. Look at it on paper. They should win. But as we've seen, and we're starting to experience from the top, what I mean by that, from the top of the standings, NFL teams aren't chess pieces that move the same every week. That Amon-Ra is going to be the rook that does this, and Sam Laporta is the bishop, and he just does this. No, there's variance every week of what direction and what kind of game players are going to have. It's not that predictable. You try and mitigate the wild variations of who you are from week to week. And people say all the time he's good, but he's not consistent. No, that's what good is consistent. So at 10-4, they're pretty good. They've been pretty consistent. There was that stretch we all saw. That stretch was marked by turnovers. And the turnovers start with breakdowns up front, and the quarterback gets a little careless. But up front, back intact, quarterback rededication to it, which was shown pretty much from the New Orleans game on. So I think the Lions go to Minnesota ready to ride.
I mean, offensively, if the Lions have their 5 offensive linemen on the field, I mean, you should expect the offense to keep rolling. I know the Vikings defense is pretty good. And, Danielle Hunter, Brian Flores, they brought him in for a reason. The defense was a problem last year for them. Now offense is the problem, especially when Kirk Cousins went out. Jefferson has a couple games back under his belt after the injury. I know they're under third, fourth string running back, but Chandler's actually been more explosive than any running back they've had all year long. So I'd be a little concerned with that. And Mullins, he's probably better for them than Joshua Dobbs. I know Joshua Dobbs might scare Lions fans because he's that mobile quarterback everyone's always worried about. But honestly, Mullins is a better passer. There's a reason why they went to Mullins now. And so I would be. This is an Aaron Glenn type game, I think. If you got these guys playing better and you're blitzing, you're more aggressive, you're getting home, I think they need to step up this game and take care of business for the Lions. I mentioned the possibilities of those players on the Vikings offensively, but they're still backups. They're still not the guys. So Aaron Glenn should take care of business.
I'm by no means chesty about the Lions defense. I don't want this to be misinterpreted. But I think they're kind of low-key playing better, even though the scoreboard hasn't always reflected that. They're not a great defense. I think they can be an average to slightly above average defense when the offense doesn't put them in bad positions. Every defense suffers when the offense puts them in bad positions. But really going back to the Packer game that they lost at Ford Field on Thanksgiving, I actually think the defense has been pretty decent since then. Even the 28-13 loss in Chicago, that was a 13-13 game in the third quarter when the Bears took advantage of turnovers and sloppy special teams and had 3 scoring drives where they didn't start once in their own territory. Saints game, the Lions charged out quick. Wasn't the best defensive performance, but I think the big lead, there was a little bit of backing off. Broncos game, they were very good. And Packer game, they were a victim of their offense. So I'm not chesty, but I think we might, if this thing goes in a really good place, and I'm talking about winning the division and maybe a run in the postseason, I think we're going to look back to that Packer game on Thanksgiving, even though they lost, and to get somewhere good, the defense is going to have to play better. I think that was the beginning of a potential turnaround for this team defensively. Potential. 248-539-9797. We'll get to more of your phone calls and feedback coming up. It's Carson Anderson. Merry Christmas on this December 22nd. 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, hold on to your glasses because there's some exciting new news in the world of vodka. Stoli Vodka, the iconic brand known for its exceptional quality and rich heritage, has just unveiled a stunning new bottle design that's sure to turn heads at your next gathering. The new Stoli Vodka bottle is a true work of art. Its sleek and modern silhouette reflects the brand's commitment to innovation and premium craftsmanship. But it's not just about the looks, it's what's inside that counts. Grab a bottle today. Experience the spirit that's captivated the world for generations. It's Stoli Vodka. It's a taste of excellence. Cheers. Get to some college football stuff at 11. Merry Christmas, everybody. Gator out today, 248-539-9797. Let's go to Steve. You're next on 97.1. Hi, Steve.
Hi, how are you?
Doing good.
Good. And Merry Christmas, by the way.
Thank you. You too.
A couple of days ago, I saw something on the internet on one of these sites dealing with stories and rumors in NFL that said that the Lions brought in 3 players earlier this week for workouts, including the Canadian Football League's Defensive Player of the Year, a defensive lineman.
Yeah.
And I didn't hear anything since about this.
So
was that true, or is that just a rumor?
It was. I saw it reported, and I'm going to find it here real quick on SB Nation's Pride of Detroit, that they brought in on Park this week cornerbacks Thomas Graham and Jace Whitaker and edge defender Matthew Betts. And I guess Betts, here's what it said. Betts is quite possibly the most interesting of the visits this week. He just wrapped up a wildly successful CFL season for the BC Lions. Last month, he was named the top defensive player of the league with 18 sacks in 18 games. I haven't heard anything about it either. I would imagine if they were going to have signed one of those players, they would have done so already. But it might be for something that they're considering down the road. But I haven't seen any news on it. Kang, did you see anything on this?
No, I haven't seen it, the latest update.
All
no.
right. Yep.
Okay. Well, I thought when I read the story, I said, gee, that's really interesting. I'll have to go online and track down this guy's name here and find out what his background, where he went to college and so on. Is he Canadian or an American playing in Canada? But, it seems to me logical that they would do that if they get another injury on the defensive line.
Well, look, you're always looking for help anywhere you can find it. Matthew Betts is a Canadian. He played at Laval. Edge rusher U. He's bounced around the CFL. He had a brief stint with the Chicago Bears. I thought he was with Denver, too. Let me see if I can find out. But anyway, long story short, he's kind of been on the fringe of the league for a while here. I mean, you don't rule it out. He's 28 years old, which means he's kind of in the physical prime of his career. But it seems to me like it's not likely to impact this season. But, I mean, Brad Holmes is looking under every stone, and why wouldn't you? You absolutely should. In the meantime, if the Lions win and clinch the division, and then all we're doing is positioning, like it'll be fun the last couple of weeks of the season to just talk about seeding and where the Lions fit in playoff positioning. But once we get to that conversation, we all know there's this one scenario looming out there that I don't know if you want it or not. I don't, for very selfish reasons. But it's this damn Rams story. And look, we did something. We put this embargo on place on one topic because I swear to God, for the last 5 years of his career in Detroit, all we talked about was Matthew Stafford on this show. We would specifically say, we're not going to do Stafford today. And invariably, all conversations came back to him during the season. And the offseason was dominated by Matthew Stafford talk. It became such a hot button issue. And we grew so weary of it that when he got traded, the call still came in. And after a while, we're like, why are we doing this? And we put this embargo in place. No more Stafford calls. And I'm going to suspect that all of you out there grew tired of it too. But it is what it is, right? I mean, it was a hot button issue at the time, and you play the hits. However, if the Lions play the Rams, I'm not sure that we can keep the embargo in place, and it's all going to go back to how good or bad he is, and that we've done that. We've done that show. I just really don't want to do a week of shows and, look at the drama, and, Goff versus McVay, and Stafford versus, because you know why? I just want to do a normal playoff show. I just want to do I want to have our time where we can just be a normal, good NFL team where it's all about the football. And if we get the Rams, it's all about the It's like Real Housewives stuff. I don't want to do that. So
it's the tell-all, Doug.
I know. I'm being super selfish here. Yeah.
I get it, man. I'm with you. I'm with you to a certain extent for sure. Because if they play the Vikings or the Seahawks or whoever gets in, right? Yeah, we're just talking football. We're talking matchups. We're talking how's the defense stop this player? How's the offense protect Goff? How does St. Brown get the ball? Do they go deep with Jameson Williams?
Yep.
Do you use Montgomery or Gibbs more? But if Stafford and the Rams come here, yeah, it's Stafford. Get the Stafford blast ready. I mean, it's just
sure. I mean, I can envision us like if they're playing a normal playoff game, I can envision us doing like an hour with Dan Miller and Lomas Brown in studio. I can envision like all this extra programming. Like we're just doing a football. And if they get the Rams, we're gonna have Andy Cohen in studio.
Yeah, it's the tell-all, and it's not even just gonna be us locally. That's going to be the story nationally, too.
Yep.
They're not going to ignore that. They can't ignore that. I mean, it's an obvious storyline, So last night I'm watching the Rams and Saints, and I'm rooting for the Saints because I kind of don't want to talk Stafford either. It's not because I'm fearful of the Rams, even though they are playing well lately.
Yep.
It's more the storyline like you. And I hear myself, Olave all of a sudden can't catch a ball?
Right,
I'm rooting for the Saints, and I'm like, what?
You're getting mad because the Rams are winning again. And, I mean, The Athletic called them today the surprise contender in the NFC.
There always is one.
Yep. Sports Illustrated, Stafford is playing like an MVP candidate, and defensive coordinator Raheem Morris will gain head coaching attention in the offseason. I'm like, great. Hottest team in football, most annoying story in football, and that's who we're going to draw.
Now, the only positive I can draw from this, because you like to look at positive things about, right?
I try.
I don't know if you'll find this positive, by the way, but for me personally, is if they do get matched up with the Rams, and we're going to deal with all the Stafford storylines and all that stuff,
yep,
is the people that believe in SOL, okay? Maybe this is the only way to finally destroy SOL, is to kind of sacrifice one of your own. Like, Stafford was here for how long? He couldn't get it done. And that's the only way we, as a fan base, can move forward is, hey, we have to slay that dragon. And that dragon happened to be one of us. Yeah. You got to sacrifice one of your own, take care of business, destroy the Rams if they come to Ford Field, and we move on. And that storyline is buried forever.
Yep.
That's the only positive I can really think of it is, all right, fine. This is what we have to do to get over the hump, to be a real football team, to talk real playoff matchups, and I'll do it.
Can we just do that without playing Stafford?
Yeah, you can win a playoff game without playing Stafford, but there's...
Lions have 3 games to go, and the Rams have 2 games to go, but the Rams winning last night. Here we are. 3 seed versus 6 seed. Who's a 3 seed? Detroit. Who's a 6 seed? It's Stafford. It's McVay.
Yeah.
It's Andy Cohen radio. And if I mean, I just feel like that collision course, we pointed this out about 2 weeks ago. Hey, you know who's playing well? Because the Rams are 3-6. And now what? They're 8-7 now, right? We could see this coming and said, hey, here's something I don't want to have happen. And ever since we said that, it feels like these two franchises are on a collision course. Holmes versus Snead. I mean...
Goff versus McVay.
Yeah, who's on Ozempic? I mean, this is what we're going to be talking about.
Gator versus McVay. I mean...
Can we just have a normal playoff game, please?
Not if they come to town.
No, it's not going to be normal at all. 248-539-9797. Anyway, yeah, last night I got a text from my dad. Who do we want to win this game? I'm like, New Orleans. You want New Orleans to win this game. And I'm thinking to myself, he doesn't care what I have to go through. I'm being so super selfish. But am I wrong? Do you think Detroit wants to deal with all that?
I don't know. I mean, you can ask them. Do you want to embrace this? Like I said, is it the mindset of, hey, we got to slay the dragon?
I feel like,
which is the SOL dragon I'm talking about.
I don't want to do that yet. Let's win the division first. I agree with you. We'll ask him down the road. But I swear to God, I can see this train coming. Let's go to James. You're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, James.
Hi, everybody. It's Bravo TV, sponsored by Encanto Prosecco. It's the Lions versus the Rams.
You're right. It's totally Bravo program. They should switch the game to Bravo. Game will be held on Bravo.
Can you imagine?
And after,
Happy holidays. How you guys doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm well, thank you. Just wanted to verify with you that there is a clinching scenario, which I think folks are forgetting about, and that is this. Should we lose to the Vikings and lose to the Cowboys, let's not forget that the Packers are most likely going to beat Carolina and head to Minnie next Sunday, fighting for their wild card lives, and potentially beat the Vikings, thus giving us the North Championship.
Yes.
Am I correct in that?
Yeah. If the Vikings lose a game, they're done for the division.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, the moment they lose
obviously,
a game,
you know, around these parts, and I don't like the quote Hawk Harrelson of the Sox, but it's sphincter time. Very nervous. So I'm trying to remind my fellow Detroiters that there are other scenarios out there that we don't even necessarily need to win a game. Though,
in fact, we don't even need the Packers to beat the Vikings. If they tie the Vikings, Detroit wins the division.
There you have it.
So
there you have it.
We always can root for the Comicals high. Thank you. Merry Christmas. 248-539-9797. Carson Anderson, we'll get to more of your phone calls. Got some college football stuff to get to. Harbaugh rumors heating up again. I was thinking about the Harbaugh era today and how wild. There's two things that just are not congruent with Jim Harbaugh in the Michigan era. We'll get to that coming up in the 11 o'clock hour. Carson Anderson, 97.1. Doug Harshgater out today. So I get some college stuff before you get back to your phone calls. One, apparently Florida State's buyout price at the ACC is $527 million. And here's the thing about it, right? Florida State is obviously, and I think justifiably, mad that they didn't make the college football playoff. And they seem to be, in part, taking it out on their conference. Like, hey, this conference isn't good enough. There's no way an SEC championship team will be left out. And I'm like, it was good enough for Clemson all those years to get out of it and make the playoffs. Florida State was the victim of the wrong injury to the wrong guy in the wrong year. It was threefold. And any other year, they would have made it anyway. But this year was a weird circumstance that led to basically 5 worthy teams. And you can make an argument there were 6 in a 14 format. But it's not going to matter next year as much. There will be, of course, arguing over who's 10, 11, 12. Because it'll be the one automatic group of 5 team that will be most likely be the 12 seed every year. But then so the at-large bids are going to come down to who's 11. But anyway, long story short, $527 million. And here's the thing. Like the ACC network, I'm pretty sure that's an ESPN property, which means ESPN already owns the SEC. ESPN's not going to pay the SEC more for adding a team that ESPN already has the rights to. And you can't really join a new conference solo. You need somebody to go with you. Now, if Florida State leaves the ACC, is the ACC come unraveled? Probably. In fact, I think if Florida State leaves the ACC comes unraveled, and so does the Big 12. Because the ACC, everybody will be jumping ship or want to jump ship. And then the Big 12 becomes clearly the third league. Nobody wants to be a part of a third league. I think that will be the biggest step towards 2 power conferences, the North and the South. All the teams, Big Ten logos in blue, South SEC logos in gray. Even though I guess if Florida State though wants the money, will Fox, CBS, and NBC as the Big Ten pay more money to get Florida State because they don't have them as a property? And would they bring like Clemson with them or Miami? I don't know.
Is Florida State in the portal or not?
Yeah, Florida State is trying to get in the portal, and it cost them $527 million. The other thing I was thinking about Harbaugh is, the Harbaugh to Charger rumors have really started to heat up. There's Harbaugh contract rumors that have heated up. And, there's kind of 6 scenarios, which is Harbaugh wins it all and stays. Harbaugh wins it all and goes. Harbaugh wins 1 playoff game and stays. Harbaugh wins 1 playoff game and goes. Harbaugh wins none and stays. Harbaugh wins none and goes. And then you've got the NCAA thing, which is looming over the program. He's going to battle that, and he's adamant. But at the end of the day, it's probably not going to be anything major, because if you look at the way the NCAA punishments have been doled out, people are going to yell and scream, and I get it. But if you look at the Kansas case and the Tennessee case, I don't expect this to be anything major on Michigan football. But the crazy thing about Harbaugh's this is his 9th year. He's been here almost a decade. And when you have a coach, whoever your next coach is, if Jonathan Smith is in East Lansing for a decade, if Michigan's next coach, if it's not Harbaugh, is in Ann Arbor for a decade, that's stability. And yet the Harbaugh era feels like anything but. Because every year there's this flirtation with the NFL. And from what I understand, the new Michigan contract reportedly has stipulations about, okay, enough with the NFL flirtation, at least for now. And I don't blame them, because they would like some stability with that. And I'm not convinced that Michigan's recruiting classes haven't been hurt by this. But with that said, this could go a variety of directions. And there's a bit of a wild card, and it's Jim Harbaugh. He's not predictable. 248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. Carson Anderson. I've got a solution to something that's plaguing the bowl season that we'll get to a little bit later on. Let's get back to your open line calls. We go to Ken. You're next on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Ken?
Hey, morning, guys. Love the show.
Thank you.
Hey, I don't know if this could still be a thing, but if the Rams-Lions thing gets closer and more looming, is the Jinx Cube still open, and is that an option?
Boy, this is a great question, but probably not a question for me, Ken. I am not the guy that is beholden to Jinx rules on this station and this program. Gator Moore is. We might see Gator today, Ken. So if he comes in, I'll ask him about it. Kang, I feel like you should have some say here too.
Yeah, I'll consult with Gator when I see him. The Desk of Doom. My lean right now, though, is no, we don't use it. But this is not my decision alone. I will consult with Gator, and we'll talk to the people as well.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. Just trying to help.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. So we have this desk that, unfortunately, it seemed like every employee that had the desk didn't last long. And so we wondered if it was maybe the desk. And so we started putting logos of teams we wanted to lose up there, and it was working. We've kind of retired it. You don't want to overdo it. But, Kang, maybe, just maybe.
I think, like I said, my lean right now is no, because I feel like this is something the Lions got to do on their own. You know? I mean, they've gone this far. They've made it this far. We're this close to clinching a playoff spot, a division, hosting a playoff game.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes you can teach someone, you can give someone a fish, or you can teach them how to fish. They've got to learn to do this on their own. They got to learn.
Yeah.
They can do this, man. I believe in the Lions. They're a good team, people.
I
you don't need Desk of Doom stuff, I think, when you're a good team, right?
I love the way you threw in, I think.
Hey, I'm still a lifelong Lions fan.
Right,
okay?
right. 248-539-9797. Jeff, you're next. What's up, Jeff?
Hey, great show. I'm back in town after years of living elsewhere. I listen to you guys on the radio, so great work.
Thank you.
I think we gotta welcome and want the Rams, because I think this is the final exorcism of the ghost of Bobby Lane. Is it not? Is not the giving away the Bobby Lane the reason we could never win a championship or a playoff game? And did we not do it again with Matthew Stafford to sell our future, or to mortgage the future and rebuild? And this is almost a 70-year rebuild. And if we don't face our demons now and want the Rams and beat the Rams, I think that ghost is going to be chasing us forever.
I brought this on myself.
This is just a review. This is a redo of the same thing.
Yeah, so I'm not mad at you for calling, Jeff, by any stretch of the imagination. I brought this on myself because I am the one that started talking about this a couple weeks ago. And with each passing week that more games are getting played, I'm realizing it feels like they're on a collision course with the storyline that I really don't want to do. And
but let's not run from it. Let's welcome it. Bring it on. We got to kill that. We got to slay that dragon.
See, this is what I'm talking about, Doug.
Yeah, it's easy for you to
say.
And
then if we slay that dragon, then we're playing Patty Patricia and Darius Slay, and we might roll right into the Super Bowl after that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I'd rather not talk curse. I just want to talk football, and like it's already starting, and this isn't even happened yet. This is my fault. I brought it up.
No, that's okay. But why run from it? This is the great thing about being a good team now. We can actually look forward to the playoffs. We can look forward to the possibilities. And this is an intergenerational thing now. My father was in pain the day he died about the Lions, and now it's my pain to carry it. It's almost over if we just believe. We got to believe and go for it. Come on, man.
It's my pain to carry. The burden has shifted onto you from Dad.
Yeah, I'm 53 years old. I lived it.
Jeff, maybe that's the approach I should take. And it's not, I can't make this clear enough. It's not about any kind of fear. I'm not fearful at all. It's 100% about the radio I don't want to do. 248-539-9797. All right, I'm going to say something about the Pistons, and I'm going to just duck for cover. We'll get to that today at 11:20. It's Carson Anderson on a Friday, 97.1 The Ticket. Got a text here from a listener, Scott. If we play the damn Rams, topic Mageddon. He's right. It's a topic-gasm. I don't want to do it.
The script's already written, Doug. I'm sorry.
You think this is happening?
Yeah, the NFL is scripted. This has already been scripted. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's right.
This is exactly what the NFL wants.
The commercials. DK Metcalf, how about I catch a ball with my abs? That commercial at the beginning of the year?
Let's start with Arian Foster, man. Yeah, remember?
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. It's scripted. We got a Real Housewives playoff game on our hands coming up in 3 weeks. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. We're going to Carl. You're on 97.1. Oh. Huntington Bank, can I help you? I don't know. Carl put us on hold. Okay. I'm going to say this and I'm going to duck for cover. Yes, the Pistons have lost 25 in a row. Yes, it's basically a third of a season. I refuse to believe that this is a hopeless situation. And what I mean by that is what they have is a ton of young talent that's too young to win in this league. I feel like what the Pistons have done, I mean, it's like the 76ers, who were the worst team in basketball for 4 or 5 years in a row. They drafted Joel Embiid, and he got hurt the first 2 years. They kept drafting, and they had some hits and misses. They had Ben Simmons, and who was the kid out of Washington, the guard that sucked?
Markelle Fultz.
Thank you. They had some guys, right? They had some hits and misses, but they went all in with a young roster and stunk for 4 or 5 years, and now they're a decent team. And Detroit's kind of done the same thing. Now, the problem is we are in year 4 here, and, I mean, year 3 with Cade, and it's not showing much chance of improvement, but I think what the Pistons have done is like saying, we're going to go out and we're going to recruit really well in college football, and we're going to play them all. We're going to play them all. And they're getting their butts kicked. You got a bunch of 5-star freshmen playing against men. And I'm not debating how good or bad they are right here, right now. I'm just saying I've seen teams that are bad that had veterans. And having a team that's bad, that's still this young. I mean, if we look at this differently, and what I mean by that is year 1 of a rebuild, it just sucks because it's year 3 or year 4. But it's why teams want to sprinkle in veterans, because veterans help you win now. And Cade Cunningham said something after the game last night. He said, look, we're not trying to win one game. And they might want to change that philosophy to win the one game, because I see what he's saying. I mean, philosophically, they're playing when you're rebuilding and you're really young, you're trying to create some habits and do some things that make you better long term. You're not putting everything into winning one game, although I think they might have last night. But long story short, I'm not debating that they're bad, okay? They're bad. That's clear. But they're not bad at the finish line. They're bad at the starting block. They haven't gotten out of the block yet. Now, should they be out of the block by now? Sure. But, I mean, there were some moments last night where Cade for stretches was really good. So, yep. Sell the team chance. Got it. Fans are going to protest. Bags over their heads. Got it. I just feel like they're still in the starting block.
But they're not, Doug. That's the issue. I mean, I guess Monty Williams just got here, okay?
Yep.
But this is 4 years in. You know? They're worse than they were when this whole thing started. And that's the frustrating part. And yes, you want to do something, sustainability, because ultimately you want to win a championship. So you do things towards that. But they're to a point now, during this year, you sell out to win a game. You just do. Who's the next opponent? Do everything you can to beat that team. They should have done it last night with Utah. I mean, Utah was laid out for them. Please beat us. The NBA is almost like, please, here, take this team and beat them. They're not playing with starters. Second night of a back-to-back. You're at home, Detroit. Beat this team so we can stop talking about this misery. This is bad.
Yep. It is. But you see, when they're healthy, right, they have Bogey, 3 22-year-olds, and a 19-year-old in their starting lineup when they're healthy. And they're bringing off the bench a 21-year-old, and Asur Thompson is 20.
Alec Burks? How old is he?
Burks is 32.
Yeah, he's older.
He's an inconsequential veteran, and that sounds terrible, but I mean, like, they need a consequential veteran.
Yeah, they don't have one, and that's Troy Weaver's fault.
Agree. I understand everything you said is true, with the exception of I look at it as they're still mostly puppies, and they don't have a consequential veteran.
And that's why people are pissed at Troy Weaver.
Yeah, no, I get it.
You know, like
I'm not defending Troy Weaver, and I'm not defending Tom Gors. I'm just saying when I look at the makeup of the roster, we should have kind of expected.
No, I think people knew that would be bad. And look at the over-under on Vegas, right? And I'm not yelling at you, Doug. I'm just saying this is voicing frustration for all Piston fans. The Vegas knew they weren't going to be good already. We knew they weren't going to be good. They weren't supposed to even sniff the playoffs. This is historically bad, and that's why people are so frustrated. They've turned into a worse version of, people don't remember this probably, but the Warriors were terrible. Sacramento was terrible, where you just accumulated lottery picks and then they'd ship them off in 3 or 4 years, and you just kept doing this over and over. This is where the Pistons are right now. They just have a bunch of lottery picks. What does it mean? They haven't built a team. Troy Weaver did a terrible job in the offseason, bringing in consequential veterans, like you said, veterans that are good. People are like, oh, they need a veteran. No, they need guys that can play.
Good veterans.
Yeah, good veterans. They didn't get any of those.
Look, Troy Weaver should be under fire. I'm not making any other statement than I've seen worse situations. Maybe not a worse team, but worse situations, if that makes sense.
It's just amazing they didn't accidentally fall into one win during the stretch.
Yep.
And last night was, like I said, I think you sell out for a win at this point.
Do you know? I'm trying to do the math on this. Hold on for a second. They have 54 games left. I'll get to it in a sec. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. We're going to Carl here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Carl.
Hey, what's going on, Doug?
How you doing, sir?
All right. So we used to have this mantra, Detroit versus everybody.
Yep.
But my new mantra for the Lions is either you're with Detroit or not. I want to tell fans, man, stop with the whining, man. Just watch them and let them do their work. Stand behind Detroit, and, let's get on with it.
So are you hearing a ton of whining?
Everybody's whining. We play the Rams, then, it's got to be
basically
a story.
Me.
It ain't got to be anything. Just play the games, man. Play the games.
Well, look, the way you're approaching this is very healthy. I brought up something that I don't want to do professionally, which is Stafford radio and all the drama that comes with a Detroit Rams matchup. I just want to do a football show. So that's me being very selfish about my job. But Carl, I mean, you're more right than wrong. Enjoy the ride. And especially the first time, like this is the first time. If we're right and this Lions team's around and the expectations change and they compete for a bunch of years, the authenticity and unfamiliarity of your first chase after a title is, to me, it's always the most fun. So I hear you.
All right. Thanks, Doug. Have a good day.
Thank you for the phone call. Merry Christmas. All right. I did the math. Do you know what the Pistons have to do for the over in Vegas to hit?
No idea.
This is pretty funny. The over-under going into the season was 28.5. Because of the 2-26 start, for the over to hit, the Pistons have to go 27-27 the rest of the way.
Cash your tickets now for the under crowd.
This might be one of the earliest cash tickets for an over-under ever. Right?
That's what the Pistons do. They're just breaking records left and right. Not good records.
God, they're bad. I mean, that was the team to beat last night. And like the kill shot came from Kelly Olynyk.
I know, of course. Of course.
That script sucks, man.
And it's probably one of the reasons why you don't want to see Stafford. No, I don't know. Sorry, I know it's the drama. It's the drama, not the team. But the thing with the Pistons is Monty Williams, he looks like he's out of answers. I know it's just what we see at the podium, but he's the highest paid coach in the league. Get a win. I know you're trying to teach something longevity-wise, but they look defeated. And you mentioned how young they are because they are really young. They're very impressionable right now too, Doug. So this losing is affecting them because of how young they are.
You know what's funny too is there was a shot of Cade walking off the floor late. The game wasn't over yet. The look on his face was the are you effing kidding me? Blank stare off into the horizon that I thought speaks to how tough this is starting to get. I mean, it's been tough, but I thought last night felt like a bit of a breaking point. 248-539-9797. More of your phone calls and feedback coming up. I will say there might be something the sell the team chance last night. I got a take on that. We'll get to that today at 11:31. Carson Anderson, 97.1. Doug Carskater out today, although we might see him 4 days done. 248-539-9797. Back to your phone calls in a moment. I'll just say this. I heard the sell the team chance last night, and I don't suspect he's going to sell the team. But the one thing that I will say is I wouldn't be surprised if it leads to a reaction of some kind, either addressing of the media or a change. And look, it's not going great for Troy Weaver. That would be the most obvious change. But I feel like you get to moments in time, you're around long enough, and you can see something coming. And I think last night might be a bit of a tipping point where we could see a change. It was stated at 11:29 on December 22nd.
Obviously, those are, yeah, you're right. Tom Gors is not selling the team, but the fans are letting him know their frustration. And to be honest with you, the fact that there's fans being frustrated is a good thing still, that there's a pulse. because the last thing you want is nothing. No reaction from the fans. And you're going to get to that point if you continue down this path.
Yep.
And so the thing is, do you let Troy Weaver? That's the big elephant in the room, because Tom Gors is not selling the team, but he can let go of Troy Weaver if he wants.
Yep.
There is going to be a trade deadline at some point during this year. I don't know when it is exactly. I'll look it up. But do you let Troy Weaver make a move or not? Because to me, you either trust the guy or you don't, right? If you don't trust the guy, move on. Because you don't want to keep him there and say, hey, you can't make any moves. What's the point?
Yep.
So we'll see what happens. Because in my opinion, I think Troy Weaver is going to make a big move for somebody, and it's kind of to try to save his job. Now, Piston fans may not like that because he's the one who's assembled this roster so far. But like I said, you either trust him or you don't. If you don't want to make him a move, let him go.
248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. We go to James. You're next. Hi, James.
Hey, I'm kind of with you. I wouldn't want to play the Rams either for the same reason.
Mm-hmm.
But on the other hand, I'd rather play the Rams and try to have to beat the Vikings 3 times. If we beat the Vikings twice, do you know how difficult it is to beat the same team 3 times in one season?
I've always heard that, and I've never quite understood it. Just because I feel like if you beat a team twice, you're pretty confident you know how to get it done. And with the Vikings, what the thing about the Vikings is if you beat them twice, I think it'll have a large part to do with who's their quarterback.
Yeah, and the Rams do match up well against us. They have a bunch of guys that can beat our secondary.
Yeah, part of me too, and this is James. I don't know, when you get to the playoffs, there's going to be teams that give you problems. And the great thing about what the Lions have done this season and their schedule, some people like to take shots at their schedule, but you look at teams they could play that are in that area. They've beaten Tampa, they've beaten New Orleans, they've beaten Atlanta, they've beaten Green Bay. I suspect that they will beat Minnesota one of these 2 games. They have not beaten Seattle nor the Rams, and those 2 teams. The Rams, they haven't beaten. Seattle should scare us because Seattle, the Lions seem to have a Geno Smith problem.
Yeah. Well, right now the Seahawks have a Geno Smith problem too.
Yeah, that's true. Good point. Hey, Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
248-539-9797. Jake, you're next. Hi, Jake.
Hey, fellas. Happy holidays.
What's up?
Almost. Take you off speaker. I'm calling just a talking note on the Pistons. I think they're not going to win a game for a long time now because they've got a target on their back because you do not want to be the team that breaks their streak now.
Yeah, look, if you're looking for something other than just the basketball matchup, because every matchup's going to favor the opponent, but now you're adding in the motivation. Is that motivation, not wanting to be the team that loses to the Pistons, greater than the Pistons' motivation to win a game? I don't know that it is.
Yeah, I think it's going to be tough. You're an opponent. That's not going to be a coaching point, but those players are thinking that they do not want to come into that game coming out with a loss.
No, but Detroit doesn't want the streak to keep going. So
yeah, of course not. I hope not.
Yeah, to me, this is the intrinsic motivation of not wanting to lose to Detroit. I don't think is any greater than Detroit's motivation not wanting to continue to lose.
In fact, it should be less. The Pistons' motivation to win should be greater. The issue is the talent isn't greater, except for you thought maybe last night. So see, that's why I don't believe in that necessarily. If the Jazz were like, we don't want to be the team that loses them, they sat 4 of their top 6 leading scorers last night and still won the game.
Last night was the night, and watching that game for a large portion of it, although even like the first quarter when the Pistons were scoring at will, so was Utah. They were playing a game that was going to be 180 to 180, and then everything slowed down. But
so if like the Bucks were to play the Pistons, they wouldn't be like, well, Giannis and Dame are like, hey, we got to beat them. We can't be the team that loses them. No, they're probably going to rest because that's the game you rest.
That's the game where
that's the load management game as the Pistons.
Yeah, I think the opposite of what my man said is actually true. They are the load management opponent.
Yes.
When they are looking at the schedule and they say, all right, we can sit our guys against Boston on national TV on Sunday afternoon or Detroit on a Tuesday on cable.
No, that's a scheduled rest day, Pistons.
Yep. Very good point by you. Okay, something went down yesterday that created quite a stir. It started with a tweet, and that tweet led to some response. The first tweet came from Josina Anderson, NFL insider, who tweeted out, I'm told personnel around the league are discussing their awareness that some owners have been told Lions offensive coordinator Ben Johnson's asking price as at least or around $15 million a year for a head coaching job per source. And so we're on the air when this happens, and we're like, wow, $15 million a year. It seemed rather crazy for a guy that's never been a head coach, that I think would put him as the fourth highest paid coach in the league, tied with Pete Carroll. And I'm like, okay, is anybody going to match that asking price? Is that a product of how flippin' happy he is in Detroit? Because you can't dismiss, if you've ever had a job that you absolutely loved and somebody said, what would it take for me to get you to leave that job? And you throw a number out there. I did that once in my career. I threw a number out there thinking there's no way I'm going to get that, but I'll throw it out there because I love my job. And I don't know that I'll love that job. So I'm thinking, oh, my biggest takeaway from that was Ben Johnson loves it here, and he's not in any rush to leave. So he's going to ask for an astronomical amount of money. Well, later in the day, people started to tweet it out, including Dove Kleiman, who tweets a lot of stuff by other people. And we'll get to why that's significant in a minute. But then Richmond Flowers, who I looked it up, is the agent for Ben Johnson. He represents a lot of coaches in the league, tweets out. And again, this is Josina Anderson's tweet. I'm told personnel around the league are discussing their awareness that some owners have been told Lions offensive coordinator Ben Johnson's asking price is at least or around $15 million a year for a head coaching job per source. Richmond Flowers, agent for Ben Johnson, tweets back. I'm told personnel around the league are discussing their awareness that there is no asking price or demand, and this tweet is 100% false and irresponsible reporting per source. Wow. Now, I'm also thinking, why would an agent do that? If it gets floated out there that his client wants $15 million, what if somebody offers it? Now, maybe he thinks no offers will come in if that's the asking price. So Josina Anderson, she's not done. She tweets out, now that public sentiment has weighed in, changing the tune on what was said. So she is speculating that her first tweet led to ridicule. The agent said that's BS. Now she's saying, oh, now that the ridicule's come in, people are saying it's not true. Then she tweets again and tags Dove Kleiman, this NFL reporter. If you're going to use a reporter's content in your tweet for your own engagement / money, please don't bury the reporter's name at the bottom of an extended link that has to be clicked in order to discover who the report actually belongs to. That's not the same form seen on your recent tweets. It's your timeline, but that's basically courtesy, in my opinion, and the least you could do. Which is kind of funny, maybe only to us in the media. She's basically saying, just stop stealing my content. What do you make of all this back and forth, Kang?
Well, I agree with the Dove Kleiman thing that Josina put out there. But Josina Anderson she's a very reputable reporter. She's broken a lot of news and things like that.
Yep.
No Carissa Thompson, I guess, some people would say. But
wow. Wow, look at you. Carissa catching a stray over here.
Anyways, but so what I get with that is, first of all, Ben Johnson's agent put out the word demand, and then Josina Anderson didn't use the word demand in her tweet. It was that the asking price, right, is at least or around $15 million per. She didn't have to get that directly from his agent. It could have been someone in his team or his circle. So this report could still be true, that what he was hearing, and now the agent maybe. I don't even think there was backlash. Do you? I mean, maybe I didn't see it.
I don't
all.
know. I don't.
Yeah.
I spend as little time on it. Once 2:00 hits, Twitter is not part of my world. So if it was there, I didn't see it this morning when I re-logged on to Twitter.
So does David Tepper, the owner of the Carolina Panthers, go, okay, so it's not $15 million?
Right? I don't know.
Right? It's less than, what are we thinking, $8 million?
Yes.
$10 million?
And we talked about Harbaugh earlier being linked to the Chargers. There continues to be a Ben Johnson link to the Panthers.
Yeah, because from what we know, he might have almost got that job last year, right?
Yeah, it sounded like he pulled his name out of consideration. He being Ben Johnson pulled his name out of consideration, but yeah, I don't know what to make of this. I will say it sounds like the agent's trying to create a market. And I don't know if Josina Anderson's information is accurate or not. She seems like she's going to stand by it instead of backing down or tweeting a correction. She goes into speculation that now that public sentiment's got out there, stories changed, huh?
And I also will say this. It's hard for me, and I think a lot of the public, to just take an agent's word on things.
Should
I
be.
mean, right? They're agents. They were concerned about one guy, and that's their client.
Agents, the crazy thing is, I can tell you about being in this business, agents will talk to the media, and they will tell you everything. Now, when I say everything, I'm not trying to imply that everything they say is true, because they have a very vested interest in and agendas all over the place. Agents are considered great sources, but they're also sources with motivation to not always be truthful.
I mean, didn't we just watch a special on Drew Rosenhaus and how he tried to manipulate teams in the draft and Jalen Carter? We've read reports where teams, presidents, and GMs have said, if I get a call from this agent, I just know I'm going to regret it. And they just want to deal with these agents because I don't know what to believe with the agent. So, I mean, I can understand Ben Johnson's agent trying to stand up for his client, but also you're an agent.
248-539-9797. We'll get to your phone calls and feedback coming up. Next hour, we'll hear from Ben Johnson as it was brought up with him. His response, well, you'll hear it for yourself. Next hour here on Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Karsh out today. It's the Carson Anderson radio program here on 97.1 The Ticket. You can stream it with the Odyssey app. Download it for your mobile device today, AUDACY. Also streaming to our website, 971theticket.com. Additionally, you can stream with video. And check us out by going to twitch.tv, search up 971 The Ticket. I've been told that my head is exceptionally shiny today. Fresh cut this morning.
You did it yourself?
Yep. Well, I do as much as I can, and then the wife touches it up. So I can't see the entire head. But anyway, dome is shiny today. Go to twitch.tv, search up 971 The Ticket. Same thing, youtube.com. And search up 971 The Ticket and participate in the streaming chat on Twitch. And Merry Christmas to all of you. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. Mel is next on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Mel?
Yeah, what's up, man? We had to sit through the 2003 Tigers, the 2008 Lions, and now the 23 Pistons might not even get 9 wins. I don't know what they could do, honestly. I think watching them, I think it's all mental with them now, because it's like some of these games they be in, and it's like the last 7 minutes, it's like they got something's going to go wrong. And I don't know what they could do, man. I mean, you're not going to get rid of the coach. You owe him $70 million. The GM, I don't know. That's like to keep people interested, you probably have to make a move. And even then, it might have to be like a PR move, like hire like Isaiah Thomas or somebody to be GM just to keep the fans interested. Because I never thought they could get this bad, man. I'm real disappointed. They've been downtown for about 7 years now, and we got nothing.
Yep. I mean, it's kind of like the Lions moving downtown and doing nothing. And now they've actually done something, which is awesome. But, yeah, man, I suspect, okay, that something's going to happen here. I feel like last night was a tipping point. And could be wrong. Call it a hunch. We got show rules about hunches, but I feel like last night was a tipping point. 248-539-9797. Okay. I said I have a solution for something that I don't know how big of a problem it is, but we are in the time of year where we always hear about who is opting out of bowls. And the thing about a bowl opt-out is it benefits the player that's opting out, and that's it. And I'm not mad at the players for doing it. It's the real world, and they've got, their resume has been essentially submitted, and they don't need to boost their resume. They don't feel the need to boost their resume, and so they opt out of the bowl game. And, I mean, there's other ways to look at it, like, hey, you can make a living outside of football, and there's no, I mean, is it almost insulting to imply that you can't? However, as I look at this thing, I think there's a solution that everybody wins. And let's start with this. I'm in charge of a bowl game, or I'm in charge of paying a player an NIL deal. If I'm in charge of a bowl game, the first thing I do is I insure every player against career-ending injury free of charge. I buy insurance for every player to come play in my game against a career-ending injury. 1. 2 is I let it be known that if you come to our bowl game, your NIL platform gets TV time. And this might get mocked a little bit, but here's something to keep in mind. These bowl games get good ratings. They get good ratings. And which might surprise you, but it's true. So for eyeballs on your game, I'm not selling every single advertising space to advertisers. I'm going to give it to these kids to boost their product. I might even say, this is whomever, Marvin Harrison, brought to you by, Quick Lube, whatever it is going to be. I might include that in their graphic, and then when I put their picture up, I announce the starting lineup. I put their NIL, who their NIL deals are with. And if I'm an NIL, if I sign a kid to an NIL deal, I hope to get some return on my investment. So this is a bowl game where I'll get extra exposure. So, and the player might be able to sell that as part of the NIL deal. Hey, I'm not opting out of a bowl game. In fact, in the New World Order, I will negotiate that I get some airtime for you in a bowl game. So who wins here? Well, it feels like in this scenario, everybody wins. The player gets a guaranteed insurance policy against career-ending injury. The school, coaching staff, program, and fans get to see that player play. The bowl game gets to play a game where there's not a lot of opt-outs. The NIL provider gets the platform. The drawback, of course, is the cost, because the bowl has to offer up, or the TV partner has to offer up some advertising free of charge to the player of the NIL deal. But what they get back, you hope, is every player playing in their game. So, I'm thinking these things through, how we make this work in the New World Order. That's what I'm going with. And I feel like it's a win-win for everybody. Now, maybe the bowl will look at it and say, we're not giving away, or the TV network, we're not giving away free advertising time. Okay, well, it doesn't come without a cost. Now, is this a critical issue facing the world of college football? I mean, I don't know. I'd rather watch a game with everybody opted in than everybody opted out. So just something to think about.
Do you worry about opening up Pandora's box with all this advertising? Because it won't stop there. Well, why are we only doing this during bowl games? Why can't we do this all season long?
We haven't seen, I guess the only case, one of the Bosas, right, got hurt early in the year and shut it down.
Yeah, it was Nick Bosa, I think.
Yeah, who might have been able to come back.
He shut it down early, too, it seemed.
He announced really early in the year, I'm done. Uh-huh. He was projected to be a high draft pick and was. But I think that's a rare case scenario where kids will opt out of regular season games. I mean, I'll tell you an example. Like this year, people started to speculate that Caleb Williams would opt out. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
And he didn't during the race. I don't think Pandora's box has been opened. But will they opt out during the regular season? I don't know. But if you're signing someone to an NIL deal, you know what that's the best players who you want. That's the other side of this. There's a bit of an obligation on the players' part to be out there representing the school that they're getting paid the name, image, and likeness deal to be there.
Well, that's the Pandora's box I'm talking about, though. Like, if you want them, you let them advertise during bowl games. Why can't they advertise during week 2 against Maryland?
Because the player's not opting out week 2 against Maryland. That's why. Just a thought.
I know, but you know how this works with money.
Would you stop?
I'm just saying, we found a way to make money. Can we find a way to make more money? And the other question is, how we can find a way more money off that money?
Kang's in favor of players opting out in week 2.
No, I'm not.
Is Kang a bad person? 248-539.
College football is so not the same anymore.
Dude, I know. It's wild.
So that's why I'm
trying to navigate the new world where it doesn't change for me as a fan. Because I want to see Ohio State play Missouri with everybody. I want to see Florida State play Georgia with everybody.
Sure.
That's what I'm speaking for what I want.
Of course. And it's not going to happen. And you're trying to find ways, I guess, to make it more feasible.
I'm trying to make it a win-win.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if it's working, but I'm trying. 248-539-9797. All right, Aaron Glenn and Ben Johnson and Dave Phipp, the special teams coach, they talked to the media about things like why they made the change at kicker, what it's like to hear your name bandied about out there as a head coaching job, and what do you do? Aaron Glenn talked about a young player who's on the upswing on defense, not named Melifonwu. We'll get to all that next hour here on Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Duck Harsh Gator out today. Merry Christmas, everybody. Hope your shopping's done. Tonight's going to be a big wrapping night for me. I did get the movie pretty much done last night, by the way. It comes in at a clean 70 minutes. 70 minutes this year, so not as long as some of the ones in the past. But yes, our Christmas tradition will continue.
Was it tough to make some of those cuts? I mean, did you trim it down to 70 minutes because of us giving you a hard time, or was this organic naturally?
It was organic.
Okay.
Don't have quite as much video this year because we don't. I mean, look, it's basically the kids' year in review, and 2 of the 3 kids don't live in the house anymore.
Did you ask them to wear GoPros for the next semester?
I have, and so I have this great.
We need more content, guys. I'm going to need you at school.
Okay, so here's the deal. I'm going to give you some advice here as a parent, and it's not at all crazy, okay? I don't want anyone to interpret this as me being crazy. But when your kids have the school concert, and they're up on the stage, and the music teacher's there, and they're singing whatever.
Yeah, Joy to the World.
Yeah,
something.
exactly. The one I have in particular is What a Wonderful World. That my daughter was young enough that she would listen to dad, not old enough that anything really embarrassed her. Okay. She was just an innocent little second grader, whatever she was. And they were singing. And so I, being the guy that documents everything, when we went to the school concert, I put a wireless mic on her. So that when everybody was videotaping and they've got these great wide shots where you can hear the whole class, I had my daughter's voice isolated where we could just hear her singing. And it's actually really cool to just hear her sing. And she's kind of got the anonymity of sitting in the middle of the group and really like putting everything into it as a second grader. And so my advice to you is to get a wireless mic set up and see if you can get your daughter. It's not going to happen because she's 6 or 5.
She just turned 5.
Yeah, she already doesn't like you, which is insanely early.
Yeah, so the last thing she's going to let me do is put a wiretap on her, Doug. Excuse me, honey. Listen, I know we're not talking right now, mostly because you're not talking to me, but I need to put this, you mind if I put this wiretap on you? Doug.
It's an awesome video, though, I will tell you. So anyway, in that particular year, when I did the family video, I had her singing What a Wonderful World, and then I'd put highlights from the year over it. So it wasn't just only her. But that was my, there you go. That's my Clark Griswold Christmas stuff.
And while you're at it, can we get you to get a confession out of this drug dealer we think that's peddling meth down the street?
This is the kid that's pushing Tic Tacs on kids in class. Anyway, Merry Christmas. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. We go to Ned. You're on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Ned.
Hey, Doug. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas to you.
Unfortunately, Gator is not there. I would tell him if he's listening, Merry Christmas, Gator. King, you too. So I'm calling you guys. We're having a conversation about the college football, and my opinion is college football is dead. It's lost its luster for me. It's more of a business now, very transactional.
Yep.
But I think that I don't know if you heard what Brian Kelly was saying with UCLA about it. Putting a guardrail in his idea of a college. Was it Chip Kelly? Yeah, Chip Kelly. So my idea to kind of fix and not necessarily fix, but make the sport kind of go back to the tradition and the school, like your what am I saying? Like college football, the tradition, the glory, the rivalry, stuff like that. I think these guys need to be on contracts. I think that if they can say, okay, we're gonna give you this NIL money, we're gonna give you these things, but you're gonna sign a deal and you're gonna say, I'm gonna be there for 2 years, I'm gonna be there for 3 years, I'm not gonna opt out. And within that contract, it's similar to what the pros do, but it's basically saying I'm going to be here and I'm going to make money so that, like you were saying, like if you get injured in a bowl game, you're going to be covered.
Yeah, so
you're going to have your money.
You know who talked about this was Mike Gundy, the head coach at Oklahoma State, and he said, look, when we're recruiting these kids out of high school, we all have a vested interest, and we can talk. We should be able to negotiate whether or not this contract is 1 year or 4 years. And it's up to the kid to decide how long they want to commit to the school. It's up to the school to decide how long they want to commit to the kid. I like the idea. I think it's a bit of a win-win. I think one of the bigger challenges is roster construction. Now, these coaches are paid a lot of money, and that's part of their job. But I don't have any issue with there being binding contracts for players. It's moving towards the pro model anyway, so why not?
Well, and I think I haven't heard that. I'll have to go and look for that on YouTube. But I think that it's a great idea, and I think it's a way to also ensure that these kids aren't just entering the transfer portal, aren't going. You know what I mean? Like 1,400 kids in the transfer portal this year is absolutely nuts, and there has to be something that keeps it from going into this basically minor league football system compared to college football tradition.
You hit on a key word there, Ned. And thank you for the phone call. Minor league. If essentially college football is moving towards a minor league designation, then I'm officially worried. Nobody gives a crap about G League basketball or AA baseball. I mean, if you live in Fort Wayne, you might. But if we are going to officially I think there's two things that college football, the people that run college football need to be careful of. One is slowly disassociating with the schools. And the other is basically turning into a minor league. What drives the passion for college football is the association with the schools. I mean, when you go back 100 years, it was for a lot of people about school pride. Now, I love the game and the sport kind of as a broader thing, but I think you will lose people if it officially becomes a minor league and starts to disassociate with the schools. Like people have talked about just going with the quote-unquote club model like they have in European soccer. If they start to disassociate with the schools, I think you're looking at that. To me is you're going to lose the people then. You've already lost some people, and I've argued that the Sunday through Friday of college football is making it more and more difficult to be a fan, but the Saturdays are still great. But I don't have a problem with them looking at some sort of contract system. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your phone calls. We go to Brian. You're next on 97 Want a Ticket. Hi, Brian.
Hey, Doug. How you doing?
Hey, Brian.
Doug,
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. You ain't getting all y'all up, man. I love 97.1.
Thank you.
But that last caller, you a special kind of idiot. The school not putting up no money. How much money is the school giving to the players? None. That money, that's outside money. All these people, Doug, didn't have a problem with college sports when the players wasn't getting nothing. They got education, because I listened to you over the years, Doug. Education is valuable. But they wasn't getting no money. They wasn't getting none. All the tradition in the world. Guess what I learned, Doug? You can't take tradition and take it to the bank. You can't put it in there. Chip Kelly was right. The players deserve to get paid. Harbaugh speak on it. The product is these players. They deserve to get paid. And I don't care how much the system is messed up until they get it right where the players get paid. All these people that got a problem with it, look at something else. Find something else to look at. I don't care about you talking about I'm not a fan. So what if you're not a fan? Do something else. These players deserve to get money from the school, Doug, and that's just the way I feel. So I don't want to hear about all this crying about now Saturdays ain't the same. It's professional. It was fine and dandy when the players were just getting a scholarship. And that was wrong.
Happy holidays, Brian. 248-539-9797. Look, I mean, it is what it is. It's a model that is, they're growing out of it. They're growing more towards what Brian and you want. So you don't have to be so angry. There's clearly a movement to compensate players, and it is coming from outside money. Now, I would argue if I wanted to pay to train my kid to be a professional athlete, and I could pay for the right for him or her to be a scholarship player, and I don't mean actually get money, I mean get everything they get, that ain't free. From the coaching to the gear to the practice facilities to the weight rooms to the food they get to the travel they get paid for to the rooms they get paid for. That's a ton of money I'd be spending on that. So it wasn't coming in cash. It was coming in support. And that was a pretty penny. A pretty penny. If you put a price tag on that. 248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. Carson Anderson. Hey, during the winter, the last thing you need is a plumbing issue. For the best plumbing, call CGC Water Treatment and Plumbing at 855-339-4242. CGC Water will send one of their plumbers out quickly. If you're tired of running out of hot water, call CGC and have them install a Navien tankless water heater like we got. No more running out of hot water. You reduce your energy consumption and save money. Call CGC Water and tell them Car sent you and get 10% off the installation of a Navien tankless water heater from CGC Water Treatment and Plumbing, your authorized independent Connecticut dealer. Doug Karsh, Gator out today. Aaron Glenn, Ben Johnson spoke to the media at 12:30. We'll start to replay what they had to say. Happy holidays, everybody. Also, Dave Phipps spoke to the media, and the special teams coach. First of all, he's a funny guy. He's real interesting when he talks, but they had some news this week replacing Riley Patterson with Michael Badgley in the Denver game, and he gets into the reasons why. I mean, kind of be what you expect, but it's just interesting to hear him talk about it. Let's get back to your open line calls as we go to Greg next on 97.1. Hi, Greg.
Hey, Doug. Merry Christmas, man.
Merry Christmas to you.
The Fipper spoke. I'm real excited to hear what the Fipper said. You know?
Fipper's awesome.
So I was calling about what will fix the NIL thing. Yep. But real quick, will Michigan be able to run the ball in Alabama? Will they do it?
It's a great question. Alabama's defense is legit. It's the strength of their football team. They're tough up front. I'm having a hard time, Greg, figuring out who Alabama is as a run defense because they got gashed by Auburn but shut down Georgia, which doesn't make a ton of sense to me. So I think there's, it kind of depends who shows up for Alabama on a given day. Michigan, I've talked to the Michigan people a little bit about what games they've watched of Bama that helped, and they might try and do a lot of what Auburn did in that game. But I mean, Alabama's going to hear that, and they also after the Auburn game responded and played much better in the Georgia game. So, you know what I just said? You asked me a question. I just said I don't know. It's hard to know. I've looked at it and I can't quite call that shot, but it's a big part of the game because if they can, Michigan obviously playing without Zach Zinner, but I'm also in the back of my mind, and I'll talk a little bit with Blake about this when we get out there. I think the month off is going to really help Blake Corum. I think we're going to see the best Blake Corum can be, which is what he was running at the end of last year before he had that injury.
Yeah, I'm in total agreement with that. I'm really excited for what he's going to do and really try to make a statement after, what happened to him at the end of last year. So.
Yep.
So NIL, I totally agree with you with the contracts, but they need to be binding, and they also on a year basis, and then they also have to have the coach. The coach needs to be part of it too, because you can't have a guy like Jonathan Smith leaves, but then all those players are forced to stay and play in that year.
Yep.
So I think that needs to happen, and I think it can happen with some kind of legislation because, these are our tax dollars are kind of at work with some of these, schools a little bit, right? So there could be something involved in that. I don't know how binding it could be, but
I think college football, I think college football, we could all agree needs to revamp the calendar. Like you should be allowed to fire a coach, but not hire a coach until after the season is completely done. To take the pressure off guys that are committed to their team but have to take a job in the midst of recruiting. It's why the signing day should be pushed back to people say push it back to February the way it used to be. I say push it back to after spring practice because, you've got transfer portal guys moving around. You got coaches moving around. After spring practice, nobody's leaving. So let's have signing day then. And I realize that's hyper late, but it doesn't really matter all that much. So I would revamp the calendar, which included a hiring period for college athletics, which would be in January after the season's done. Then you'd get into the portal. Like I would say the portal's exclusive to February, spring practice in March and signing day in April or May. And just roll with it that way because right now we're running a postseason and an off-season at the same time. This is dumb. And they're getting in the way of each other. I feel bad. And look, I realize this isn't everybody, but there are kids at Texas, Washington, Michigan, and Alabama that want to finish out the season with their team and then explore the portal. Well, in the portal, right now, there's 1,400 players who are taking up available spots. So it's not benefiting those kids that want to seek out portal opportunities that are still playing meaningful games. We should create a system that helps those kids. Doesn't hurt them. But I'm talking about a major overhaul here. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Tom next on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Tom.
Hey, how you doing? Happy holidays, everybody.
You too.
I'll probably be the most controversial guest you got today, but here goes. I got about $150K in my education, and I didn't get it for free. So these guys that are recruited, they know what's going on. You play ball for me, and you get an education. Well, guess what? A lot of times they fall short of their education. So now they're relying on monetary compensation, but the tradition is I do something for you, you do something for me. And I really take offense to, I guess his name was Brian, calling anybody's opinion knucklehead. So, I mean, you did wish him well, and I do too.
Brian and I have had this debate forever. I know Brian.
Yeah.
He's a longtime caller, and he has stood out because he yells at me a lot, and a lot of it is as it pertains to the debate over college athletics. And
Yes,
I am
sir.
paying
Yep.
right now for 2 kids in college, and I got a third on my way, and a fourth. I'm not going to say I take offense, but I kind of roll my eyes when somebody says, "And the kids get nothing," because I'm not writing a check for nothing every 3 months.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. So here it is. So I'm a season ticket holder. I won't mention what alumni, and I'm a professional football season ticket holder. So I'm paying for these kids, all right, for a fair deal. I want to see fairness. I don't want to see somebody that's going to do this for that on the back end. You know, I just want it to be fair and square. Let the chips – I love tradition. I'm a Lions fan. There you go. I'll say it. So if I'm still a Lions fan from, you know, Gary Danielson days till now, you know I've suffered a lot. But I'm still there, still wearing a hat, still wearing a jersey, and more importantly, still going to those 8 games a year.
Well,
so you know,
at some point,
that convolutes everything.
Is anybody? You just need to be very careful. I think they need to be very careful because right now the goose is laying golden eggs. But be very careful. I've given the things that I think could ruin fans' interest. And I think they need to stay, I think in college football, they need to stay deeply tied to the universities. Otherwise, it's just minor league sports. People don't go and tailgate before Lansing Lugnut games.
I think there's definitely a line you don't cross, but the problem is they're going to walk right up to that line and find out where that line is, Doug. And so until they get there, they're not going to not going to pull back. You know, as much
They're
as
getting closer and closer to the line.
Yes, of course. And people like you who have these ideas and, you know, you don't want like where college football is necessarily headed and things like that, and I totally understand it. Guess what you're still doing every weekend?
I make it clear.
Yeah.
I love the Saturdays.
So, until that part stops from people, there's nothing really going to change. It's going to keep moving forward. And like I said, they're going to press this all the way up to the line and see where they can take this. And it's like the caller said, it's money.
I can't claim that it's impacted me when last night I'm watching the rootclaim.com bowl.
And I don't like where it's headed either but I'm part of the problem. If I continue to watch and the money keeps pouring in for all the advertising and the TV deals, they're not going to stop. And I think it was when people say they get nothing, Doug, that bother you. So if they just change their phrase, though, they're not getting enough. Would that bother you? Because that's what basically happened. They're not getting enough is what they're saying.
Like I said, I didn't take offense. I rolled my eyes, but it's a rapidly changing paradigm, and I don't know that any fan base of any sport has been asked to accept change as much as the college football fan the last 5 years. Let's go to Nolan. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Nolan.
Hey, can you hear me?
I can.
What's going on? Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas to you.
So I wanted to bring up the Chip Kelly situation because I think we're missing a point on it affecting the other sports at that school. Not missing it, but I want to bring that up because the other sports are really important. And then the second point I want to bring to that point is like tradition. So I'm 24 years old and my music sucks, right? But the music my old man showed me, it stood the test of time. I'm the wrestling coach at a school, high school, and we listened to the music my old man showed me, and it gets passed down, and it's just different. Whereas, like, some of the artists these days, I'm not going to be showing my kid that shit or that stuff, and
oh, boy. You really can't see him coming. 248-539-9797. All right, Ben Johnson asked about his name surfacing for other head coaching positions. Aaron Glenn talks about a young player who's on the upswing. Hear what they had to say starting at 12:31 here on 97.1 The Ticket. Happy holidays, everybody. Doug Karsh, Gator out today. 248-539-9797. All right, let's get back to some Lions stuff. Thanks for all your phone calls on a variety of topics today. As we have discussed the Pistons, Jim Harbaugh, NIL, transfer portal, bowl opt-outs, amongst other things. The Rams, frickin' Rams. But let's get back to some Lions stuff here. Aaron Glenn, defensive coordinator. I'll tell you a couple things of what he said before we play some of what he said. As far as Melifonwu and his emergence, he said, look, he's always been a big fan of safeties that have a cornerback background. They can cover, but they also have to be tough enough, and this is where the line gets drawn, is are you tough enough to go down in the box and make some plays? And in the case of Melifonwu, he is exactly that. And when C.J. Gardner-Johnson is trying to integrate back in, and Dan Campbell said today he's kind of skeptical that he's going to play this weekend, which just tells me that C.J. Gardner-Johnson will use that as fuel to prove that he's ready to play. But Aaron Glenn made the comment that he's got to be confident to go tackle. And when they see evidence that he's confident enough to go tackle, that's when C.J. Gardner-Johnson will get back on the field. So we'll see what happens over the next couple of days. It's not critical to have him on the field this weekend. But it's incredibly important to have him ready to go for the postseason. But what happens when that happens? When you've got Kirby Joseph, C.J. Gardner-Johnson, and Fatu Melifonwu all manning safety spots, and in particular Melifonwu playing for C.J. Gardner-Johnson. He said the best guys play. The best guys play. Now, don't be surprised if somebody gets moved out. I mean, if Fatu Melifonwu has corner skills and can play corner, they're going to play him at corner. And they'll get them all on the field. And in fact, C.J. Gardner-Johnson, when he signed, a caller made the point yesterday, and it was right, that the Lions talked about the versatility of C.J. Gardner-Johnson being able to cover guys, so he might get moved out the corner. But this could be a great development to solidify the secondary, which might slowly be becoming a strength of this defense, which has gotten better in recent weeks. All right, so Aaron Glenn did bring up a young guy that he said is on the upswing defensively, and that is Josh Paschal. He's been talking about him for weeks, and we're starting to see it on the field a little bit more. Is Josh Paschal potentially going to be an answer to a screaming need? And if he is coming on, and he made that sack out of the middle of the defensive line, if I recall correctly, this past week, does he line up next to Aleem McNeil when they get healthy? They can move him around. That's one of the great things about him, but they're seeing more and more out of Josh Paschal in recent weeks, and he likes him a lot. So we'll continue to monitor that progress as they try to find some answers in-house defensively. All right, so Aaron Glenn was asked a question. I've made the comment that I think Aaron Glenn already sounds like a head coach, and he was asked what it would mean to win this division. He's been part of the rebuild. He's been here since day one with Dan Campbell. What would it mean to be a division champion given where they started? Here's what Aaron Glenn had to say. I don't know. I heard him talking. I'm like, that's a head coach. I swear he sounds like a head coach to me. And, everything he said about, with all the doubters, just keeping it in-house, and Dan and Brad, believe in what you're doing, keep doing it. And I also like they said he's learned a lot. Came in, didn't think he knew it all. Soak everything up, get better. And I'm telling you, the last 4 weeks the defensive lines that have been playing has been better. Saying it's great, it's been better. We had a conversation with Jansen off the air, and I don't know if he brought it on the air, about how, if necessary, at some point the rest of the way, can the defense win you a game? And I think early in the season, we could say unequivocally no. I'm not going to say unequivocally no anymore. I'm not predicting it, but I don't think we're asking the impossible. We might be asking too much for this team to win the Super Bowl, because if they have a defense that can win them a game, then they are a legit Super Bowl contender. And I don't think that's who their defense is. I just think it's improved.
I don't know if the defense can ultimately just outright win you a game, this defense, but I know they can make a stop to cement a win. And I think they're going to be asked to do that at some point in the playoffs, I believe, whether it's, a fourth down stop or a third and goal stand or whatever it is. Because this offense is good, and this is an offensive team. They're built around the offensive line and Jared Goff, and that's how they win games. But at some point, you need that defense to complement you, and they're going to be asked of that. And I think you're right, Doug. I think they've quietly gotten a lot better, and I think they're capable of it now. I think there was a point where you were like, I'm not sure they're good enough, right? The defense is good enough for this team, for this offense. But I think they are, and they'll have opportunities to prove themselves.
248-539-9797. All right, Ben Johnson. We saw his name floated out there yesterday, that Josina Anderson report that we mentioned earlier, that it was a $15 million asking price for Ben Johnson. That has led to some back and forth on social media, including from Ben Johnson's agent, kind of rolling his eyes at that. But his name has come up. Ben Johnson, the reporters have asked him about it before. He hasn't said anything. They said, look, your name has come up again. Is it difficult? They tried to find another way to ask the same question. Can you explain what it's like to hear your name out there and you got a job to do? Here's what he said. There you go. Not a huge surprise. Kind of predictable. Dave Phipp talked a little bit about why they made the change at kicker. Hear what he had to say. Also, I've got my Heisman Trophy vote for 2024 and 2025, the comedic versions. The comedic versions of my Heisman vote next year and the year after, coming up today at 12:55. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. It's holiday season. All your wishes can come true on FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Right now, new customers get $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 money line bet. That's $150 if your team wins. If you've been thinking about joining FanDuel, there's no better time to get in on the action. The app is so easy to use. There's a wide range of betting options, including spreads, player props, over-unders, and more. And that deal for new customers, a $5 money line bet. Just take a heavy favorite just to win outright. And when they do, you get $150 in bonus bets. That's a hell of a deal. So visit FanDuel.com/Doug to get in on the action. FanDuel, official partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager, only $5 pregame money line wager required. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms at sportsbook Betting.fanduel.com. Gambling problems? Call 1-800-270-7117 for confidential help. Doug Karsh, Gator out today, 248-539-9797. Last night I was watching the roofclaim.com bowl, as I'm sure most of you were, and it just crossed my mind, and I think I'm ready to make my next 2 Heisman votes. We'll get to that coming up today at 12:55. It's Carson Anderson. All right, I mentioned Dave Phipp, the special teams coach. He addressed the media yesterday along with the offensive coordinator and the defensive coordinator that we heard about. And, of course, there was news this week in special teams as they moved on from Riley Patterson to Michael Badgley. And here's the Phipper talking about what led to that change. Okay, so interesting. Competition in practice, 12 kicks, putting the pressure on them. There's a lot that's going on that we don't see. But it's funny that Phipp mentioned that nobody asked him about it. All right, so what specifically do you like about Michael Badgley and what leads to his ability to be consistent? Here's what he said. Okay, Kang, I want to ask you a question right here, right now. Right here, right now, do you have more faith in the Lions making a field goal, an important field goal, than you did before?
Yes.
Awesome. He hasn't even tried one, and I didn't even give you a distance, and I wanted to see what your answer was.
Because the bar is low, Doug.
Yeah.
Now, the funny thing is, Riley Patterson, didn't he make a important field goal for the Jags last year in the playoffs? The one that beat the Chargers? I think that was him last year.
I remember last year when he was kicking for them, people were complaining here in Detroit about, look at him. Look at him. Did he kick that was the game they came from behind?
Like, I'm going based on the Lions, of course, here. They were playing with kind of shorthanded against other teams.
Yep. Riley Patterson made a walk-off 36-yard field goal to beat the Chargers.
There you go. Well, it's only 36 yards, but, I mean, that's a situational kick. That's pressure. And that's the things you kind of worry about, too. It's not just distance, all right? Clearly, Riley Patterson did not have the distance that the Lions want him to have, that seemingly every other team in the league had but the Lions. I'm watching routinely guys go out there and attempt 55-yarders plus. Lions, 4th and 13, we're going for it. Okay, so maybe they don't want. Maybe they still go for it, Doug. But guess what? At least they have the option now. We're like, all right, in this situation, we're gonna kick it. I mean, it's the end of the half. If we miss it, they're not getting the ball back at midfield. The clock's gonna run out. Fine. Okay. So
Dan Campbell, I think, felt like he was playing golf without a driver.
Yeah.
And even though his driver can spray a little bit, it's hard to play the game without a driver. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. We go to Tommy. You're next on 97.1. Hi, Tommy.
Hey, what's up, Doug and King?
Hey, Tommy.
Well, you know what? Hey, just ask Jean Vanderbilt if he would have just used a putter off that 18T, he would have won the British Open.
All right.
Anyway, most people don't know what the hell I'm talking about there.
You're right. You're right about that.
But you know, I do not want to see Matt Stafford. I mean, this has just got implicate, like you said, Doug. It'll be the worst couple of days of radio that you will have to endure.
I don't want to do like here. We finally like the
I think
idea.
I think the Rams will beat us.
Why?
Why? Because of Matthew Stafford.
Where were you on Stafford when he was here? Why did he hang up?
He said what he had to say.
I have no fear of any team in the playoffs. What do I mean by that? When you go to the playoffs, I expect to play a team that can beat you. It's the playoffs. When you go to the playoffs, you are probably going to play, stop me if I'm wrong, a good football team.
A playoff team, some would say.
Some might even call it that. So the idea that you're going to play a team, there's no layups. You shouldn't be looking for a layup, shouldn't ask for a layup, and the Lions don't need a layup. They've played and beaten some good football teams this year. With that said, my not wanting to play the Rams has nothing to do with not thinking the Lions can beat them. It has everything to do with the week of radio I don't want to do. Holmes versus Snead. Goff versus McVay. Stafford back in Detroit. I'm not Andy Cohen. I don't want to host Real Housewives of the NFL. I just want to have a football game. Just want to have a football game. I'm tired of a storyline that hasn't even happened yet. And regretfully, we pointed it out 2 weeks ago. You know what might be aligning? And the rest of the world is catching up, and holy crap, it could be. And Kang, you made the joke. It's in the script. It absolutely would be in the NFL script. They'll have a camera crew following Kelly Stafford to her seats.
Walking the streets of Birmingham again.
Right?
Oh, I remember this coffee shop. I used to go here all the time with Matthew and the girls. And yeah, it's going to be a drama show. Big drama show, Doug. You know what? I just saw this. The NFL is actually going to simulcast it on Bravo.
It makes sense. It makes sense.
Lions, Rams, also on Bravo.
Half the show will be about Ozempic. Like, I get it. Like, I know exactly what we have coming.
And you don't want that
I don't
drama.
want.
You
I
just
don't
want to talk
any
football.
No, I just
get
want.
it.
Yeah. Can we just have? If we make the playoffs, if we win the division, if we get to host,
and
can
by
we
the
just
way,
have a normal playoff week?
And people are going to say they're going to lose to Stafford because of Stafford or because of Lions. Just give us football reasons, right?
Right. That's
Because guess
all
what?
I
On
ask.
paper, guess who's going to be favored in that game, Doug?
The Lions are going to be favored, and
because they should win that game.
Yes. I want somebody to compensate. I always thought Stafford was a quarterback who'd win in the playoffs, and I always believed it, and now he's going to do it here. And 248-539-9797. Darren, you're next on 97 a ticket. Hi, Darren.
Hey, forget about the Stafford stuff. It's actually in the Bible. He shall not returneth to Detroit after winningeth a Super Bowl and winneth a playoff game. So forget that. But
Thank you.
I just can't help but imagine this team with a healthy Mosley, Sutton on the other side, C.J. Gardner-Johnson, Houston healthy. But that aside, Ifeatu, Melifonwu must play cornerback for this team. They were successful blitzing last week. You know you can't live and die each week with that because teams are going to work their hots. They're going to really go over the pre-snap reads. This week, the benefit, though, is it's Nick Mullins, a third-string guy. Maybe we can get away with it one more week. But don't you guys think that they just got to put Iffy over at corner and see how this goes? Because God bless Jerry Jacobs. Merry Christmas to him, but that's a failed experiment.
Well,
I love
Khalil
the guy
Dorsey
in the FA.
Jerry Jacobs didn't play a snap on defense last week. Khalil Dorsey played 40-something, and Kendall Vildor, who sounds like a fake name, he played a bunch of snaps at corner. The bottom line is,
I think he was in Harry Potter, Doug.
What you just brought up, Darren, is something that I think they you said they have to play him. I think they have to see if he can do it. And by that, I mean practice him there. Whether it's him or C.J. Gardner-Johnson, somebody's got to get a look at the corner. Because Cam Sutton has quietly had an outstanding season for Detroit. And who's the other corner? They've got safeties with cover skills, and they have an abundance of them. So, yeah, I think they need to take a look.
Hey, real quick, that brings up another great question. I actually traveled to Chicago for that game. Why is Jacobs on DJ Moore? Why is Jacobs covering more often than not when he was on the field? Why was he on the ones? I mean, is that just flawed schematics, or can they not flip, or
you can travel.
A right corner's a right corner.
Yeah, you can travel, but sometimes you get caught in a defense where a player can't. It's a great question for Aaron Glenn. And he'd probably have the exact number of times they were matched up. But, I mean, some people would argue one is too many. I know that a lot of people are in favor of corners traveling with the best receiver all the time. Your best corner goes where their best receiver goes. Not every defense works like that. All right. So I'm watching the roofclaim.com ball last night. And a big storyline in that game was Kyle McCord going to Syracuse. And it occurred to me that next year's Heisman frontrunner might be Quinn Ewers, transfer quarterback from Ohio State. 2 years from now, how about Kyle McCord for the Heisman, transfer quarterback from Ohio State? So that the Buckeyes will have 3 of the last 6 Heisman Trophy winners having all transferred out of their program. That's a future I'm rooting for. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
In about 48 hours, the Lions could be celebrating their first division title in 30 years. Detroit can clinch the NFC North with a win at Minnesota on Christmas Eve. Vegas has the Lions as a 3-point favorite, down half a point since the line opened over the weekend. 61% of the public bets and 68% of the money are on Minnesota, though, per Action Network. The Lions taking the North would be the first division title for any Detroit pro team in nearly a decade. The last team to do it here? The Tigers in 2014. And speaking of the Tigers, they're adding a right-handed reliever, signing Shelby Miller to a 1-year deal with an option for 2025. The contract pending a physical later today in Detroit. Miller is going into his 12th season. He spent last year with the Dodgers. And more drastic conference realignment could be on the horizon in college sports. Florida State officially suing the ACC, challenging the legality of the conference's bylaws that lock member schools in through 2036 with a $130 million exit fee. FSU is unhappy with the ACC's revenue-sharing structure, which pays each of its 14 members about $36 million. The Big Ten and SEC pay their schools nearly double, $59 and $56 million, respectively. And the Wings looked in their 4-game losing streak tonight at home versus the Flyers. You can hear it here on 97.1, pregame coverage at 6:45. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Beanie Howell. For more, go to 971theticket.com.
Thank you, Beanie. Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. Who do we got next here? Let's go to Dennis here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Dennis.
How you doing?
Doing good.
I was talking to the screen caller there, and I was just saying that I'm afraid that if that does happen with the Rams and the Lions, you can always talk about the Tigers, because I think that Matt's going to pick apart our secondary. I just don't like our secondary at all. We're giving up too many long passes.
I don't even... Embargo's back in place, okay? We're not talking about Stafford. No more Stafford calls, Greg. We have an embargo. I've asked for this. By speaking my paranoia publicly over what I don't want to do, it's caused it to happen. Two 248-539-9797. Jake, you're next. Hi, Jake.
Hey, Doug. How are you doing?
I'm okay.
So I just had to call in. I got a pretty funny story. It was too ironic. I had to share it. So I've been looking for a Jameson Williams jersey lately, and I couldn't find one anywhere on Detroit Lions, like NFL Shop or anything like that. So I went on eBay and bought one, and I got it in the mail about 3 weeks later, opened it up today.
Yep.
Number 9 on the front, looks beautiful. Flip it over, Matthew Stafford. I was like, are you kidding me? I shook my head. I was like, Matthew Stafford is just haunting us and just lurking, and we do not need him to come to Ford Field.
They sent you the wrong jersey?
Well, it was a replica jersey, like,
right,
you know, from like some sketchy like website or anything. But
there you go.
I just wanted to ask King, like, why can't I buy a legit Jameson Williams jersey like on the NFL Pro Shop or anything like that?
Oh, I haven't checked that. You can't? You can't do it?
You can't find like any sizes. You can find like women's jerseys and things like that, but I can't find like a legit JMO jersey, you know, like in a men's size large.
So you mentioned the replica, because the replicas, they only make certain ones available, correct?
Yes, but
because you can custom make a real one, I believe.
Yeah, well, like a fake. I wouldn't say
right,
replica, but like on the eBay post, it says Jameson Williams number 9, has a picture of it and everything, and I order it, and it's a freaking Matthew Stafford jersey.
Did you get your money back?
I'm in talks with eBay right now. It's going to be a process.
Oh, great.
He said the word process, too, with the Lions. I don't like that. It's not going to work out well in your favor.
Yeah.
I am on the NFL.com, scrolling.
I'm reaching out to my peeps, too, as we speak.
Yeah, Kang's dialed in with the collectibles and paraphernalia community. sports paraphernalia community. He's right. I'm not seeing any Jameson Williams. I mean, you can do the authentic for $385, any name, any number.
I guess that's what you got to do, huh?
Yeah. There is a women's Jameson Williams jersey. God, you'd think there'd be a men's. You can get a Jonah Jackson jersey.
What about Ford Field?
Their
shop has to have Jameson Williams jerseys.
Like the replicas, the $130 ones, right? One would think. 248-539-9797. Dave, you're next on 97.1. Hi, Dave.
How you doing?
Okay.
Good. I was going to touch on the Stafford thing, but I think I'll skip that one for now.
Thank you. Much appreciated.
Back to the NIL. I know it's been off topic for a little bit. Why don't they cap it? Or, maybe some of the people that are forking out the money for NIL say, hey, we're not going to pay you if you don't play all your games.
Well, again, I don't know how much these guys are concerned about the return on investment. I suspect that they have some concerns about their return on investment. You can get it. I don't see why you can't get it written into a contract that I want you to play in the bowl game. And I mean, this is, in spite of the eye rolls of all the bowl games, they get decent ratings. And if you're paying for somebody's name, image, and likeness, you're paying for their visibility. And yeah, playing out the entire season, including the postseason, would be something I'd be looking for from my client, somebody that I'm in a business relationship with. So I don't know. I've never heard of this happening. It doesn't mean it's not out there, but I wouldn't be shocked if some people have opted to do that, and we just haven't heard of it yet. That a player's been told, hey, we're signing you to this deal. It includes the entire season, all the regular season games and the postseason games, as long as you're healthy. 248-539-9797. Justin, you're next on 97.1 A Ticket. What's up, Justin?
Hey, what's up, guys?
How you doing, sir?
So I'm kind of excited for, obviously, the Lions, the end of the year, playoffs, but what this is going to do leading up to the NFL draft coming here. And obviously that's months away, but I just think that excitement's going to carry over. And, we know economically what that does to a city. And I think with the Lions being where they are now, however the year might finish and carrying it over into next year, I just think that's just going to give us something to talk about even longer with what's going to happen with the draft coming.
So, Justin, I've thought about this from every angle. It's been very refreshing to have this NFL season just from a job perspective. I'm enjoying the hell out of this. It's completely different. I suspect that the listeners are liking this way more than bitching about losses Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday of every week and then preparing for the next one on Thursday and Friday. But the NFL offseason is really good for everybody. When you're a bad team, you have hope based upon the draft. Usually bad teams are picking near the top of the draft, et cetera, et cetera. But I can't even imagine what this is going to be like from the top. What's this going to be like from the top? I think it could be wildly fun. Free agents, the draft. I mean, we got now a draft ninja who I expect to get players, useful players, out of any round.
Well, yeah, and I think that's going to be part of that excitement is there are players that are going to want to come here, right? And they're going to want to be in Detroit. They're going to want to be a part of, what's to come with relatively a young team that we've got, and some of these high-flying, offensive players we've got buttoning up that defense and people wanting to be a part of it. And I think that's just going to do a lot for the organization and clearly us as a fan base too. It's exciting.
So Justin, think about this. Think about this past year, Brad Holmes, and look, he's not going to bat 1,000, but this past year he got Sam Laporta and Brian Branch in the second round. No matter what, they're going to have a first-round pick that's better. I mean, they could trade it, but they're going to have a first-round pick that's better than those two picks, and they're going to have some very specific needs. And, can he find the defensive end version of Branch or Laporta? Think about that possibility of adding that player with a pick better than he used to get those guys. And really what it is he seems to do a really good job at finding value all over the draft board. And they're going to have very specific needs. I wouldn't be surprised if this is one of those drafts where you feel like there's a whole bunch, like there's multiple players taken at positions of need because they're going to try to address some stuff. But they've been very smart about the way they've drafted, which gives me and should give everybody a ton of hope about the future. And you're right, the excitement of leading into a draft that's going to be hosted here. I mean, I don't know what's going to happen this postseason. It could be a wild disappointment, and it could be successful beyond our wildest imagination. But the build-up to the draft in Detroit it's going to be a ton of fun. 248-539-9797. Carson Anderson, 97 won the ticket.
All right, guys. Michigan is a 1.5-point favorite against Alabama. Texas is a 4.5-point favorite against Washington. And real sportsmen know across the state of Michigan, they love to play the Play Gun Lake Casino and Sportsbook app. That's right. It's the only online casino and sportsbook app that I recommend. You download the Play Gun Lake Casino app right now, and all your favorite casino games are at your fingertips, and you can play them whenever you want. They've also got odds, bets, slots, and games right in your pocket. It goes wherever you go in the state of Michigan. You play the hottest online slots, play blackjack, roulette, baccarat, or Texas Hold'em with a live dealer right on your phone. It's so simple. New users, join me right now. Just download the app, you make a deposit, and you wager just $1, and you're registered for the weekly Play Gun Lake holiday prize giveaway. That's right. You get registered. You win prizes, win great prizes, or bonus spins. Plus, you get up to $1,000 casino bonus back if you're not a winner in the first 24 hours. Details on the Play Gun Lake app or playgunlake.com. New users only. Casino bonus must be wagered. Terms and conditions apply. You must be 21 and in Michigan. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or Michigan Problem Gambling Helpline at 1-800-270-7117.
Security just lets anybody in these days. It's Carson Anderson. No Anderson this week. Oh, wait. Hey, buddy.
All right, so be honest. Did you guys have a pool?
Do we have a pool?
Did you have a pool?
Of
as to which day I was going to show up or how long I would spend in the studio with you?
We did not. We did not.
We had a taco bar, though.
Don't joke.
You crossed the line, my man.
Hey. Which, by the way, two things are of interest because you both said that. A, last night I picked up fixins to make tacos, so I did that at the house.
Awesome.
And two, Semi-Pro was on yesterday, and I watched a good portion of it because that movie is hysterical.
You always have to a little bit, right?
That movie is so great.
I did see the scene. Jive turkey.
Hey,
Turkey.
And JT. JT.
Nobody called anybody a JT, okay? No, he called you. It's a fantastic movie.
Great scene. I've seen very little of that movie, but I did see that scene. So how you been?
I'm good.
Yeah?
Good. Yeah. I'm assuming things were easier for you this week than what they were at the beginning of last week. You know, vacation times are funny.
Yes.
I did the end of last week. I was out all this week.
Yep.
So you got the, post-Bears debacle.
Yep.
You had to deal with that. We kind of joked that you were pulling whatever was left up there out.
Yep.
And I get it. I totally understood it. Tried to calm people down a little bit. I may have lost it for a little bit, not much.
I had a rough day.
Yeah.
I had a day where I was driving home feeling guilty for yelling.
But then, hey, look what happens. They go out and win.
Yes, and they look great doing it.
Sure did.
It's funny because I wonder how much they can instill confidence back in the people that were rattled by that 4 or 5 week stretch before the postseason. They can obviously do it. I mean, 2 wins over Minnesota and a game against Dallas. They are in a position right now where they control their own fate for the number 2 seed, which is amazing. It's just amazing. And there's a lot of fun discussions that come with that. Jimmy came in today and was trying to map out the schedule for various playoff possibilities, just like when the games might be and all that. Because don't forget, is it both the first 2 weekends of the playoffs there's a Monday night game?
I will check that. It's interesting.
Because I'm pretty sure both of the first 2 weekends of the playoffs, there is a Monday night football game, which could be...
So wild card weekend...
2 games Saturday, 3 Sunday, 1 Monday. Does that sound right?
2, 3, and 1. Yep.
Okay. What about the next weekend? Is it also?
Divisional round is 2 on Saturday, 2 on Sunday.
Okay. Thought there might have been a Monday night game there. But it has an opportunity. Well, the probability of the Lions being a part of the postseason is one. The probability of them hosting a game is strong as well. But it was an awfully impressive performance last weekend, and I think there's some stuff that is trending in such a good direction. The whole team didn't play well, but the defense playing better the last 4 games. Some of the people that are coming back. It's been a more fun week to do the show, that's for sure.
Well, it has been. It has been. We talked at the end of last week about how the team needed to find ways to get the pass rush going, right? Because the front 4 wasn't getting it done. Okay, it's obvious that they were only getting extra pressure if they brought linebackers. Anzalone was typically the one. And I said, let's bring some defensive backs. Let's go with a safety or a corner. Get something from the outside coming in. And what we saw was, welcome to the team, Melanfonwu. I mean, he had a fantastic game, just made play after play. It was a lot of fun to watch. And the defense kind of grew up a little bit in that game. And it's good to see because the offense was unstoppable for 5 straight drives or 5 straight touchdowns or whatever it was. That was great to see. They came out of the gate. They were throwing the ball. They were aggressive, even though they had 3 and outs or they would punt the ball. You felt like it was just a matter of time before it started to click. And seeing this team play the way that they played against the Broncos and Denver being they're playing very good football right now. It's still the team that gave the 70 points to Miami, but they're a much better team now. They're the Lions from last year with the streak that they were on. So to see them do that was great. Offensively, this team, this is who they are, right? And I know Jared Goff probably said the same thing to you on Tuesday because Dan Campbell was preaching it. after the game on Sunday or after the game on Saturday. We're the same team. We're the same guys that started off the year. We're the same guys that are together right now. This is what we're capable of when we're all on the same page and doing what we're supposed to do. And that's what, they expect from themselves. And frankly, it's what the fans should expect.
He tried to make it sound like this. We're not surprised.
Yeah.
We're not surprised. 248-539-9797. Hey, Gator stopped by. Fun. Let's get back to the phones. We go to Tim. You're next on 97.1. Hi, Tim.
Hi, guys. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas to you.
Can't believe I'm lucky enough to get Gator today. That's nice.
Me too.
You are so fortunate.
I am. So, I also have to say why I like Doug a lot, too. But King is awesome, too, just to spread the love around a little bit.
We agree.
All right. But, Doug was talking about the off season and the different type of things we get to talk about, right? One of the things that's really starting to fascinate me is this, our draft ninja picked up all these young guys, right? Mm-hmm. And then we got rookies, we got second-year players. What is their top end? I mean, as we sit there and think about the next year, how much better can these guys get? Where is Laporta going to be? I mean, it's like, holy crap, he's good now. Can he really get better? I mean, Milinfanu, is he all of a sudden the guy? Joseph, Branch. Where do you see these guys top end hitting or potentially?
I don't know. It's a great question. It's hard to answer. You assume, and it's not always a safe assumption, but you assume that your good players in their first year get better in year 2 and better in year 3, and you don't know where it's going to go from here. But the possibility is, I don't know that Sam Laporta already doesn't firmly belong in the conversation for the best tight ends in the NFL, which is insane.
Yeah, how much better can he get? He's so good now already. And then you listen in the morning with Jansen, the guy's blocking like he's supposed to for the most part. Christ, all around. And then some of the moves, when he got that touchdown, he put moves like he was a running back. He juked that guy. Like, where the hell did that come from?
He's got talent, man. Laporta's a lot of fun to watch. And, yes, he is among that conversation among the best tight ends in football because he's playing like a top 5 tight end right now. Statistically, he's there.
It's weird.
He's on the verge of tying or passing NFL records for rookie tight end. You have to go back to the days of Mike Ditka to find when a tight end was this prolific to start off their career. And, what does he do to get better? It's consistency. Be this, right? If you can be better, great. But be at least this for the next 6-7 years. Fantastic.
By the way, I have made a recommitment today.
Oh.
Recommitment, just a reminder.
All kale all the time?
No. But we have kind of slipped here a little bit, and based upon recent events, meaning calls the last couple of days, and specifically today, we are re-upping our commitment to the embargo.
Oh, because of the potential playoff matchup, is that it?
The embargo is still in place, and I fully expect to honor the commitment throughout the rest of the regular season and the postseason, regardless of matchup.
Well, you can't do that.
Damn it, Gator, I'm going to try.
Doug, you can't do it. Here's the good news. If that scenario takes place, you and I will be here together. Okay?
That's true.
We can.
You know what? This might be the first radio host to opt out of the postseason.
Are you going to self-impose a ban? Suspension?
I'm just going to opt out.
You're gonna pull a.
Have you listened to the show? Have you listened to the show at all today?
Very little.
Okay.
Just when I was driving around.
Hurts.
Well, no, I'm sorry.
I get it.
I was doing stuff.
I completely get it. I unplugged too. But it's not, I just don't want to do Real Housewives radio.
I understand. It makes all the sense in the world. I get it. You don't want to, hey, Aaron Andrews sitting down with Kelly Stafford and
bingo
and Jared Goff's fiance.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I
envision Andy Cohen with Les Snead and Brad Holmes.
Sure.
Yeah, they're simulcasting on Bravo, Gator. I don't know if you heard that.
Yeah, no, I did hear that line. It was a good line.
Or Jared Goff and Sean McVay.
Yeah.
Nobody. How about we just have a normal football playoff?
With Dan Orlovsky making drinks in the background.
right?
He's the guest bartender of the day.
Gator, like we'll
I
just
just
have
love both these guys.
We'll have Doug just refer to it the Rams quarterback, and we'll just talk football. And you can just say Rams quarterback needs to, need to.
We're gonna go like that school up north. Is that what we're gonna do?
Well, Doug, he can't stand this. He is dreading this.
No,
like,
that's
he wants
exactly
to talk
what I'm going to
football.
do. I'm going to call the Rams that school up north. I'm in favor of that.
That team out west.
Nope, that school up north.
Well, they do wear blue and yellow.
248-539-9797. All right, you're not obligated to stay.
I kind of want to do because I saw what my record was over the weekend with my If I Bet It picks.
Oh, I bet it was good.
It's kind of funny. So I wanted to participate in If I Bet It.
So we're going to do picks.
And I got you each an additional gift.
Yes.
I gave you something earlier last week.
So you'll stick around for next segment?
Yes.
Okay. And at 148, a 5-star, strongly considering Michigan State football. We'll get to that now.
I'm in.
97 won the ticket. Doug Karsh, Scott Anderson has shown up, spreading holiday cheer. Let's get back to your phone calls. We go to Lawrence here on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Lawrence.
Hey, Doug. How's it going?
What's going on?
Oh, not too much. Just driving around. I wanted to make a comment on that, on the NIL and the college football thing that you were talking about earlier.
Yep.
My question to you is, what happens when all of that extra money is generated when the ESPN deal is up and they start go to 12-team playoff and you got multiple networks involved in the TV deals? Won't there be extra money going around? Like, what happens with that if you don't pay the players?
I guess I don't understand your question. What do you mean? What happens to it if you don't? The schools get it.
Well, that's what I'm saying. The schools are already getting more money than they know what to do with. Like, even after they pay for all of the support services that they provide to the players, a lot of these bigger universities are still turning a profit. Now there's going to be even more money coming in. So I think the players will have to get some of that money.
I think it's a misnomer. Lawrence, one of the misnomers is that athletic departments make money. The big ones do for sure. In the Power 5, there's plenty that lose money. So because they're supporting, remember, for every scholarship that goes to a man, the Title IX requirements, you have to give one to a women's sport as well. And there's 85 that are dedicated to football. So there's a lot of sports that they are funding. I'd have to see the numbers exactly, but I think across the board, college athletics loses money. Now, inherently, it can help you when it comes to just simply the recruitment of students. It's been called the front door of the university as college athletics, and it can help you bring in, tuition. But at the end of the day, some of the big boys will make money hand over fist, but plenty lose money as well.
Well, that's primarily what I'm talking about. The bigger schools, the Michigans, Ohio States, Texas, Alabamas, Georgias of the world. They already got more money they know what to do with. How many facilities can you build?
How many waterfalls can you build? Yeah, I hear you. And exactly. I guess the question is, if
lazy
you're
river.
Yeah. I mean, how can you have a football program without a lazy river?
You can't.
That goes past the barbershop.
Right.
Yeah.
Wave pool.
And the billiards room. But
taco bar.
Which is what they're
a grotto.
Taco bar.
A taco in the bar in the grotto.
Oh, man.
Barbecue pit.
Yeah.
How are you supposed to stop people on third down if there's not a barbecue pit in the football building?
I don't know how you can.
So if you make a rule that the players get money, you're asking a whole bunch of schools that don't make money to also pay players. Like I'd have to see the numbers to see where we're at now in terms of, but there was a while there where most athletic departments were losing money.
Well,
that probably is changing.
Nick Saban was on with McAfee yesterday and was.
I know what you were doing between 10 and 2. Ouch.
Weekly thing. Well, they replay on ESPN like every 20 minutes. So I watched it at night. But he was talking about how there's a thunderbolt that's going to hit college sports because things are just out of hand with no guardrails in place. Right?
Yep.
And I know some people are going to complain, well, that's just Nick's just complaining and whining because he's no longer getting the top class every year and that he's not guaranteed to win it every year. Well, guess who's back in the Final Four? Throw that out of your mind and understand what he's saying is true. There are no guardrails right now with NIL and any of this stuff. That has to change. The NCAA has to figure out a way to make it equitable for everybody. And that's what it means.
Yeah, I don't know how. I don't know that. I don't know what the guardrails should be. That's a big question.
That's a big
because
question.
it's basically some people think there's essentially should be a salary cap in college football, and I don't know that that's something that's necessary either. But I mean, people are calling up saying you should cap NIL. Should you?
But I don't know who was the quarterback that just signed was Arch Manning. Got $3 million this past year to not play.
Yeah.
He made over $3 million to not play, basically, all season.
Right. Did you hear my next 2 Heisman picks, by the way?
I did like that.
Yeah,
yes.
thank you.
Yeah.
248-539-9797. Ariel, you're next. What's up, Ariel?
What's up? You know what? This upcoming Rose Bowl reminds me a lot of the 2021 Ohio State-Michigan game where no one gave Michigan a chance, but Michigan has quiet confidence. You know what? I see the same thing with this team. They have quiet confidence, and it's possible they're going to shock the world. And if they do, it's going to reveal a lot about people outside of Michigan.
I know what you're going to say, Gator.
Yeah,
I know what you're going to say.
I think we need to inform Ariel of something.
Regardless of how you feel, we have to give this team the props, especially with these players. You may not like the coach, but this team is not only very good, but they have high character. It's time to let the pettiness and hatred go.
Go ahead.
Can you shock the world if you're favored?
So here's the crazy thing. I think this is the one case where you can. I was watching an ESPN college football show. Everybody picked Bama. I was listening to, I'm going to admit this publicly. I was listening to the pregame show for the roofclaim.com game last night.
Of course you were.
And
want to get the skinny on South Florida?
Yeah, well.
If you had, hopefully you put your money where your mouth was.
My dollar was with South Florida, but it was all about, can Michigan hang with Bama? And it's fine. Like none of this stuff really matters, but it is the strangest thing. Kang, what was your stat about the money in Vegas?
Yeah, like it's moved a lot now, but I think it's between 75% and 80% of bets are on Alabama.
And like most
and the
of
money
the money
is too, yeah.
Which is weird.
Well, here's what's weird. The people are betting it before we're even on game day. I never understood that. I mean, I guess if you think that you want to get the line where it is because you think it's going to move dramatically by the time you get to game time, so be it.
Mm-hmm.
But I would never make a bet 10 days in advance of the game. Given
it seems
that,
like a lot can happen.
Yeah.
And yeah, I typically wouldn't either. But I guess my point is 100% they're favored. And I think it's a legitimate question. Can they upset Alabama?
Well,
I know what doesn't make sense to me.
It's going to shock the world.
If the number is, if the more of the money's on Bama than Michigan, how come the number is staying on Michigan? Wouldn't that inherently move the number? But I guess I don't completely understand how it works. Because it's a weird deal. But yeah. And by the way, of course they're playing it up in the building. It won't be as much of a stretch as the Georgia player last year when they won the national championship, when he said,
right.
People picked us to go 6-6.
No, they didn't. What, in the spring game?
All right, before we get to If I Bet It, you wanted to do this on the air, so let's do it on the air.
Yeah, so I got...
Go to Twitch and YouTube quickly.
Yes.
Because apparently this is a visual medium,
So I want Kang to hold off.
Okay.
I got each a T-shirt. And Doug's isn't, Kang's is more funny.
Yeah.
Yours is, I think, more something I think you would enjoy based on what's on it. So go ahead and.
Okay. For Christmas, I'm opening this Christmas gift. Now,
I like the wrapping gator.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, look.
Wait, are you going to need this back before you go to the airport?
I do. It's my carry-on. I need my carry-on bag. It's not where I got it from. I just happened to leave the house and needed to throw it in the bag.
We opened the show talking about gift bags. And about how
gift bags are the greatest thing in the world.
But you're not supposed to just put a gift in the gift bag and hand it over. There's the tissue paper and how you arrange the tissue paper. And I've made that mistake, and my wife schooled me on how to properly put the tissue paper in the bag.
Well, I'm going to need to take that class on how to properly put the tissue.
For people, obviously everybody can't see, Gator's gift bag is a CVS bag.
Well, for you, Kang's got the Target bag, I think.
Oh, does
he? Yeah. He uses the good stuff on me.
Well, first of all,
again,
thank
neither
you.
was purchased at either place. I just
Thank you.
I had these sitting in the house. So
okay. Oh, that is awesome.
So I figure you'd like that
very much.
Let's see it. What is that? Oh,
just the old Red Barn for Olympia.
That is. He got me a T-shirt. People seeing. I think people could see on Twitch as I'm holding it up with an image of Olympia on the front. Which is,
as I'm looking at it, it may end up being a belly shirt. I'm not sure it's going to be long enough for you, but
what is he, like Bosworth?
I think
like
what's
a college football player from the 80s.
I got him an XL.
That is awesome.
All right, now Kang's is fantastic. I think.
All right, here we
I
go.
think this is pretty great.
So I don't know if Ben could get the camera on Kang.
This Target bag still has TSA sticker on it. I'll give it back to you. All right,
once
here we
used
go.
a plastic bag as this carry-on. And
this is awesome. It is a T-shirt as well, and it says "Giant Slide Belle Isle." It's the big ass giant slide from Belle Isle. Right?
I love the third stick figure. Look at the third figure going down the slide. Yeah. Fantastic.
He didn't make it.
Yeah.
Or if he did, he's hurt.
Lawsuit right there. These are great. Thank you, my man.
You're welcome.
Yes.
You're welcome.
What I got you was not worthy of opening on the air, although it would have been interesting. Right?
I guess. I do like tequila.
All right, let's pick some games. We don't bet. I don't know. All right, so last week, we just picked some NFL games here. Last week, tell the people what you did last week.
Last week, Doug, in the 3 games I picked, the NFL games, I went 1-0-2.
Which brings his season record to 37-30-5. My man has had 5 pushes this year. 2 weeks ago, I went 0-2-1. I don't do well with the NFL. 35-35-2 on the year. My locks are 7-6. Are you ready? NFL, 3 games. I'm going to start with Green Bay going on the road to Carolina. Green Bay battling for its life. I'm going to take the Pack -5 on the road to Carolina.
First game I'm looking at is Cincinnati giving up 3 points at Pittsburgh. Now, when I look at this game, I harken back to my days in college and my good buddy Jason Ward, who lives on the East Coast now, and he and I used to refer to Pittsburgh as Pitt Bay because Pittsburgh was terrible at the time, much like at that time Green Bay and Tampa Bay were bad. We thought Pittsburgh was the third Bay, Pitt Bay. Because the Steelers are where they're at right now, they're not playing good football. They're starting Mason Rudolph for crying out loud. Cincinnati -3 at Pitt Bay. It's my shoot the boot lock of the week.
Next up, I'm going to Tennessee playing host to Seattle, coming off a surprise win. I do have some belief in the up-down theory. I'll take Tennessee +3 at home against Seattle.
Indianapolis is at Atlanta. The Colts are getting 2.5 points in this one. This is strange. Tough for me in this one because I love both of these quarterbacks as backup quarterbacks for any team in the league, but as starting quarterbacks, not so much.
Right.
Taylor Heineke gets the nod for the Falcons, and of course we got Minshew Mania in Indianapolis. But I like the Colts. They're playing really well with Minshew. I'll take the Colts +2.5 at Atlanta.
Like that. My final game is my Car House lock of the week. Tampa playing host to Jacksonville. Uncertainty about Trevor Lawrence. I'll take Tampa -2.5 at home. My Car House lock of the week.
See, we had all 3 Bay teams in there: Tampa, Green, and Pitt. Lastly, Washington is on the road at the Jets. The Commanders are getting 3 points in this one. Simeon is going to start because Zach Wilson is still in concussion protocol. I'm not sure why the Jets are favored in this game, but I'll take Washington getting the 3 points on the road.
All right, every week, Kang, you love on a pick and you hate on a pick. Which one do you like the most this week?
Gator, I'm with you. The Commanders, man. I think the Commanders win that outright, but they're getting points, so give me the love that pick, Commanders against the Jets.
Which one do you hate?
Doug, Seattle. Seattle's going to win. You got Tennessee +3. I think it's your love of Mike Vrabel. Their season's been done. I'm taking Seattle.
There you go. Do appreciate everybody listening. Do with them what you will. That is If I Bet It here on 97.1 The Ticket. I seriously didn't expect you to stick around the rest of the show.
Well, I'm waiting to find out who that 5-star is.
Oh, I made that up completely.
What?
Yeah. Yes. Scott the Gator Anderson stopped by. Had to do some holiday gift exchange stuff, so it was great to see you.
Started watching a new show. They have a season 2 just came out. I started watching season 1 2 nights ago. So I've got the first couple episodes in. It's great.
The show is?
I shouldn't say show's great. It's great action, and I'm interested to see what happens here.
What's the show?
Kang, you got a guess?
Did you say how many seasons there are?
They just started season 2. It's on one of the streaming services.
I want to say it's like wrestling related. Am I wrong?
It's not wrestling related, but great action.
I have no idea.
Reacher. Yeah, there it is.
There you go.
Is it good?
I don't know if it's good.
But you watched the entire first season?
No, I watched the first 2 episodes.
Okay, I'm sorry. I thought you said you watched the entire first season and you still don't know if it's good.
The action's fantastic. Like the guy who plays Jack Reacher looks like a monster in this thing, but it's Hollywood, so he's probably not really 6'5", and but he's big enough, and he's just a badass, and he's also smart. If you watch any of the Jack Reacher movies with Tom Cruise, which is kind of funny because
Tom Cruise is definitely not big.
He's not, but the movies are great, and he's a badass in those movies, and he actually sells it. I buy it. But when you find out that in the books that Jack Reacher is supposed to be, 6'5", 250, then you're like, well, Tom Cruise is not.
What do you mean when you find out in the books? Did you read a book?
No, I've seen interviews done with people that talk about the Jack Reacher books.
I was about to say, you've changed.
The characters. Oh, no, dude.
How much time have you had off?
Let's relax here. All right? I'm still illiterate, okay? Functionally. No. I just don't like to read a lot. Outside of reading online. I don't like to read books. But yeah, so anyway, it's action packed so far. Because there's just fight scenes, and he's a badass fighter. But I'm not so sure of the dialogue. The storyline's interesting. The acting is all right. We'll see where it goes. But I do enjoy it to this point.
So I watched a movie.
What?
Yep. And it is on a streaming service.
Is it? It come out recently?
Yep.
Did you watch it with the family or the wife?
I watched it solo.
Solo?
Yep.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
That takes a whole different direction.
Well, it's not like it's not rated X.
Oh, okay. Well,
BTN After Dark. What is in Joe Tiller's mouth?
Yeah. Oh no! Oh, come on. Okay. You watched it by yourself. Yeah. Is it an action movie?
Not really.
Is it sports related?
Nope.
Wow.
Yep. Crazy, huh?
It's not action.
I've changed.
It's not sports. Is it a documentary?
Nope.
Wow.
It's just a movie, man. I just watched a movie.
Wow. I'm confused.
It was great because I got on the Peloton, started watching it, and I had a long ride because I didn't want to stop watching, and the ride went quickly. Very interesting.
How long was it?
It's like a full regular movie, like 90 minutes, something like that.
All right, it's not terribly long, but long enough.
Well, yeah, whatever. It was a full-length feature film, Hollywood style.
Was the headline actor an actor or an actress?
I would argue an actress, but
did you watch Barbie?
No, I did not. Do you want me to give you the streaming service?
I don't know if it's going to help, but go ahead.
Netflix.
Yeah.
Kang, did I tell you?
I'm trying to remember.
Yeah.
It's been a long week.
Has been. I'll just tell you because we're grinding to a halt. Leave the World Behind on Netflix.
Julia Roberts, you did mention this.
Yeah, Julia Roberts, Ethan Hawke. Although I had no idea. It's funny because I watched the movie.
I think I have that in my queue.
I watched the movie, and when I got done later, I was like, oh, so that's who Ethan Hawke is. I'd heard the name, but I had no idea who he was. And I watched the movie, and I'm like, I wonder who that dude is. Oh, that's Ethan Hawke. Oh, now I know who Ethan Hawke is.
He's aged.
Anyway, so yeah, I watched Leave the World Behind, and you finished Squid Game.
3 days. I mean, that took I loved it. I thought it was great.
So when I first told you about it, I was halfway through episode 2 when I first brought it up on the air.
Yeah.
Last night I finished episode 3. So I've been watching it for about a month, and I'm through 3 episodes. I'm hoping to.
All right. Did you get caught up in hearing about the spoilers for it?
I have not heard any spoilers.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
So, come on, man. Pick it up.
Well, I'll try, but
I was riveted. I wanted to see I couldn't wait to see the next episode.
They've done a heck of a job of mimicking the television series, the fictional television series, with a game show. Nobody dies, though. 248-539-9797. Josh, you're on 97 Want a Ticket. What's up, Josh?
Hey, gentlemen. Happy holidays.
You too.
So I got a Pistons question for you. Last night's game, to me, felt like the worst loss since the team mutinied against John Custer like 10-ish years ago.
Nice call.
And that had me thinking, is the current Weaver rebuild, is it worse than when Dumars tried to pair Monroe and Drummond in that team, or worse than when Stan Van Gundy and Gors blew up a developing roster for Blake Griffin?
It's a great question.
Is this worse of the 3?
I don't think it is, and the reason is I feel like this is what the Pistons are, the equivalent of a college that recruits and starts all their freshmen. That's the way I see this thing. That they're just.
Do you think this is salvageable?
Not this year.
Currently?
Not this year, but long term. Do I think they have a couple of guys that might be able to play in this league? Yes,
they do, but it's I don't know how they're gonna do this, because it's like what we said with the Red Wings. What they did to get better each of the last couple of years is they put more and more adults in the room.
Mm-hmm. They need some adults.
They need adults that can play, not just guys that are veterans of the league that are a drag on the salary cap. But good luck finding it.
Here's
You're not
Mike.
going to lure a free agent here. You got to find a way to trade, and good luck with that too.
Hi, Mike.
Hi. By the way, I'm glad you're on the Reacher train. Good for you.
I
Good
just
show.
started. Yeah, I
Good
got
show.
two episodes in.
Alan Ritchson
Yes.
is the name of the actor.
You know, he was on American Idol.
Yeah.
He was a contestant on American Idol.
He's
and
an
he-
interesting
and
guy.
he serenaded Paula Abdul. I saw
show.
this all over the weekend. I was like, what?
Wasn't on that show Blue Mountain State, too?
Yes.
Oh, that's where
Yes.
I recognize him from.
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah, that's a deep cut.
That's where he's from. Damn it. Thank you, Rico.
Meanwhile, I just figured
That
out
was
who
a funny
Ethan
show.
Hawke is.
Okay, then. That's
What did Doug?
We're going to do
I
Gattaca
just find
Reset
out-
coming up in 5 minutes.
I just found out who Ethan Hawke was. I watched Leave the World Behind, and I didn't know who the dad was. In the
is
movie.
it good?
Yeah, I really liked it. I really enjoyed it.
Is it like that other one that came out when the comet was hitting
Oh,
the Earth?
Look Up.
Yeah.
I mean, in some ways, yeah. Look Up was good too. But
Give it a spin.
yeah, I like Leave the World Behind better than Look Up.
Okay.
But I like them
Noted.
both. I finished them, which says a lot. But
Our listeners are going to want to look up at 2 p.m.
oh boy, are you about to?
We're raising a banner.
You're raising a banner.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
After
I'm in-
last night's effort by the Pistons, we have to put a banner in the rafters of LCA.
Oh, no.
Here we go.
And we've got local celebs who are back. It is a gala event. We're going to raise a banner.
All right.
So we're going to do that. Yes, we're going to do the airing of the grievances.
The festivals.
That way people can just enjoy. Yes, I got a lot of problems. Doesn't matter the team, the sport, the coach, whatever it may be. You won't be convinced otherwise. You won't be told you're wrong. It is the end of year airing of the grievances so you can enjoy your holiday with a clean spirit.
Get it all out.
And then I'm going to give an unemotional, because we're all too emotional about the Lions. I'm giving an unemotional, data-driven breakdown of why I'm paralyzed with fear about the Lions and Vikings.
Ooh, okay. I thought you were going to say the Lions and somebody else, and I'm
No.
glad you didn't. With that said, it's a great weekend for football. You got the Gasparilla Bowl tonight kicking it off.
And we also need to stop playing ball games. They're awful.
But the ratings are good. I know. We leave you
Wait,
with the
really?
Gator Rant. Merry Christmas, everybody. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Brought to you by Grand Traverse Resort and Spa. The Red Wings look to end their 4-game losing streak tonight at home versus Philadelphia. They're getting David Prawn back after he served a 6-game ban for cross-checking Ottawa's Artem Zub following that nasty hit on Detroit captain Dylan Larkin back on December 9th. Prawn said the NHL's discipline went overboard. Wings versus Flyers. You can hear it right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Pre-game coverage starting at 6:45. The Tigers are adding relief pitcher, signing Shelby Miller to a 1-year deal with an option for 2025. The 33-year-old spent last season with the Dodgers and put up a 1.71 ERA with 42 strikeouts and 19 walks over 36 relief appearances. And more drastic conference realignment could be on the horizon in college sports. Florida State is officially suing. No kidding. Nothing makes sense anymore. Florida State is suing the ACC, challenging the legality of the conference's bylaws that lock member schools in through 2036 with a $130 million early exit penalty. FSU unhappy with the ACC's revenue-sharing structure, which pays each of its 14 members $36 million. The Big Ten and SEC offer about double that. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Beanie Howell. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Welcome in on a Friday. We have got a lot to talk about. Football will wait till 3 o'clock, though, because people, we did it. You did it. This community did it. And in honor of last night's absolute flaming clown car loss to the carcass of what was the Utah Jazz, down 4 of their top 6 players, people, you know it. The Detroit Pistons the Detroit Pictons, as Commissioner Silver likes to say, are proud to announce
they are moving the community.
We are moving a banner to the rafters.
Shout out Ochi Abaji.
You know what? Honestly, no, I will learn his name. He is no longer Uchi Kabuchi. Your man destroyed the Pistons last night. We are raising a banner to the rafters. And people, I'm telling you, I have a view of the arena right now. We have luminaries in our midst. David, if you would, can we start the banner raising, please? People, tonight, the Pistons organization is proud, or in the words of Cade Cunningham, sick, to announce that after last night's loss to the Utah Jazz, 25 straight losses in a row, we're raising a banner to the rafters. And wait a minute, is that? My God, Allen Iverson has come back to town. Oh my God. Yeah, Allen, we did, but you're still a winner. And we'll see you at the casino later. I want to just set the scene for this banner going up as the franchise has hit all-time rock bottom. We have Eminem, a rare public appearance. I'd throw a chair too. Outrageous.
There's more?
Rico. I can't believe it. Is that? My God, is that Aretha? My God. Well, Aretha, listen, your finances are not our concern. The ghost of Aretha's courtside tonight. Of course you have. Mr. George Blaha, not emceeing tonight's event because that's my job. The broadcasting legend, Mr. George Blaha. George, enjoy the spread. We're glad you're here tonight to celebrate this momentous banner race.
There's a lot of people here.
Tom Gors. Oh, my God. I sound like Susan Waldman. Rogers box. Tom Gors has left the Beverly Hills estate. He is courtside tonight. You may want to get briefed by everybody. We're not happy with you. Rico, I hearken back to the great years of the Pistons before we bring this banner to the sky. Rasheed Wallace has graced us with his presence. Sheed's back. Ball don't lie. You're back. Isaiah Thomas, we see you drinking some of that champagne.
Lord Thomas.
Lord Isaiah's back. That's right. People.
It's hard in the streets.
And now you can see the fans are filtering in. First of all, let's bring the banner to the sky. All-time franchise low point banner. It's beautiful. Thank you. You know what?
DJ.
Caller DJ is courtside. The banner's going up to the ceiling. The fans are getting involved. Just bringing
Sell
it.
the team.
Oh, sell the
team.
team, indeed. Everyone is here, and look at where they're parking the all-time franchise low point banner. Right next to Kelly Tripucka's number. This is unbelievable. People, I mean it in a serious manner. You were incredible last night, and you know what? This humble little show feels like we played a role.
Yeah.
Because I begged you over a week ago. The only thing you could do is hashtag sell the team. I do need you. And Rico and David and I and Evan. Kenny doesn't watch basketball. I want to say thank you from 97.1 The Ticket. Thank you, Kenny. Never thought this show would be able to bring Aretha out. But last night, I'm being serious.
We also answered a question.
What's that?
What would happen if a really bad NBA team
played a G League team?
Played a G League team.
The G League team would win.
And everybody would always say, the NBA team would hammer the G League team. No. We now have data.
The
right
Pistons,
there, it happened.
The Detroit Pistons never led last night. And while the banner raising is facetious, I want to tell you something. Last night represents the all-time low point for this franchise. A franchise that began, I believe, in 1941. A franchise with a history of almost 90 years.
The Fort Wayne.
They may as well bring back that stupid robot logo because he starts at power forward for this team. That was rock bottom in the history of this franchise. It's not the teal. It's not Dick Vitale era. It's none of it. It has been the stewardship of Tom Gors. And last night, in a game that was set up for you to win, you never led. But you know what, guys? You did it. Because this morning, if you wake up, front page of ESPN, sell the team. CBS Sports, sell the team. Local outlets at least acknowledging your work last night, sell the team. You were heard. It was loud on TV. Bill Simmons' podcast, which isn't very good, but is very popular. The lead on his podcast, the Detroit Pistons, and sell the team and bombing Tom Gors.
Right.
Guys, it's happening. But see, the work can't be done. And I don't know that I can pull off Children's Night at LCA, brought to you by Greater Life Church, where we do find 100 impoverished children and give them a free Sell the Team t-shirt. But you guys did it. And I don't care if George and Greg won't acknowledge it. Hell, Mickey York was throwing haymakers in the postgame.
Mickey's fed up. I think he was done.
I think, you know what?
Mickey got broken.
I'm going to do it one better. I want to thank Rico Beard, the man to my left, because I think Mickey York was listening to this show yesterday as Rico said the best version of Mickey would be a spinning empty chair with a sign that says, I quit. I want to hear from you because, guys, it's happening. And now
The only thing I can ask of you is turn the effing heat up. It'd be my dream to hear sell the team the entire game. Why? Because this owner must be held accountable. It was loud. The Utah broadcast heard it. They talked about it. George and Greg want to live in space? They can.
Yeah, cameras even caught a couple guys with paper bags over their head saying, sell the team.
Oh, yeah. Love it. That banner, all-time franchise low point. The spotlights are on it. It's beautiful.
Yeah.
But, Rico, what's next?
Mike, I know we wanted to take the children out there, but that requires a lot of effort. But you know what we can do? Let this team get the record, because I think that they will. But the game that I have circled, maybe, Mike, we all head down to the arena January 9th. They're taking on the Kings.
Is that game in Sacramento? I thought they were on a West Coast trip in the new year.
They are, but they're coming back January 9th.
Okay.
January 9th, they're here. They're going to be, with the Rockets, then they're at the Jazz, they're at the Warriors, Nuggets, but then they're back here. Kings, January 9th. We buy out the place. Not just kids. Everybody shows up. Because imagine, you heard sell the team with the smattering in the crowd. It wasn't a lot. Imagine if it's packed. Imagine you got 20,000 people all saying sell the team. Here's part 2 of that. Imagine 8 minutes to go in the second period, everybody gets up and leaves.
Oh, an empty arena?
Everybody walks out.
Oh, I like this. Rico's going like 1960s walkouts.
Just flat. Everybody's going to see this. Everybody's going to see the ball. You leave.
They'd see 100 poor kids and sell the team T-shirts too.
No, you can leave the kids. No.
That's quite a visual.
No, you can leave but imagine it looks like a bomb threat just went through the building and everybody's walking out.
And Rico's not advocating for anything of that sort. He is simulating what it would look like if everyone were told to please leave the building.
Right. Yes.
The opinions of Rico Beard are expressed are his and his alone and do not represent those of 97 won the ticket.
Correct.
I want to throw the number up.
But could you imagine visually what that would look like?
It's amazing.
It's like if everybody's leaving to go home, but it's 8 minutes to go in the second quarter. Are they leaving for halftime? No, they're just leaving.
No, they've had enough. 248-539-9797. Guys, we did it. The record is within reach. We get closer to Tom Gors being forced to talk. We get closer to the league stepping in on Gors the way that they stepped in on the Sixers. Do you know that in Tom Gors' stewardship since 2011, do you know how many All-Stars this team has had? 2. Andre Drummond and whatever was left of Blake Griffin. Do you know who's lost more games than you since Tom Gors bought this team? Let me help you. No one. You haven't won a playoff game. And for all the drafting, can I ask a question? Is Troy Weaver even in the building when these games are taking place? Cameras can't find him. He hasn't spoken. Like, look, Celtics in good and in bad, I could always find Danny Ainge. He'd be in there, in the seats, sitting there. Yeah. I'm being serious. I know the answer is Tom Gors watching these games. Let me help you. Is Troy Weaver even in the building? I mean, Monty Williams, it's on me, as Rico and his man Mickey York said, you keep saying it's on you, eventually we're going to start believing you. Mm-hmm. Mickey was throwing haymakers. He had had enough.
Because Mickey sees it.
How about Special K, though? I can't take anymore. Well, at some point, someone's going to address it. Oh, hey, Greg, at what point would that be? Lost 50?
What about when he said the silver lining is they only gave up 119 points?
He's trying to find the positive. Mickey's turning to the dark side. And next up, you're going to see a spinning chair. Where's Mickey? He just left.
I want to hear from you guys.
He left with the crowd.
The record's within reach. This is getting national publicity. National. And I told you, there are no illusions. Rico and I can only do so much. But when you have ESPN's front page and the second story is fans chanting, sell the team, Pistons, guarantee you PTI is going to feature it today.
I guarantee you, shows like First Take or Undisputed, guys, you got to keep up the good work. Because last night, I'll tell you this, the other thing we're going to have to talk about in the new year, I got to trade Cade. I don't have a choice. You can't sign him. How could you pay a young man a max contract in a year that you won 7 games?
Yeah.
So I'm just shooting you straight. Cade last night looks broken.
Yeah, I mean,
you have that one. You have his any of his audio from the podium, David?
Oh, it's still going in the system.
He basically was like, "Look, I'm sick." And then he looked at the sheet of paper and he goes, "We're not 2-26 bad. There's no way. Let me help you." You are.
Yeah. But no, I think your boy Simonson in that podcast put it best. I don't know if Monty's going to make $1 million a game, $1 million a win.
Right, $13 million. Will they win 13 games?
Yeah.
Probably not. Last night was the one, guys. The Jazz had 62.4 points a game sitting out.
Yeah. I think Silver's, I'm going to look the other way. I'm not going to address the fact that the Jazz is putting out a bad team because Detroit is for the greater good. You have to win this game.
And listen, you need to keep the heat up on the media. Hey, Rico's guy, Sankofa, he's off my bleep list. He actually wrote a piece Sunday. Bet, as they say in Ann Arbor.
Bet.
Mickey York may as well show up shirtless, oiled up with a bullet chain on, like Rambo in the postgame. Mickey was throwing haymakers.
No more of this.
But you know what I don't need? I don't need articles. Well, fans deserve better. Something's got to change. And then you don't say what needs to change. You know what? I don't need the local broadcast not admitting what's happening.
Baby steps, Mike. Baby steps.
No. I'm being serious. George Blaha is Teflon. Rightfully so. Legend. George, just say it straight up. Acknowledge what the fans are doing behind you. It's okay. What are they going to do? Chase you out of the building? There'd be riots in the street. Someone would have to go find Willie Horton and flip over a police cruiser. Come on. Call it like it is. Keep the pressure up. I love it. Earlier in the week, Rico was trending for the first time ever. Rico, #sell the team.
They chanted it last night. The people have spoken.
The amount of big truck accidents that result in a fatality or serious injury in Michigan, staggering. The attorney you choose has got to have specialized knowledge and experience in these cases. It's David Femininio. They have helped victims of truck accidents for over 25 years, and they're ready to help you. You've been injured by a big truck, call 855-65-CRASH or go to that website, getdavidgetpaid.com. Oh, you guys are tremendous. You're doing the Lord's work. That's a direct quote from David. Ticket text coming in, and then we get to the phones.
Man, I was hoping for Darko and Bedford and Finistempo at this party. Oh, my gosh, these people. Oh, I haven't been this excited about the Pistons game since Game 5 of the ECF against Boston. My buddies and I will be going to the next 2 home games with Sell the Team T-shirts. Eric in Oakland Township.
Eric, you're doing a service to the community. Good for you. Just be classy. You don't need to cuss. You don't need to attack anyone. Just communicate your message.
Someone says Weaver needs to go. Gors isn't the problem. He's just, not paying attention.
Okay, that's a problem.
That is the problem.
That would be a problem.
When you own the team.
You know your other problem? I'll just call it. I like Monty Williams. I think Monty's a very good coach. I will tell you what Monty looks and sounds like. Can't prove it. This is my opinion. He looks like a guy whose heart is not in this. He looks like a guy who goes, what the hell did I just do? I could be making 6.5 in Scottsdale, doing nothing. You got a real problem on your hands here. He took over a roster that was almost designed as the antithesis of what he would need to win.
Rico, I love the idea of buying out the arena. I think I've been to 2 games in my life and don't follow them closely enough, but I love this idea of walking out halfway through.
Yeah, don't walk out like at halftime because it looks like you're going to get a snack.
End of the first quarter.
Not even the end of the first quarter. It looks like you're going to the bathroom. Wait, 4 minutes in, at the 8-minute mark, everybody just gets up.
That's tremendous.
As soon as the clock hits 8:00, you grab your coat, you grab your jacket, you grab your wife and your kids. We're out of here.
And you know what? Make sure you tip the vendor in your section so they can make a little bit of money.
Yes.
We don't want to hurt nobody.
Yeah. Yeah. Be nice and just David, you'll understand this. It's kind of like Lot. Don't look back. Just keep walking straight out the arena, chanting, sell the team. Don't look back at the action. If you do, you'll turn into a pillar of salt.
Someone else is saying, let Hooper turn on the team and make the announcement that it's time to leave the building.
Hooper just takes the head off. You know what? Nope.
I'm out.
I can't do that.
Can't do it.
Guys, I got some stuff to say. I'm Hooper.
Let's go courtside with Kelser. And it's a microphone laying on the hardwood.
Wait, you just said, it's our halftime act. It's Hooper, and he's just sitting there with smoking a cigarette through the mask. Nope.
I'm out. To the people.
Take me to the glue factory.
Let's go to Jim, 97.1. Jimmy, what's going on, buddy?
Hello?
Jim, you're on the radio.
Hey, I had an idea, and Rico pretty much hit on it, but he sold it a little bit short. Can you imagine 20,000 fans, all with paper bags on their heads and sell the team T-shirts in the stands that walk out with 8 minutes to go?
Oh, it's a
cheering every missed
It's a fantasy.
shot.
Yeah, it'd be a fantasy to cheer. Like it's something. It's something out of the Spite store you'd love to see, but you can't get 5 people to agree that pizza's good. How are you going to get 10,000 people to all do the same thing?
Because the Pistons suck so bad, they'd like to see it get better.
Jim wins. Sounds good to me. But yeah, I mean, Jim, it was jarring last night, and you know what? America's noticing, and that's all we can do. That's all we can do to try to get change, is to have the national spotlight on our local embarrassment. This is so beyond the pale. It's so rotten. And you know what? Last night cemented to me, this is the worst basketball team I've ever watched. This is worse than the process Pistons, the process Sixers. They were intentionally trying to lose with a collection of fringe players. This is 10 guys taken in the top 12. You have a legitimate player in Bogdanovich. You got the number 1 overall pick in Cade Cunningham. You have pieces. You're trying to win. And they're horrendous. Mm-hmm. They can't win. And now, I think what's happening is the most twisted thing of all. Teams know. These goofballs have lost how many in a row? They ain't beating us tonight.
See, you would think that. But then Utah was willing to be the sacrificial lamb and said, you know what?
Yeah, and then my cousin Bobby Fontenecchio was out there banging threes home.
Yeah, we're just gonna go ahead and sit our guys. We'll take the L for the league. Wait, no, Abaji for another one and another one.
Uchi Kabuchi for three. 248-539-9797. Let's go over to Steve. 97.1. What's up, Stevie?
What's up, guys? Merry Christmas.
Same to you.
Hey, first off, I owe you guys an apology. Last time I was on air talking about the Pistons, I got my emotions a little bit better, the best of me, so won't happen this time.
It's okay. It happens.
Anyways, guys, non-stop story here. I got laid off at the end of September, and it's Christmas. You know, there's not much to do around. Everybody's pretty much out holiday shopping. I live here in Detroit. I live here in Midtown. You know, what am I going to do during this break? I'm so bored. I'm so fed up. I live about a 5-minute walk from the Pistons practice facility. If anybody wants to meet me out there next Tuesday at noon, I'll be sitting out there with my camper chair and a book and a little sign that says "Sell the team." And if they throw me out, they throw me out. But you know what? I haven't spent more than $20 in 5 years on this team. I'm on Game Time right now. It's $20 to go to that game on the 9th. I'll go. I will go and I will walk out. I am just so embarrassed about this. I haven't watched basketball outside of maybe the first couple of games with Cade, the first couple of games with Blake Griffin. I haven't watched basketball with interest in over a decade.
Steve, I'll tell you what I'll do for you. I'll tell you what I'll do for you. All right? I want to put you on hold. Let me check during the break and see if we got tickets at the station for that game. You don't need to spend your money. You got laid off.
Oh, hey, you know what? I got more than enough money. I'll tell you this. I've been cleaning out beer lines with my old man under the table at Ford Field during this time. And I'll tell you what. I went to Field. I've been doing it. It's great. I've been going to the games. Went to Metallica. It was awesome. I told my old man this. I said, you know what? This stadium looks completely different. It feels different since Sheila took over.
That's right.
And to all of you people out there, the paint, my old man was saying that during the season, they were painting. He said, I've never seen that. They actually care about this.
That's right. You have to care.
All you knuckleheads,
You have to
all
care.
you knuckleheads out there that are saying that this is not Gors' fault, put a sock in it, man.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
You're a loser.
It's ridiculous.
I appreciate, Mike, you trying to get me the game. I don't need that. Give that to someone who needs it. Okay. Take another kid. Buy another section of kids.
That's right.
Go to that game.
We're going to get David's church at that game, man. I'm telling you, Greater Life Church presents Kids Night at LCA. 100 kids in Sell the Team t-shirts. And I want to see the Pistons have the unmitigated balls to throw 100 kids out of a basketball game.
They won't, but the cameras won't get them. That's why I want the walkout.
Think about the audio as David is there coaching the kids. Sell the team. You can have the kids wear little clown masks.
Right. I like it.
We got a lot of people who want to talk about this. Last night was the breaking point, I think, for most. Now they recognize how bad it is.
Yeah. Historic night.
The banner is in the ceiling. It's in the rafters. Franchise all-time rock bottom.
Yeah. They answered the question. What happens if a professional team played a G League team? G League 1, pros 0.
Correct.
People, you have spoken. I'm excited. We're punting the prop bet casino into next hour. Why? You nutcases want to talk about it. I'm down. Let's do it.
Hashtag sell the team.
No, I'm proud of the fans.
Yeah, they're fed up. They're fed up.
You know, after all, Rico and I aren't on the front lines every day. But I can tell you the fans are. Good for you.
They're fed up. And you know what it is? Is people sat in their living rooms, they're watching the game, and they thought they were the only one. They were the only one that was disgusted with this product. And now they're seeing there's more people like me.
Did you see the thing in Crane's business?
I have not. You told me I haven't read. Yeah.
Tom Gors has that prison phone company thing. There's like $1 billion debt that's got to get paid. I got something that can make him $1 billion real quick. Hashtag sell the team. Just leave us alone, man.
Man, I'm just to the point now. It's halftime. Hashtag show up.
This is my thing. Since, you know what? Why don't we talk to some of the people who are there every day? I'm sure they could tell us if Troy Weaver's in the effing building.
Yeah, give me a second. I'll send a text out.
Well, hold on. Let's just take how about we just get a clip from the morning show when he comes on?
Right. He'll be coming on the same time Aretha is. Let's go to Durrell 97.1. What's up, D?
Hey, guys. How are y'all?
Good.
Good. Well, first of all, Merry Christmas. And second of all, oh, my goodness. Last night was something out of WWE. I was so hyped. I went there to see the game. That was my first Pistons game since 2010, and I'm 27. And I just had to come see it for myself and say, they can't be that bad. They are. They look like me trying to talk to a girl in class. Horrible. And, yeah, the streak, like The Undertaker, man, the streak keeps on living, man. There ain't no Brock Lesnar team in sight to put an end to it. I love it. Keep it going. They need to sell this team. That was the early Christmas present, and I'm just looking forward to my German Shepherd puppy in a couple of weeks. Man, that was awesome.
I mean, and you know the best part is how uncomfortable it was to watch it and how bad Greg and George wanted no part of acknowledging what was going on. Mm-hmm. It was theater. It was the best sports television maybe outside of the Lions and Chiefs this fall. This was as good as it got for me.
You know what? It actually it felt like Mickey at the end of one of David's sermons decided to walk down the middle aisle and give his life and say, you know what? I've seen the light. I've seen it. I've changed my life. Mickey was having none of it. Done.
Haymakers for Mickey York. Meanwhile, the other guy on with him's telling stories about the Nets in '89. I'm like, where's the Pink Panther hook and just get him off stage? Exit stage right. Zzz, get out of here. Let's continue along. What a blessed day. I'm in the holiday spirit. The Pistons did it. The people did it. Let's go to Isaac, 97.1.
Hey, guys. So I just wanted to give a stat out here. So since Tom Gors bought the team, Pistons have the second most losses in the NBA behind the Orlando Magic. There's a considerable gap between second and third, and the Orlando Magic currently have, a good young core and are like fourth or fifth in the Eastern Conference. You can forget the streak, all the losses, all that. At the end of the day, the problem is Tom Gors. He's been the only constant throughout his tenure as the owner of the Pistons. And it's really, really disappointing. I think that sell the team is actually too good for him. I think we need to be chanting, bring us Gors. But I know that sell the team is working right now.
Well, it's working, and understand. For the people, I always love this one too, and you'll see it occasionally on Ticket Text, or one angry caller will call in, and it's like, people, it's not about actually selling the team. It's about the league stepping in like they did with the process Sixers and saying, we're not going to make you sell this thing right now, but these people are no longer allowed to run this thing.
It's what are you doing? It's the phone call. Hey, I'm tired of people calling about your team. What's going on in Detroit, Tom? Fix that, Tom. You don't have to sell it. fix it. That's what the commissioner is going to say.
That's right.
Sell the team is just the vehicle to get everything to happen. So, yes.
I would just love for him to say something.
And that's
at least like even one word would bring me so much happiness to like just bad.
And
bad.
Isaac,
that's it.
That is why we keep saying sell the team, because that's going to put the pressure on. We can't do it as nobodies. But when it gets to the higher, when ESPN and national people start talking, that's when the other owners and the other general managers start saying, what's going on in Detroit? Do we need to have a heart-to-heart? Do we need to have an intervention with Detroit? Because that's what you're hoping for.
See, and they just talked about the Pistons on ESPN right now. That's why I didn't want them to win yesterday, because now it's such a national story. Hopefully, you're right, Rico. Get their attention now and say, hold on, what's going on with your team?
David, if they won last night, they would have been forgotten about, and things would have been business as usual. Now, you're going into the holiday season, and this is what people are talking about, NBA-wise.
If there's a God in the sky, they lose in Brooklyn, and then they come back the day after Christmas here. I'll tell you, a lot of people on break. A lot of people. Christmas presents were a pair of tickets. A lot of people will show up to that game against Brooklyn on the 26th.
Would that be for the record?
That would be for the record. It would be 27.
Tie the record.
No, 26 ties it.
Oh, so that'd be for the record.
Yeah, I believe 27's all time, isn't it?
No, 28 is all time.
28. Okay. Sorry, David, I've lost count.
Cheer him into that last one. Make sure they don't trip up. Man. And you know what? You don't even have to cheer every missed shot. You don't even have to denigrate the players on the court, because it's not like they're not trying. They're just not good.
Right. Oh, Cade's trying.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
The best he can.
You don't have to turn on the team. This isn't a you hate the Pistons. This is you hate the people who are running the team.
I really would like to know if Troy Weaver is even in that arena on a daily basis. It is. No, it's impossible for a general manager to go unseen and unheard.
There's a lot of doors in that building.
Rico, come on.
It's a lot of doors in the building. It's a lot of places you can park all around there that you make sure nobody sees you.
All right, we'll get more to people. He's in that loading dock.
Right. Give me the Bobby Valentine special. Mustache hat. Aren't you Troy Weaver? Nope.
You know, it is something, though. I almost would love to see someone, somebody on the front lines. I'd love to see them ask, Monty, do you think it's fair that you're left to explain this on a nightly basis with no support from the front office or from ownership? Answer the question. When's the last time you talked to Tom Gors? What did he say? Is Tom awake? Does Tom know the season started? Does he realize we're not tanking for Wemby?
Does Tom know how many games we've lost in a row? Let's just start with the simple stuff.
You wanted to be like a War Manual tunnel situation. All of a sudden he shows up. I'll just let Troy speak, or I'll just let Gors speak.
Right, he just walks in and says, you know what? This isn't fair. Guys, talk to me.
That question to Monty is very fair. Monty, you're not getting the support in a forward-facing manner. Are you getting it behind the scenes? Do you think it is appropriate that you are the only person speaking in an authority role with this franchise?
Like Roger Goodell gets paid to be the mouthpiece of the league.
Yes.
Monty's not the mouthpiece. He's the coach of the team. He shouldn't have to coach his team and every day answer these same questions when we all know he didn't put this team together. He's just trying to do the best with what he has. He's trying to make chicken salad.
Out of chicken bleep.
See?
All right.
You knew what I was talking
Exciting. We'll get back to the people on the board. Is TJ joining us today? Great. He'll join. Even he's on the sell the team bandwagon.
Break down Eastern Michigan's bowl game?
Well, that's part of the airing of the grievances we're going to do later.
Okay.
Because that, honestly, Eastern is the worst team to ever make a bowl. Full stop.
He didn't.
What?
TJ. He sent me a text.
What'd he send?
I got to go see where he parked.
Okay, then. Listen.
He did, didn't he, David?
God. Okay, then. Listen, mix up your beers a little bit as you head to the holidays. Football parties, holiday parties, maybe Pistons viewing parties. Old Nation Brewing has got you covered. The new Grapefruit B43 Untapped top regional brewery list at number 15, a 97 on Beer Advocate. They've got it all. A full lineup of great beers, no matter what the occasion is. You can see all of the ratings plus the lineup at oldnationbrewing.com. That's oldnationbrewing.com. 21 and up. Please drink responsibly. All right, David, give me a couple of ticket texts. We got full lines. People are pissed. They got every right. I actually think in the spirit of the holidays, it's a blessing. The Pistons losing last night has now cemented them as a national embarrassment. And maybe Gors' butler could wake him up in Beverly Hills and he could come on home and talk. And I'm not asking you to feel bad for Monty Williams. I'm not. He took the money. But you know what? Rico just nailed it. It is not his job to answer for this on a nightly basis. He just got here. He didn't build this roster. And he doesn't own this team. What do you got on ticket text, David?
Weaver must be sleeping somewhere in the building because I haven't heard from him in a while. I want to hear from him too, not just Tom Gors.
No, that's my point.
Then again, here's what it would sound like.
Pistons are tanking for Bronny with the number 1 pick. They want the kid who averages 3 points a game to sell tickets. That's why they're losing.
I'll tell you now. Do you know the thing you have to worry about? If Tom Gors is left to his own designs, this will be Blake Griffin 2.0. He'll go trade for Draymond Green.
Yeah.
Oh, you already know that's happening.
I'm telling you now.
No. And David, you know what comes with Bronny. It's BOGO.
I'm good.
It's
I'm good.
BOGO.
No,
if you draft Bronny, but wait, we'll throw in the steak knives.
No, LeBron will retire.
No, he won't.
Even
this, like Gronk?
This is a bridge too far.
No,
and when Gronk refused to trade to the Lions?
He's like, played 1 year with my son that I've really hung around way too long in the NBA, or just retire because I'm going to be a Piston.
Retirement.
No, he'll bring in LeBron, he'll bring in Draymond and say, this is what the people want, right? No, they want wins.
What we all witnessed was not the Pistons versus the Jazz. That was actually the Detroit Pistons versus the Salt Lake City Stars. Please delete this franchise. Whew. Rico, isn't the LCA already empty when the Pistons play?
Somehow the Pistons are like 17th in attendance.
Yeah.
I don't know a single soul who goes. But they're there.
They have season ticket holders, so those seats all count. But my thing is, it'll really look empty when everybody's leaving to go to the concourse all at once. Where it looks like Christmas Eve shopping, where everybody is just, nope, I'm out of here, I'm leaving. No, stay. No, I'm leaving.
Someone says, put the entire team that played in 04 on the court right now, and you'll get a better product.
Right.
I'm not so sure about that.
Old Rasheed, Ben.
You could put the bad boys on the court. Mahorn with the bad back.
He's baiting me into a joke, and I'm not going to say it. Why don't we just keep moving? Let's go on the board,
I
shall we?
didn't even know I was baiting you
You're
into a
baiting
joke.
me.
Really?
Yeah, I'll tell you later. Go ahead, David. All right, brief recap. System, not a system, split the board. Iona won by 1,000. Marshall didn't show up. 5-2 on the year. And of course, we lost with the Pistons, and I'm sorry to everybody. I have cost the community. I still can't believe they lost. It's unbelievable.
The system that's not a system was working. The Pistons, see, you did your heart thing. That's how you lose your money. That's how Vegas stays
I just
rich.
view it. I paid for content.
You did. No. You did. And the people followed.
I don't really love a play tonight. If you want to bet something in Georgia Tech and UCF, maybe you give a look to the over, even though it's at 67. There's just a game I like tomorrow. Cash the ticket. We got our complete bowl preview. Jim and I, in a sad state of affairs, previewed every single bowl game. I'll just give you one. Over 52.5 Arkansas State and NIU. I'm not getting into the reasons why. It's pathetic, but it's an actual over I really like. Leave it there. Shout out Thomas Hammock. You're a terrible football coach, NIU.
Mike, you should have blinked twice if you were being held against your will.
No, we had to do.
I walked past the room. You should have said,
help me.
I'm doing bowl previews. Help me.
I spent half the episode with who wasn't playing. What do you got for the people?
Really nothing. Nothing going on tonight.
Leave it alone.
Yeah.
I don't have a line for you on that Pistons Nets game yet.
I want to give them something. So you know what? I do.
Okay, what do you got?
We got Illinois taking on Missouri. Big rivalry game.
Huge. People don't know about it, but it is.
They hate each other. Give me Illinois on the money line and Terrence Shannon, Illinois' star player, to score at least 20 points at plus 120.
He's still there?
He's still there.
Good Lord. All right, Hatchet, what do you got for me?
Oh, I have James Madison. Say no, I don't have anything in the bowl.
Don't.
I don't have anything in the bowls.
James Madison, 6 of the front 7 are in the portal. The quarterback's in the portal. The left tackle gone for the year. Jalen Green, NFL player, probably isn't playing. Somehow favored by 1 over Air Force. Who? Starting quarterback may not play. In Zach Larrier. How do you bet it? You don't.
So I don't know if I'm trying to do my best Kenny impression here.
What's that, not showering?
And here comes the Kenny text.
But I know the money line is at minus 134 for the Wings tonight.
Nope.
So that's a stay away?
David, they've lost 7 of 8.
I know. me.
You know how many games they've won when they don't score 3 or more goals this year?
Know,
0. They're ice cold right now. And yes, are they, quote, due? That's no way to bet games. I couldn't advise it. Wings at plus odds only right now, the way they're playing.
Then I'll just stay away. I'll stay away from anything today. I don't see anything exciting other than that.
All out to be very careful with the Lions this weekend. I would not be betting that game if I were you guys. You do what you want. You're grown-ass adults. I wouldn't mess with that.
Well, you can also go Eastern Michigan plus 680 to win their bowl game.
Eastern Michigan should be disbanded as a program. And with that, TJ Lang will join us coming up shortly. We'll talk about it. All right, that's on the board. All right, it's the holidays. Time off, lots of sports. It's FanDuel. $150 in bonus bets and a winning $5 money line bet. It's $150 if your team wins. It's simple. All you got to do, I don't know, hell, just bet who plays the Pistons at this point. Spreads, props, totals, you name it. Rico designs SGPs all the time. FanDuel.com/ticket. It's FanDuel, the official partner of the NFL, and 97.1 The Ticket. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 pregame money line wager required. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued, non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. See full term sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem, 1-800-270-7117.
Brought to you by Bill Brown Ford. C.J. Gardner-Johnson isn't ready to play yet, despite returning to practice for the Lions earlier this week. Head coach Dan Campbell said today in Allen Park that his safety looks good after tearing a pec back in Week 2, an injury that doctors originally said would require a 6-month rehab, but Detroit is taking care not to rush things with Gardner-Johnson. The Lions can clinch their first division title since 1993 with a win at Minnesota on Christmas Eve. Hear it here on a 97.1 The Ticket. Pre-game coverage starts at 10 a.m. Sunday. The Red Wings look to snap their 4-game losing streak when they host the Flyers tonight. Detroit is getting David Perron back from a 6-game ban resulting from his cross-check on Ottawa's Artem Zub, who helped hurt Dylan Larkin that night on December 9th. Hear the game on 97.1 The Ticket, coverage starting at 6:45. And more drastic conference realignment could be on the horizon in college sports. Florida State is suing the ACC, looking to get out of its grant of rights deal early to ostensibly join the SEC, Big Ten, or maybe even Big 12 to more than double its conference revenue sharing payout. With sports at 23 and 53 past each hour, at the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Beanie Howell. For more, go to 971theticket.com.
And we're off and running. All right, 3 o'clock. TJ has joined us as he is now parked 6 inches from Rico's car. Absolutely tremendous.
Great spot out there. Right? Jam parking lot.
It's a reason why it's parked right there.
Had to fit in somewhere.
So look, you've walked into a little bit of a mess. This show really started the sell the team movement, and now last night.
Oh man, yeah. I honestly have no emotional attachment to this team, and it's been like that for a long time.
Right,
I don't know
they
why.
Suck.
It's probably unfair for me to give an opinion on this because I haven't watched them, at least in the past probably 20 games. But yeah, I mean, dumpster fire, right? And look.
But people are passionate. Look at the phone lines.
No, I know. And I know there's still a lot of people kind of defending Monty Williams. And no, it's probably not all his fault, but this to me is clearly a coaching issue as well. Something's not sticking. There's a message somewhere TJ. That this is becoming not acceptable, but we're not being hard enough on it, and nothing's changed. And it's just like, man, it's a dumpster fire.
Right, but to put it in perspective for you, let's just say Monty's this guy who likes to come in and he has an offense that passes the ball, but you have no quarterback, you have no wide receivers, you don't have an offensive line who can pass block.
So it's Rich Rod.
Yeah. And it's going to be a
Stephen
disaster because
is your quarterback.
The players that he has on the team does not fit the type of offense that he ran when he was successful with the Suns. So, why did you bring him in here? Because
here's your point. All of you are right. No one's wrong. You're right because, Monty, your system isn't going to work. You don't have any shooters. But here's the problem. Monty's the least of my worries because that's how much vitriol I have for Weaver and for Gors. I don't think Weaver wanted him here. Gors went over the top and goes, well, I'm going to get us the best coach on the planet. And you're like, one problem. We don't have any players.
Yeah, and does he even want to coach? I mean, after he got fired last year, wasn't he supposed to take some time off? And then they made him an offer that he couldn't refuse.
No, right. He said no.
He's not all the way in on this thing.
No, he said no. Whenever they say no the first time, that tells you.
If I paid you enough, if I offered you Aaron Donald's contract, you'd be playing Sunday in Minnesota. Now, you'd end up in a wheelchair, but you'd play.
Oh, right. I mean,
but your heart wouldn't be in it.
You'd be Lawrence Taylor at the end of any given Sunday. I'm worth $1 million.
Give me another shot, Doc.
Human nature. I mean, hey, if they paid you guys $10 million a year, you'd probably be a little bit more comfortable. And I know you take pride in what you do, but I ain't staying up late to watch these games no more. I'm not watching the bowl game. I'm not breaking down the Peach Bowl. I'm going to cruise, man.
They gave us $10 million apiece. We'd be broadcasting the Rose Bowl. Are you kidding me?
I'd be treating everybody with respect.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. I mean, this hardball thing, he's getting railroaded.
And here's the thing, and like I said, man,
it's a nothing burger.
Right, come on now.
Go Blue.
Who's your sources?
They weren't this bad
last year, though, right?
No.
Without Cade, I don't know enough about basketball, like I said, to have an opinion that anybody should care about. But no, it's
TJ,
honestly, I have no feeling though anymore. I have no emotion because I used to love this team, but
they haven't had a playoff win in 15 years.
That's probably
they've
part
had
of it.
2 All-Stars in Tom Gors' entire stewardship of this team since 2011. No one has lost more games than they have since 2011. TJ, you are the walking embodiment of the community.
Yeah.
It's not wrong. Like basketball here is like hockey in other markets. If you're not good, you don't exist.
Yeah.
The point we make is I started in January of 2004. I've seen what it's supposed to look like. But this thing is so ridiculous. Tom Gors is the worst owner in all of sports. All we want is you got to show up. You got to talk. You got to do something.
And the sad reality is this. We thought that this team could challenge for a play-in spot. And instead, we're hoping they can win
10 games.
TJ,
don't even hope you can win 8 games.
It's mind-blowing when you think to yourself, in a 17-game season, the Lions may win more games than the Pistons in an 82-game season.
I was, even thinking about that the other day. I mean, if you have a 50-game stretch, and let's say you're 20-30, that's not like fireable, terrible, but that's bad.
Yeah.
If you're 15-35, pretty bad.
TJ,
10-40, awful. Everybody should 4-46.
No, TJ.
If
they were 20,
I hate to break it to you.
Just over a 50-game stretch, though, it's like what? How is that possible?
It's not. If they were 20-30, we'd be sitting up here saying, hey, they win a couple games. Maybe they can get in the play-in tournament.
Do you know what losing
Right.
25 games in a row in
hey.
basketball, the equivalent is in baseball? If the
Probably-
Tigers went on a 49-game losing streak.
Double. Yeah, that's
TJ, it's a third of the season.
It feels impossible.
It is impossible.
Wait, and to make it worse,
last night, how?
last night, the Jazz didn't play 6 of their starters.
Right.
Their top 6 scorers all sat down. They brought up G League and the two-way players, and they beat the Pistons.
And that's where I look at it.
On
and say
the road in Detroit.
And that's why, I tend to say that it's a coaching issue. The message clearly isn't sticking. Any professional sport.
All right, but here's your problem.
If you're going against backups, you should take advantage of. Hey,
they owe the guy $78 million. They're not okay. So here's how do we fix
They're
this?
not going to get rid of him. I understand that.
Where's Troy Weaver? Does he let me ask you a question as a former athlete? Whether it's the Pack here, and I know the Pack have a weird construct, Lions, whatever. Just draw on your experience with all your boys who played in the league. Is there any situation where you seemingly go months without seeing the general manager?
Not that I can remember. No. I mean,
Have you ever heard of it?
Even in hockey, you get these guys at least once every 2 months.
Troy Weaver.
Right?
Now again, all I'm saying is we have not seen visual evidence of Troy Weaver being a real person since last season. He might be a cardboard COVID cutout. So you haven't seen the owner. You don't see the GM. All you have is like a cardboard cutout of.
Well, maybe that's the problem. He's stuck in the basement. He's stuck in a closet somewhere down there. Nobody's found him.
So
yet.
when you see these phone lines, understand what people. I mean, it's just enough is enough.
Yeah, and that's I hit that breaking point a couple years ago where I said I'm just done. I'm not going to watch anymore.
No,
and
we watch
I'm
now.
A lot better
it's
off
morbid
since I made that
curiosity.
decision.
It's amazing.
You want to watch just to see how bad it can possibly get.
So here was my question. Rico wanted to extend this invite to you. Are you busy? What was the night? January 9th?
It is
January 9th.
Yeah, January 9th.
If you're free, would you like to join your community? We'd like to make you the MC of the event. We're doing Kids Night at LCA.
Oh.
David's going to find 100 impoverished children, and we're putting Sell the Team T-shirts on them.
And we're also asking people to go out and buy all the $8 seats.
Now
let's just pack the joint.
We'll supply all the dip you need.
That feels wrong.
No, it's not wrong.
And you know what, TJ?
I want to see the people at LCA have the balls to escort 100 children out yelling, "Sell the team!"
Well, hopefully the Lions are playing that night. Hopefully they flex it.
Oh, is that a Saturday?
It's a Saturday. They don't flex those until the week before. But
okay,
I hope the Lions play, so I don't
Would you
have to
like
go to the
to
game.
join us? We can now. We'll include dinner,
or maybe the Lions play early in the day, and then you could just come straight from Ford
Whoa,
Field.
whoa.
Wow.
The 9th is a Tuesday. He can go.
I'm looking
you're
at
in.
December. That's
Do you
want to
go?
He's trying to get out of it.
Would you join us?
I don't think I would go. No. I wouldn't go. You would have to really entice me to go.
What if I pay for your bar tab?
You'd
come on.
Probably.
What if I send a car?
You'd have to really entice me to go.
All right,
down.
here we go.
Yeah.
I'll send a car, and I'll pay for your bar tab. And Lord knows we've been together a lot. I know what that's going to cost me. Okay,
I'm so disappointed in you.
We're getting closer.
TJ,
You know
what else am I supposed to seduce you with?
It's not against you personally.
You know what? How about you just go hang out in Costa's Catio? How about that?
Oh my God, that's insulting.
That's for parking next to my car.
Before we will get to the people. Oh my. Can I ask one selfish question and then we'll get to the Lions and stuff?
Yeah. You? No.
I just know it's the funniest thing I read all bowl prep.
Oh boy, you got an Eastern joke coming somewhere, don't you?
Quarterback for Eastern Michigan, Austin Smith is in the transfer portal. I go, where's he got offers from? McDonald's, Burger King, and Lowe's?
Good luck.
He was the worst quarterback I watched all year long.
Not good.
What's the scoop?
No idea.
Is he leaving football?
No idea.
What D3 schools are calling?
That's what, it's probably going to be a DePaul. I don't know.
Not DePaul. DePaul
with a W.
Right.
Little small school in Indiana. I
Southern
think.
New Hampshire online.
Or it could be a situation where, maybe the coach has told him, hey, we've seen enough. You ain't going to play here. If you want a chance to go play somewhere else,
I'll tell you who's seen enough of
might be the best
Chris
thing to get
Creighton.
out.
Me. Honestly, Eastern might be the
you have
worst.
hatred for that man.
Because he doesn't win Bupkis, and yet somehow he's this sacred cow at Eastern. My whole point is they're the worst of all the bowl teams. You're dead last. You are horrendous.
And I think the biggest point spread, too.
I thought Minnesota was last.
Maybe Liberty.
They're catching 17, not from Oregon.
Yeah.
They're catching 17 from South Alabama, who might be down their starting quarterback, running back, wide out, and left tackle.
But they're the going
Cash
to
the ticket if you want such bold.
They're the going to work Eagles.
You did not
or
break that down.
Full breakdown.
What is it?
What's the hotline? Get us.
What's the slogan? You guys break through the brick wall, going to work.
That was the Pistons, Rico.
Break through the brick wall, going to work. Okay.
I even
Concrete
talked about
field.
We take them all.
TJ,
try to use them all.
I swear to God, TJ's got a guy who looks like his little brother on the team. This Bobby Spalacci or whatever. What's that
Joe
line?
Sparacchio.
Sparacchio. He looks like mini TJ.
Good player.
He's a linebacker. He makes 8 million tackles because the rest of the team sucks. But it's almost like if you shrunk TJ down, it's like mini Hooper version. Joey Sparacchio.
He's a good kid. Good player, too.
Good.
Got a chance to
look great
do
at
some big
MSU
things.
next year. All right. I want to talk to you about the Lions. We have to get to the phone calls. We got a lot going on. We're keeping it loose today. There's no reason to be stressed. People, we're coming to you next. TJ on hoops. TJ has big thoughts about Bogdanovich. We're going to talk about it. Perfect.
Is LeBron coming here next year, TJ? TJ will answer that next. 97
The perfect temperature to sleep, 68 degrees. What's not up for debate, the best mattress, the eco-friendly, most comfortable. It is the iComfort Eco by Serta. Supportive, designed to keep you cool, comfortable, and feeling restored. Or Serta's Perfect Sleeper for pressure-relieving comfort and support while maintaining a balanced sleep temperature. Serta, made in Michigan. Have been for 110 years. Just go to Serta.com to find a retailer near you. Oh, TJ hadn't heard the Don before. He goes, who the hell is that? I go, that's Donovan Edwards.
I forgot about him.
How could you? He was going to reinvent the sport.
I'm
all right,
waiting.
we'll get some calls, and you want to get into Lions in the back half of the hour? Does that work for everybody?
That works for me.
Awesome.
Because I'm very scared about that game.
So LeBron, is he coming to the
My God. TJ's going to break down Wembanyama's rookie year coming up, and what is his Achilles heel? Let's go to Gary, 97.1. What's up, Gary?
Hey, what's going on?
How are you?
I got an idea. Pretty good. Good listening to y'all. Going to talk about a Pistons idea for y'all.
What's that?
Why don't we take that Bad Boys T-shirt and turn it into Sad Boys and put Tom Gors with crossbones on it?
You do whatever you like.
And then put... Yeah, that'd be cool.
Gary,
also,
I'm not a T-shirt store. I do radio. I know, but I want your opinion. Yeah. I mean, this isn't Etsy.
My opinion is that this team right now is a bunch of cool-looking puzzle pieces that don't fit together.
100%. 100. No, that's the best way to put it. Is that individually you look at it and you go, well, this guy could be all right, or this guy could be all right. The problem is, they're built in 2023 like a team from 1990. They can't shoot the three.
Exactly. And when I saw Cade Cunningham speak last night, I mean, somebody should do a wellness check on him.
Listen, here, I'm going to tell
Gary,
you.
lose 25 games in a row, you're not happy.
Yeah, no, Gary, I'll help you with it. I'll help you with it. The Cade thing is really, really simple. Here, ready, Detroit? You're not going to like this. You have to trade him. He's extension eligible this summer. You cannot pay someone $200-300 million when you win 6 games. And if I'm Cade's agent, here, TJ, let's play the player game. If you played for a team that went 6-76, if I'm Cade's representatives, I'm going, here's how this is going to work. I will lay down in your driveway before I allow you to re-sign here. I'm getting you out of here.
Yeah, no chance.
He's not staying.
Either that, you re-sign, but I'm working on a deal somewhere else.
That's it. I'll do the Ben Simmons. Yeah. I don't care if we have to say you lost your mind, even though you didn't.
Right.
I'm getting you out of here.
Hey, Kate, just stop missing layups. Just start missing layups. You're going to go full Ben Simmons route.
Go ahead.
Go punch somebody in the face on camera. Do something.
We call that the Alvin Kamara.
Make them force you out.
Yeah, go online and just start giving all your political views.
Yeah. All right, Cade, here's the way we're getting out of here. Right. You're going to go out and crush one of the political parties, and then next home game, body slam Mini Hooper.
Just start talking about stuff overseas you have no idea. Just start talking.
Let's go to Chris, 97.1. What's up, Chris?
How's it going, fellas? Thanks for taking my call.
Yes, sir. What's going on, buddy?
Just wanted to make a public service announcement to all Detroit Pistons fans listening. I'm planning on going to the Nets game on Tuesday.
Okay.
With a stack of paper bags ready to hand them out to anybody that wants them.
Okay. I don't have a problem with that. In fact, I think you're doing the Lord's work. But my guess is LCA people are going to have an issue with that. Mm-hmm. So be ready.
Well, even if I can get out 20 of them before I get shut down.
Yeah.
I mean, the camera panning around and seeing 20 different people in paper bags on their heads.
Well, they caught 3
I'm just hoping
yesterday.
to at least force somebody to talk about it.
No, you're right. They caught 3 people yesterday, Chris. One of the broadcasts.
Yeah, the Utah broadcast did, because Lord knows Bally couldn't bring themselves to do it. But yes, I mean, you could. Chris, I mean, am I allowed to give this guy a tip on how to make this work? Who cares? The point is,
make sure it's just hypothetically.
In a hypothetical world, if I wanted to bring in 20 paper bags, you got to slide those underneath your sweatshirt nice and flat. Get like a compression shirt, like a Nike Pro Combat deal, throw that over the top. And then at the opportune moment, you got to tell the people around you what you got under your shirt. Slip them out, slide them on, and get moving. Sell the team, rah, rah, rah. And then, be ready, because they're probably going to round you guys up. Hypothetically, of course.
Yeah, right. Hey,
Chris.
by the way, Rico, really quick, that Hooper line going to the glue factory, I had to pull over. I would have crashed my car.
We all know Rico is very anti-horse. It's really unbelievable, Chris. I'm going to be looking for Chris on Tuesday. Are you sure you don't want to partake in this?
I'm pretty sure.
What if we put the paper bag over your head? No one would know it's you. They'd just be like, wow, that's a big, angry fan.
It'd be a good way to get out of there real
Big
fast.
bag. Huh? Big bag. Oh, yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
Yeah, good.
Yeah.
I don't think I'm fitting one of those. Have to be a grocery bag.
That can't. Yeah, I'm talking a full grocery bag with the handles. I don't know, man. This is exciting. Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm actually excited to see how much worse it can possibly get, to be honest
I
with you.
think we're at a flashpoint where, like, TJ, we were talking about it.
You turned the corner last night.
We can do so much. Like, do I think we've played a role in getting the sell the team movement? Yes. We cover it in a way no one else does. But you need national spotlight on local embarrassment if you're going to get the league involved or get Gors to do something. Yeah, ESPN, it was the second story on the website. And both their morning shows talked about it. I guarantee you PTI will talk about it. CBS had it. Media outlets across America. We're at a flashpoint where it's only going to happen so long before Gors has to do something. Like, all we're looking for is, are you a real person? Can you speak to this embarrassment, please?
And
I don't know.
And that's if I haven't been to a Pistons game in a while, but
we're offering a way for you to be there.
No, I know, but what percentage of the attendees at games do you think are these diehard Pistons fans? Because last time I was at a Pistons game, and this kind of seems like most sports in general, it's almost like a
social event,
nightclub. Let's go have some drinks. Let's dress up and like a fashion show type of deal. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't seem like what it used to be, the rowdy diehards, going nuts in the stadium. It's just, hey, a date night, right? Hey, club night, right? Let's go to LCA. That's kind of what the vibe feels like at the stadium for me.
Wait a minute. Between David and TJ, they got 38 kids. We would only need 62 more for kids night. What if you brought the kids?
I thought you were talking about other kids.
No, we'll bring the impoverished kids, but we can just
say it.
Listen, 100 kids.
Make him say it.
Yeah, you say it.
100 kids, regardless of socioeconomic background, is the point. Would you bring your kids and then you get dad points at home?
All right, how much are you planning on spending? Because that's going to cost you a couple grand. Buy 100 tickets?
No, we're not buying tickets for all the kids. The church is. What do you think the general fund is?
I didn't know that.
That's news to me.
Okay. I didn't know David offered that up.
Let me tell you something. David's used the church money for a lot more unscrupulous things than this. So don't turn into a prude now.
Mike's statements do not, I do not agree with any of these statements.
Hallelujah. Listen, would you bring your 3 children? It's a night out in town.
Probably not.
Why? It's a night with dad.
I got better things to do.
Yeah, my kids would be pissed at me if I made them go watch that. Gonna ruin their holiday.
And TJ to the F5 vertebrae.
Dad, what did we do?
Begging me to leave.
Did you not like your Father's Day gift?
Come on.
You know what? Always like mom better. She would never make us do this.
Here, I'm thinking it'd be like, well, he could give his missus a little time alone, which I know she values because she's got to deal with him all day. David, we could get at least, think about this, TJ's kids, your kids. That alone, tactically placed in sell the team t-shirts. Kids night.
I can only get one of my kids to go.
No, at that point, you could officially spell out sell the team if you gave each of them a letter.
A different letter on the shirt.
Different letter on each shirt. I'm willing. Uncle Mike will pay for everybody.
And then think about it. You're bringing together the community. You got little black kids, little white kids, all together saying sell the team.
I like the sad boys.
Man, Martin Luther King is rolling over his grave saying, yes, sell the team.
Just stick with the sad boys. A little bit ago.
Could you have been more disinterested?
Let's go to Julian on that note. Julian, how are you?
What's going on, guys? I appreciate you taking my call.
Yes, sir.
I hate Gors, man. Like, 04 to 010 shaped my love for Detroit sports and Detroit basketball. My dad was courtside for Pistons Spurs finals. Like, I loved it growing up. And now I literally used to say this as a joke, but you can't pay me to go to a game. My grandpa called me last night and had 3 free tickets to the game, plus a ride, and he was going to buy me dinner. And I made a fake excuse.
Oh, no.
I stayed at home and watched SportsCenter and played a little bit of video games before work this morning. Like, I didn't even want to go out and give this team any bit of my time, my interest, anything.
But what about Grandpa? Oh, no.
That's how bad it's gotten. That's why I decided to call my favorite radio station that I can barely get on. I love talking Lions, and I'm here talking about basketball because this team has dropped so low. Like, yes. I loved basketball. I loved Detroit basketball growing up, and now I'm not even getting out the house to go sell the team chance, man.
No, and to spend quality time with your grandpa.
Yeah, and I'm blaming it on Gors. You know what, Gors? This is on you. This is why I didn't go hang out with my grandpa.
Oh, my God. How old's your grandpa?
Say it again.
How old is your grandpa?
He is 75.
Oh my God.
Come on, man. You just got to go to the game.
Julian.
Hey, hold on. Let me defend myself. I wasn't the first phone call, first off, so I wasn't even choice 1. And secondly, there was people that took the tickets, so he still went out with one of my uncles and a couple of their friends. So they were still screaming, sell the team, and they were out there doing it.
Julian.
I just didn't want to be a part of it, man.
Yeah, Julian, but this is how you move elevation in the wheel. You should have went to the game.
What if Julian, day after Christmas, you, Pop, you get your grandpa. He won't even know what's going on. You get your grandpa dressed up in a sell the team T-shirt. Day after Christmas.
Yeah, you're not escorting a 70-year-old man out.
Too.
Because then, Julian.
All the little ones, all the little cousins, they're all coming as well.
That's right. Jules, then you know what I want? I want to see the people at LCA escort an 80-year-old man out wearing a Sell the Team T-shirt.
First we're exploiting poor kids. Now we're exploiting old people.
You too, Jules. Happy holidays.
Christmas. Who else can we get now? We got the poor kids.
Yeah,
we got the old people.
Get you and your cane. Get out of here.
Get Lieutenant Dan. You got new legs. 97.
Yeah, this is what happens when you lose 25 in a row.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. The Tigers are signing right-handed reliever Shelby Miller to a one-year deal with an option for 2025. Last year with the Dodgers, this 33-year-old put up a 1.71 ERA, 42 strikeouts, 19 walks in 42-plus innings. Miller should help a Tigers bullpen that ranked 17th in the majors and 9th in the AL in ERA. It's been a rough couple of weeks for the Red Wings. They've lost 7 of 8, tumbling from firmly in the playoffs to 4 points out of the last wild card spot in the Eastern Conference, but they're getting David Braun back tonight after a 6-game ban, and they have added motivation to get back at the visiting Flyers, who shut them out last weekend in Philly. You can hear it all right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Pre-game coverage starts at 6:45. And Michigan linebacker Junior Colson says Nick Saban's hiring of former U of M linebackers coach George Hilo isn't a concern for the Wolverines ahead of their CFP semifinal showdown with Alabama. I'm Beanie Howell. More at 4 or at 971theticket.com.
All right, David, couple ticket texts. People want to rap about the Pistons. What? Oh, the Colson sound?
Yeah. Good point. Great point.
Bet.
Yeah.
Bet.
Don't care if you know we're passing the ball. Still cover me.
Yeah.
Probably don't want to tell Alabama. Maybe they're scared.
I don't care if you know the tush push is coming. Stop me.
Right. David, ticket text, then we'll go to the calls.
Weaver is one of Kevin McAllister's cardboard cutouts for Christmas this year.
Jesus.
Won't be hard to capture 20 people when there's 30 in the building.
No, here's the thing. I think as this thing builds, you'll get more people there.
I think that's why there was a lot of people there yesterday. They
Yeah,
thought
it's
it was
become
going
a
to be the
story.
night.
Plus, Tuesday night, if they lose in Brooklyn next and they come home and it's day after Christmas, kids are home on break, people, hey, I'm bored, I want something to do, they'll have a good crowd Tuesday night. Oh, man, if they lose, I can't wait. Cannot wait. Go ahead, David.
Oh, Jim from Harrison Township says, hey, guys, I'm not the biggest basketball fan. I've never enjoyed watching the Pistons this much, though. With the stress of the holiday season, it's nice to turn them on and get a good laugh.
Yeah, listen, it's become a national story. And that's how we're going to get TJ down to LCA. Let's go to the
Maybe
calls.
they could wear throwback jerseys that says Washington Generals across the front.
And all right. Jasper, 97.1. What's up, Jasper? How you doing?
Gentlemen, how we doing?
Okay. What's on your mind?
Listen, TJ kind of stole my thunder here, but I really think Monty Williams is very culpable in all of this as well. I mean, I've heard a lot of people on the station today defend him, say how good of a coach he is. I don't care what offense he runs. I mean, he's got to take a lot of this blame as well. I mean, it's just, I can't listen to people defend this guy anymore. I know the front office is a mess, but I'm just done with it. The guy, he doesn't even want to be here. And correct me if I'm wrong, I think he is the highest paid coach in all of professional sports other than football. I mean, it's embarrassing.
It's totally embarrassing. I mean, Jasper, I've been saying it now for over a month. He clearly looks like a guy with buyer's remorse. He don't look like his heart's in it. And I mean, you want to blame him. But if you think they're going to eat $78 million, they're not doing it. So I don't know what to do.
Yeah. No, I mean, I think you guys are right. It's just, I can't listen to anyone defend the guy.
No one.
I mean,
when you lose 25 in a row, no one deserves to be defended. No one. I think the other thing is this, and Jasper, maybe it doesn't matter to you. I will at least give him credit in this regard. He has to go to that podium every night. He is the only forward-facing voice in this franchise, whereas Weaver, I don't even know if he's alive, and Gors may not even be awake. That's part of my issue. Like, at least he's got to answer for this crap on a nightly basis. But you're right. They're all a problem. All of it.
No, you're right. You're right. It's just, I don't know. I think it was buyer's remorse is probably right. I know his wife's got some health issues as well, and I feel for the guy, but he's the worst coach in the NBA, hands down, right now. I don't think enough people talk about it. But
No, you're
anyways,
right.
guys, happy holidays.
Same
I
deal.
won't keep
You're good.
you.
You're good. Relax. Happy holidays, man. I mean, again, but this is the whole point. Guys, no one is avoiding criticism. And I understand. Okay, he has a lot going on. You took the money. I can't change that.
Yeah.
If you don't want to be here, don't be here. If you made a mistake, get out of the mistake. I mean, it's not a hostage situation. Life is bigger than the paycheck. You were infinitely wealthy before you took this job. Do you really need the money? He said he took the job for the money. Well, figure it out. I don't know what to tell you.
It's a hand and a half
pretty
for
clear,
you right
pretty
there.
clear. Pretty clear. This might be an ignorant amateur opinion from me because I don't know a lot about basketball. But
that's not true at all.
How many systems can you really run in basketball? You know what I mean? Like I keep hearing say like, oh, the players don't fit his system.
Yeah, I
like
think
basketball
it's more...
to me is you dribble, you pass, you shoot.
Okay, that now you're
okay.
No.
There's multiple systems. I mean, think of like football, where you have the pre-snap motion offense, and then you have just the ground and pound, like the Steelers, and like how they play out in the AFC North. Like you have different types of offenses where we're going to pass the ball. We're just going to play 500 out there, and there's others who we're going to control the clock. We're going to run the ball, play action. So it's different.
So if you don't have players that fit that system, why not adjust your system?
Because here's the problem.
Especially at this point, you got nothing to lose.
I will try. I'm not being insulting explaining this the way I am. Do not take it that way, all right?
Oh, when I said it's probably going to be an ignorant question.
Today's NBA, the only thing that matters is shooting the three. Mm-hmm. It's an analytics-driven sport, right? So in football, your job's to score points. In today's NBA, there aren't multiple ways to score points. Whether you have a team that's good at posting up, it doesn't matter. The mid-range jumper, it doesn't exist. Remember the old Suns with Steve Nash, 7 seconds or less, we're going to fly up and down the floor. The Pistons, we're going to hold you under 80 points. Play great defense, we're going to rebound. It's all gone. There's one way. You either have shooters or you do not. It's like the NFL. You either have a quarterback or you don't. So he could change systems. It won't change their result. Right. They don't have anyone who could shoot. They don't have anyone.
Right. Or you have a combination where you have Joker and you have three-point shooters, and now pick your poison.
And I don't think it matters what system you're running. If like you said, you don't know anyone who can shoot.
TJ wins.
Well, that's what kind of led me back to the question. Like, oh, his system. It's like,
yeah, you don't have shooters.
Okay, then
your first round pick this year,
no system's going to work.
I did a breakdown and said this guy can't shoot threes. Just so you know, if you draft him, he can rebound, can't shoot threes.
He's shooting 14%.
And what do? They draft him.
Yeah, I just don't see it as much on the offensive side. Obviously, the defensive side, hey, we're going man on man, or hey, we're going the 2-3 or the 1-3-1. Right? I get that.
Well, it's also to your strategy on do we switch, do we not?
Right.
Are we? How do you play a drop defense? How do you take on screens, screen and replace, all these different things?
Yeah, I get the defensive side. The offensive side, though, and I know you have set plays. Hey, pick and roll. Hey, find the open shooter. But basketball to me is more. It's more black and white. Like you just shoot. You got to shoot. You got to make the shots. It doesn't matter what system you're running.
As they say, it's a make or miss league. And you just last night, you know why you lost the game? You went 1 for 10 down the stretch. Good night now.
That's a lot of misses.
Picks, your phone calls, lots more to do. We're going to ask TJ about, I've got a stat. I think Sunday is a little scary for me. Hungry Howie's. Folks over at Hungry Howie's always trying new things. The Kenny Cott pizza. Maybe Kenny's sitting at home eating pizza now. Is Kenny's on vacation? Where is Kenny?
You know where Kenny's at. He's getting prepared for the big night tonight.
Okay, then. Mac and cheese pizza, $10.99, $2 more for buffalo chicken or jalapeno bacon. If you're more of a traditionalist, I am. Stick to the regular stuff. The mix and match, $6.99. Yes, Rico.
Man, you got to get the mac and cheese pizza for the 7 fishes.
I'm all set. Listen, mix and match, $6.99. Get dinner on the table in 30 minutes. You're going to be cooking enough this weekend. Don't cook tonight. The offer doesn't last forever on that mac and cheese pizza. Limited time only. Head over to Hungry Howie's and get yours today. All right, we do it every week. Very excited. A very difficult card of games. It is time for the picks. I'd give you the standings, but they're not provided. David, what's the issue here?
The issue is Kenny is away, and he texted me because he's busy. He did text me and say that Kenny won the week. Rico was second best, and I am still in first place overall.
Okay.
No, recount.
I'm starting to question it.
I demand a recount.
I'm starting to question it.
Bengals, laying 3. They travel to Pittsburgh. We go to Rico Beard.
Mike, before I get to that, I'm going to need your help a little bit later on with this Lions game. But Steelers are done. They're toast. Yeah, David, I supported your team last week. They let me down. Give me the Bengals.
David.
They also let me down. Do you know who my starting quarterback will be on Saturday? Mason Rudolph.
As Mike would say, don't care.
Jake Browning is better. Let's go with the Bengals.
TJ.
Yeah, I'm taking the Bengals too. Pittsburgh, there's a lot of weird things going on there. Guys not blocking, guys not hustling.
I think Tomlin's done.
Unlike Pittsburgh. I mean, when did that start becoming acceptable for them? I think there's a lot of players on that team. Looks like they're just getting ready to pack the golf bags and book some flights here in a couple weeks. I'm going to take the Bengals.
Yeah, I know they messed up Jake Browning when it was his first start. He played Pittsburgh and Cincy, and they messed him up all kinds of ways with that defense. But I'm with you. That Steelers look like a mess. I think Tomlin's done. I got to be honest with you. I'll take the Bengals. Cowboys, Dolphins. We're coining it the Fraud Bowl. One team can't win on the road. The other team can't beat anybody with a pulse. Dolphins laying 1. Rico.
And you know what? I'm going to take the team that can't beat anybody with a pulse because the Cowboys on the road, looking at when they play teams with a good record, they get destroyed. Dolphins, they'll cover the 1. Give me the Dolphins. And we're going to do the over-under now too?
Yeah, do it.
Give me the over.
All right, David.
I am also going to go with the Dolphins here because the Cowboys just can't win on the road until I see it. Can't pick them. So I'll go Dolphins, and I'll go under for the same reason.
TJ.
I'm going to take the Cowboys here. I think they're a better team. I think they've probably addressed the frustrations and the lack of execution they've had on the road. I think this is the week that they get it right. I think it's going to be a low-scoring game. So I'm going to take the under as well.
I'm worried about the Dolphins' offensive line. Center's gone for the year. 3 other linemen have not practiced this entire week. And you're going to face a Dallas front. Tepid pick, but I'll go Dallas. I'm going under. I think it'll be more of a defensive game than shootout. Browns, Texans. Browns laying 3. Don't think Stroud's going to play. At least I don't have word on that yet.
Yeah, I don't know if he's exited concussion protocol, which if that's the case, you got the Browns defense going up against a backup QB. Give me the Browns all day.
David?
Yeah, the word I'm seeing is he will be out. Now, not a concussion protocol for C.J. Stroud, so I have to go the dreaded Browns.
TJ?
I'm going with you. No C.J. Stroud, no Tank Dell. They did really not look good last week against Tennessee. That was an ugly game. I think it continues for the Texans, a little bit of a downslide. Give me Joe Flacco and the Browns.
Browns defense will be the best unit on the field. Texans shouldn't have won last week. That Browns defense is nasty. Go Cleveland. Jags, Bucks. You ready for this one? Bucks are favored by 2.5. Doesn't that make it seem like Trevor Lawrence may not play? How are they favored in that game?
Well, Trevor Lawrence, even when he does play, ain't nothing special.
Well, didn't he? Yeah, he's in concussion protocol too, which will be the first time that he's missed a start. Mike, I file this under the whole if it doesn't make sense, just kind of go with it. And if that's the case, I go with Baker Mayfield and the Bucks.
Hey, David, here are your instructions this holiday season.
That's what Baker Mayfield may be saying this weekend. By the way, Trevor Lawrence did practice, but he's still not cleared. So we'll see, but I'm with TJ. It may not matter if he plays or not, so Buccaneers.
You going Bucks? I'm going Bucks.
Yeah, I'm going Bucks. Trevor Lawrence doesn't impress me. There was a stat that in the first 45 games, Trevor Lawrence, you know who he's almost identical to through their first 45 games?
Justin
Your
Herbert.
guy, Daniel Jones.
Don't say that.
I'm not kidding.
You know what?
Go
Because you're
look it
right.
up.
It's just
I'm
like
not
the
kidding.
PC thing. Like, you're supposed to say, Trevor Lawrence is this great quarterback, but every week I'm like,
You break it
but
down.
I don't
it's
see it.
nothing special, man. I
I'll
don't,
tell-
I don't
well, you
care
know
if
the
he
biggest
plays or
problem? TJ will agree with this. They have no offensive line.
No. And the run game is atrocious.
Awful. I'll take the Bucks. Giants, Eagles. Oh, God. Eagles laying 13.5. Merry Christmas. Rico Beard.
Yeah, but the underdogs on Monday night, they're phenomenal. Give me Danny Cutlets and the points. I think the Eagles win, but I don't think they're going to win by much.
David?
I'm with you, Rico. I also agree that Danny DeVito, like I like to call him, will keep it
Tommy.
close. I know what his name is.
I like Danny Cutlets.
I just don't believe in the Eagles. They'll keep it close, though. Giants.
TJ.
Giants quarterbacks are getting sacked at an alarming rate. I think Tommy Cutlets is like 18% of the plays he's getting
7
sacked
times
on.
last week.
Oh, just god awful. With that being said,
No.
13.5 points against this Philly team right now.
G-Men.
I can't do it better than that. Give me the G-Men.
That was really good.
Give it to me. And I hope they pull off a win, too. That would be amazing.
That was for you,
That would
Big
be
G.
amazing.
It will kill my draft position.
You're not getting the top pick anyways. Come on.
All I need to do is get to 5 for Jaden Daniels. Look at the history of the Giants, Eagles, especially in Philly over the last 15 years. They destroy the Giants. I don't know that Tommy Cutlets or Danny, Danny Meatballs or whatever you want to call him. He may be leaving on a stretcher. Give me the Eagles. Slay the 13.5.
Larry Lasagna.
Yeah. Larry Lasagna.
Like you must have chose.
Tony Tiramisu.
Hey.
Alfie Alfredo.
All right, that's sufficient.
Hey.
That is sufficient.
Stevie Spaghetti. Hey.
Honestly, I view his agent like that. That him in his Party City outfit. All right, Ravens, Niners. Niners laying 5. Rico Beard.
Well, fortunately, it moved to 5.
Bucatini.
Ronnie Rotini. The line moved. At 5.5, I was a little worried, but I'm going to take the Niners. I think that at home, they're going to give the Ravens the business. Give me the Niners.
You know what? I understand what you're saying, but I just can't see you happy. Wow. I need the Ravens to win.
Christmas
I'm so sorry.
Day, and you don't want me happy.
I have to go for the black guy.
Unbelievable.
Christmas Day, and
Merry
I'm not allowed
Christmas,
to be happy.
Rico.
Wow.
I got you. Let's go to Tommy 2 times.
Hey.
All right, go ahead. Come on.
Niners going to win this game, but I think the Ravens' defense is good enough to kind of limit at least one of the playmakers that the 49ers have. They're probably going to sell out, try to stop the run, and just say, hey, look, Brock Purdy beat us with your arm. I don't know if he's capable of doing that. He's probably going to make some plays. They're going to score some points, but I think the Ravens are going to cover.
When you get Lamar in a big spot, he's got as many turnovers as he does touchdowns. And the Niners have speed at every level of that D. Their linebackers with Greenlaw and with Werner, that bothers Lamar. I'm enamored with him. I make fun of Rico because I could only dream of rooting for a team this good. But I can't go against them. Niners, lay the points, man.
But we don't have a celebrity quarterback.
You don't need it.
Do.
That's how good the rest of the team is. Hey! Lions, 3-point favorites at Minnesota.
You know what? I'm going to a lifeline, Mike. I really want to know.
Ready?
Yeah.
All right, here we go. A, you played the game of your life last week, and now you got to go on the road in the division. B, this is everything to the Vikings, back against the wall, and they blew the game last week. C, when you don't blitz Goff, he's a top 5 QB. When you do blitz him, he ranks 30th in the NFL in QBR. And Brian Flores, he coaches like a kid playing Madden on G Fuel. Blitz, 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 blitz. I'm terrified.
Well, Mike, thank you so much.
Mikey Mastacholi!
You helped me out, Mikey Mastacholi. My pick for the game is...
Dave, what do you got?
It's going to be a Merry Christmas in Detroit. I know
Just
I'm not a
for me.
Lions fan, but I enjoy my city. I love my city. I'm going to go Lions here.
Just not a Merry Christmas for me.
Sorry, Rico.
Who will be on the sidelines?
Vikings, I think, are going to keep it close. The defense is just that good. But the Lions healthy up front. We all saw the stat that Birchie put out earlier in the week and
With
the
the offensive
yards
line.
that they gain, and they're going to be good enough, I think, to defend against a lot of those pressures that Minnesota sends. And Minnesota, they blitz more than any other team in the league. They also drop 8 more than any other team in the league by far. You never know what you're going to get, but this offensive line, they're good enough to beat anybody. I think it starts with running the ball. You're going to take Minnesota out of a lot of those pressures. Don't put yourself in 3rd and longs, and you'll be fine. I think the Lions come home on Christmas Eve with some new hats, some new T-shirts for the first time ever that say NFC North champs.
Do they bring back
Go Lions!
Do they bring back the ski mask?
Oh God, I hope not. Come on, I hope not.
I'm going to take the points. Doesn't this like a 23-21 final? One of those weird, close, scary games. Lions win, but you get the cover? Maybe. I don't know. I'm just scared about it. Give me the Vikings. Oh, man. I don't want them to lose.
Big baby.
I know. I'm sorry. Shout out Tommy Cutlets. All right, those are the picks. 97-1.
Brought to you by Mother Waddles. CJ Gardner-Johnson isn't ready to play yet despite returning to practice for the Lions a couple of days ago. Head coach Dan Campbell said today his safety looks good after tearing a pec back in week 2, an injury doctors originally said would require a 6-month rehab, but Detroit is taking care not to rush things with Gardner-Johnson. Detroit can clinch the NFC North with a win at Minnesota on Christmas Eve. Hear it all here on 97.1 The Ticket. Coverage starts at 10 a.m. The Red Wings are eager to end their 4-game losing streak, and they're getting forward David Perron back from a 6-game ban tonight as they host the Flyers. You can hear that here tonight on 97.1 The Ticket. Pre-game coverage starting at 6:45. And are we watching the first domino fall in the next round of college sports conference realignment? Florida State has taken the first official step toward leaving the ACC, filing a lawsuit against the ACC, challenging the legality of the conference's bylaws that lock member schools in through 2036 at risk of a $130 million early exit fee. FSU unhappy with the ACC's revenue sharing structure. That pays the 14 members about $36 million per year. Maybe looking at the Big Ten or SEC, both of whom pay about double that. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Beanie Howell. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, before we get to the callers, I want to just in a longer form ask TJ about this. So some of the things we talked about, look, this is all a game, clearly. We want the Lions to win. You'd have to be a real cold soul to not want them to win this game. But I also respect the opponent more than most. I think winning in December is really, really hard. Winning on the road in the division in December is really, really hard. The Lions played the best game I think they're capable of playing last week. You know what's really difficult? Doing it again. You're taking on a Vikings team that is desperate. They blew that game against the Bengals. How do I know? I watched the whole thing. I'm a loser. The point is, this game, when you look at it, TJ, it is as if they are designed for beating Jared Goff. If you don't blitz Goff, he's elite. If you blitz him, he falls apart. Brian Flores is a maniac. That defense is going to have an axe to grind. They collapsed in the fourth quarter. Am I wrong to be concerned? I'm not saying they're not going to win, but I've had people call in all week. Rico and I have taken these calls, and you'd think the Lions are playing the Chargers this weekend. Like, is it wrong I give Minnesota enough respect? Like, you better bring your A game.
Yeah. No, I think they know that, too. I think they're starting to realize that, you are the top dogs. You are going to get everybody's best shot every single week, right? And I think there were a couple weeks there where they probably did feel like, we're just going to roll out against Chicago, we'll be fine, right? We're going to roll out against the Packers, we'll be fine. You start to learn that that's not the case, man. All these teams are coming for your throat, and you got to be prepared for it. Minnesota's defense, look, one of the best defenses I've seen on tape this year.
It's amazing what Flores did.
Just their style and the youth and the inexperience, but Flores still finding ways to put those guys in positions to have great success. Daniil Hunter's still a menace off the edge, and then the next snap you'll see him playing outside linebacker, and then he's dropping into cover. You know what I mean? Like, it's hard to predict what you're going to get from this team. So certainly I could say, yeah, I think the areas of concern are the pressure. Jared Goff at times this year, especially when you get on the road, when communication is limited, has struggled to find, the nickel coming off the edge or seeing a safety, blitzing on the backside of a play action pass that is going to kill you, right? That's the one call against a play like that you're in big time trouble. He's struggled at times to see those pressures. And also, look, last week, the Cincy game, they took a lot of shots downfield. If you're blitzing 8 guys, we got a lot of one-on-ones. I'm going to trust my guys to go make a play. And Cincinnati did that. They made them pay a number of times. And even late in the overtime, the last touchdown I think they scored, T. Higgins kind of swung right. That's a deep shot one-on-one. That's not really an identity or a strength of this Lions offense. No. They don't take a lot of shots downfield. They need the time to let some of these routes develop and give it time to let, the guy cross the hash mark on the opposite side, right? It's a very timing-based offense that doesn't call for a lot of, hey, we got one-on-one in the outside, run a fade, and I'm going to give you a shot. don't do that a lot. So I think that does kind of play into Minnesota's hands. They want to get you. They want to get on you fast. They want to make you make a split-second decision. We've seen times where Jared Goff has struggled with that this year.
He's faced Flores twice.
And I know his stats are not good.
No.
Not
One
good at all.
touchdown, 5 turnovers.
Yeah, not good. And that's the style of defense that they play. That's why I kind of said in the picks, I trust this offensive line to give him time. I trust the offensive line to dissect some of the stunts and the pressures and the blitzes and the rotation of the defensive backs to kind of, guess or at least be ready for, hey, we're probably getting pressure from this side, right? I trust those guys that they can get themselves in the right spot to pick up those blitzes and give Jared Goff extra time, because if you do pick up these blitzes, there's a whole lot of grass on that defense that you can make them pay.
I always find it weird too, fellas, like when you watch Flores in Minnesota, like when you have players bailing out so late that their back is to the quarterback as the ball's being snapped. Like he'll have 8 guys at the line of scrimmage, and all of a sudden as the ball's snapped, you'll see a guy bailing out and his job is to sprint like dead center field. And you're like, all right, I get we're playing some games here, but you saw it a couple times in the Bengal game where it was like 3rd and 21 and boom, Browning hit him for like a 25-yarder because he's got all this stuff happening. I'm going, it's 3rd and 25. Just line up 4 people at the first down mark.
And they do what they do, dude.
You're playing a percentage thinking, I'm going to confuse you, or you got to get a perfect throw out in order to hit that guy, because if it's slightly off, it's going to be a pick.
Yeah, and they stick with what they do. Like even the first play of the Cincy game, they brought 8 guys. It was empty pressure, and Browning just threw one up. I think it was Jamar Chase down the sideline, made a big catch. Normally for some defensive coordinators, they'd be like, all right, we got to tilt it back a little bit.
Is this where the fans get what they want finally? Is this going to be the J-Mo deep bomb game? They're going to catch him in a pressure.
I hope so.
It's going to be him one-on-one, and all Goff's got to do is just not hit the Jumbotron with a flutter ball.
Yeah, I hope so. And, that's been an issue this year, that connection. I know it's gotten better, but as far as some of the deep shots go,
you've made me keenly aware.
7 targets last week, something like that.
It was J-Mo's best game. Now, I know Goff overthrew him once and underthrew him once. The first quarter, he has to hit that ball. I know that. But overall, J-Mo was in the flow of the offense. What I'm saying is the way Flores is going to call this defense, for all the fans that have been fantasizing about J-Mo hitting a deep bomb, this is the type of game.
Yeah. You got to get speed on the edges versus this defense, I think. You can't just try to pack up the middle. That's where you can get confused, where you're thinking it's a pressure, and then, like you said, Mike, 3 of the guys that are lined up over the center and guards all bail out of there, and you're like, oh, boy, I don't know where to go. By that time, you got a free runner
coming. He had
coming.
one last week, fellas. There might have been 7 guys lined up in the box. Only 3 rushed.
It's insane.
It was the drop 8 cover you were talking about. I'm going, how are you asking these big people to turn around, run backwards, and cover someone?
It's wild. But they're good. They're damn good at it,
He's
man.
going to be a coach.
They're damn good at it.
I think he's earned a head coaching.
Yeah, I think he's done a sign for me of a good coach is doing more with less. And there's been coaches here at times. I think Aaron Glenn kind of fits into that category where doing more probably with not, enough talent, let's say. Brian Flores is a definition of that.
I think he's a professional coordinator. I think that this is what he does.
Some guys just are, right?
You
Some
put him
guys
as a head coach, and he's just not going to be the same. But as a D coordinator, you'll be awesome. He's Jim Schwartz. Don't take another head coaching gig.
Yeah.
Stay exactly where – this is your lane. You're a D coordinator. Be the best at it.
Do you think he's going to demand $20 million a year like Ben Johnson?
Hold on. We didn't get to that story yesterday. Josina Anderson reporting Ben Johnson wants at least $20 million. His agent was quick to come out and go,
I think it was like 16.
It was $15 million.
15, yeah.
What do you make of that?
I mean, I don't believe it. I think
in order to coach the Carolina Panthers,
that's what I said.
I would need $15 million.
That's what I said.
And I think it got taken out of context. Like, no. If they call, $15 million. Anybody else we can talk.
I could see that. Carolina
calling. Ben Johnson's from.
He's from Carolina. No, I know that.
That would be a smart hire for them because they've got to get Bryce Young right. The problem is they have no future.
Yeah, no
they
first
have no
round
draft
picks. Nothing.
Yeah. David Tepper's a maniac. So if I'm doing this, I will sit my family down and go, look, We are going to get fired probably in 18 months, but I have 50 million reasons we're taking this.
I could see when that report came out, maybe. Now I think that's even a stretch. Where
I know, but it's fun.
Carolina called his agent. He's like, it's going to take a lot for him to get him down there.
Like other people are like, really? Is it? No, not for you.
Yeah.
Oh, no, for you,
Chargers. You want
for you, it's BOGO.
Oh yeah,
half price.
Yeah, we can talk like $7-8 million a year first year.
Chargers. You want to call?
Yeah, we can work on this. No.
You double.
Yeah, but don't.
Vegas. Hey, let's talk. Right?
Don't tell
Carolina,
Charlotte we talked. Yeah, don't tell Charlotte that we had this talk. Okay.
Nope.
248-539-9797. We can get to the people. We got Who Said It? Is Who Said It a thing? Who Said It is back? All right, to hell with it. What do you got going on? You got a brisket on the smoker? What's the story?
No, we're doing it next.
Yeah, we can do it next.
Yeah, we're doing it next.
Or we take the call. I'll do whatever you guys want. It's a holiday
one more
edition.
segment.
To hell with it.
I'll give you 15 more minutes since I'll be out next week. How about that?
What an effing gentleman, huh?
Man of people.
First class.
He is.
Northville Lumber. We talk about them all the time. Oldest company in the state. Largest Trex decking outlet in America. Nobody stocks more. Nobody sells more. Why? Because they have the product. They don't have to call anybody. Help me, please. Give me product. They don't have to do that. It's in their warehouse a mile down the road. And at industry low prices. So all you need to do to get involved, call Northville Lumber today. They'll even introduce you to a Trex certified pro. Call Northville Lumber or go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com.
The holiday seasons are busy and they can be stressful. During the winter, injuries from car accidents are on the rise. My friends over at Applebaum and Stone, they're here to help you. Ron Applebaum and Eric Stone are personally involved with every client. They'll handle the difficult insurance companies. You can just take care of yourself. When you call Applebaum and Stone, guess what? You get them. They come to you and they get you the money you deserve. So
pick up the phone.
Call Applebaum and Stone right now. 833 wins big. You tell them Rico sent you.
All right, straight to the. Oh, actually, no. Who said it here? Correct. All right, let's do it.
Correct.
It is time for Who Said It. Let me let you know who is eligible. That
Okay.
would be the morning show, the midday show, the afternoon show, Jeff and Wojo, and podcast.
What logo is the hardest to draw?
I'm just going to start reading here. Is everyone ready?
With Greg in the morning.
Got to be the Tigers, though, right?
Probably the wings. You got to get all the little
Yeah,
feathers
the little,
in
like,
there.
Shut up. All righty now.
Little feathers.
All right, let's go. These were the most loyal fans ever. Like, they stuck through this team through decades of bad years. The fans stuck with this team, and now that you've just started off really good, you're just going to gauge them. Gouge them like this. I knew I was going to do that, too.
And Dexter Manley producing the show.
I knew I was going to do that.
Gotcha.
I would ask you to read it again, but that's okay, David.
Yeah. Too many big words.
What a blessing.
You know what? I think I may have said that when we were talking about the ticket prices.
Yeah, you were a bit of a bleeding heart when we brought that topic up. You were like, this is terrible for the public. I'm like, it's a business.
I know it's a business. Still wrong.
Okay, he's saying it's him. Now, that's a strong opinion.
I'm not going to disagree with you if you think it was yourself.
Yeah,
I don't have a bigger opinion than that.
I basically said you're an idiot if you didn't think they were raising ticket
Right, because
prices.
I think that I said they were gauging the public. So
yeah, that
gouging
sounds like
or gauging.
They didn't gauge anything. They just made that decision.
David, a pastor cannot make that hand gesture. Okay, that's two.
Are we all locked in?
Yeah, have you ever done that during a sermon?
We're all locked in?
I think it's Rico.
All right.
Bam! 1 for 1, baby.
I feel good. Now we're off the schneid. We can play loose.
Good start.
Yeah. All right, number 2.
The wait list goes down to 0, and they don't sell out the markets, telling the Lions, you went too far.
One more time.
The wait list goes down to 0, and they don't sell out, then the market's telling the Lions, you went too far.
I got a hunch.
Please take the lead.
I got a carshism with the market, and yeah, I heard the market, that particular word, in a very raspy sort of way.
I think David's going to go back to our show. I think that was Mike talking about the balance of power when it comes to the season tickets. Like,
Gotham needs a hero.
Stop. Continue, Rico. Continue, please.
I'm just going to go, Mike.
Harvey.
You still pounding that Dayquil?
David, one more time, please.
The wait list goes down.
Do it in that voice.
I can't do that. The wait list goes down to 0, and they don't sell out, then the market's telling the Lions, you went too far.
God, man. Would David be so brazen to go you and then me? I know I did similar stuff to that. I just don't know that I said that.
Yeah, but everybody probably did similar stuff. That's what I'm trying to key on, like
Doug.
Word, yeah, one word here or there. The market.
I don't know. That new lion logo is difficult to draw.
Harvey was the best of us. Okay. Damn. All right, I'll go with TJ on this one. I don't think he'd go back to back like that.
Dang, you know what? Oh man.
What?
Costa was in all week too.
Oh, Smarms a lot?
Ooh.
Oh,
man.
Baby Mike.
Damn.
Ah.
I'm going to do a last minute change. I forgot Costa was in. I'm going Costa.
All right. David.
We're all locked in.
Who said it?
Damn it!
And I end up being right.
Never do the last second switch, TJ.
Nah, I know. That dumb idea.
There's always time to change.
Stupid. I told you.
Y'all ready for the
Good
next one?
hunch.
Are we good?
Come
Are
on.
we going to be done here?
Please continue.
Commissioner.
All right, here we go. He can't cover 5 players at once, but he can make one play on a drive or one play in a game.
The hell is they talking?
He can't cover 5 players at once, but he can make one more time.
He can't cover 5 players at once, but he can make one play on a drive or one play in a game.
I don't even have a hunch of who they're talking about. Can't cover 5 players at once. It's like a Brian Branch topic.
You want a hint on what they were talking about?
Is that Cade?
Yeah, I got no idea.
C.J. Gardner-Johnson.
Oh.
Can't cover 5
Okay,
players.
we didn't bring him up other than his comment to the media, which we agreed with. Like, I liked his answer to that question.
Yeah, maybe I'll just go with Jansen.
Any reason?
Don't ask me why. I just hear Jansen when I hear. Yeah, Wojo wasn't in, so.
Does Wojo work at the station anymore? You guys have been here forever. TJ, your thought?
Wednesday mornings. I'm kind of getting a Jansen feel too. Like, hey, if he comes back, right, guys, one player's not going to make a huge difference type thing.
Yeah, you're
but
expecting
if he has
him to
one
do all
good
of this
play-
stuff.
right.
He can't do that.
Yeah, that sounds like a What's
What's your
Jansen take.
experience?
I'm
my.
gonna piggyback. I'm gonna go with Jansen as well.
Not the hell with it. I'm 2 for 2. It's a free roll. All right, I'll go with you guys on it.
You're just coattail riding though.
Oh,
come on,
hurtful.
Here we go.
Oh, damn it. God, one too early.
Could you get
Damn.
one haircut a month? Did you see his mop?
No.
He looked like he was at the end of a 4-day Vegas bender. I go, Jim, what the hell?
You know what? Hey, maybe Mrs. Cookies likes it like that.
Whoa. All right. Well, okay. I'll stay away from that.
He wants some of your free
Alrighty.
tickets to the Pistons games.
David.
I'm just going to start reading the next one here.
Please.
But at some point, they're different or not. We can't keep telling you they're different 15 times throughout the course of the year. And then the 16th, you'll say, well, I need to be convinced again. At some point, acknowledge what we're watching. We have a 10-win football team.
Now, see, I feel like that's Angry John.
It could be.
And remember, Gator was out all week.
Oh, wait, one more time, David.
But at some point, they're different or not. We can't keep telling you they're different 15 times throughout the course of the year. And then the 16th, you'll say, well, I need to be convinced again. At some point, acknowledge what we're watching. We have a 10-win football team.
That's either John. Is that John in your podcast? Or.
Are we doing pods again?
Or. It's Kang.
Oh, see, you kind of stole mine
And
there.
with no Gator,
yeah,
that means Kang talked 2/3 of the time.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
And reads.
Wow.
Coming up in the world. I got a Kang. I do not think John said that on the podcast.
Maybe it was on Kang's Collects.
I don't think he. Was it on Bustin' Balls? Is that eligible?
I don't know. I don't make the rules. Whatever you want.
I think you kind of gave me an idea when you said Gator was out, which means Kang's going to blabber a lot more.
Okay.
Angry
All right.
Kang.
Yeah, I'm going to go with Kang on that one.
And you're going with?
Kang.
God. John. Give me John. We haven't used John yet.
We haven't.
Give me John. Wow.
Back to back. Costas. Man.
Look at David. David telling us to eat the pizza.
Yeah. That was Angry Costa.
Right.
Okay.
Jimmy had.
Wait, was that off the pod?
No, it was
Oh,
not.
okay.
No. It was just him yelling into the abyss. Wow.
Angry
All right.
Jimmy. Stumped us, David. Nice
A
one.
little
David.
taste of what the morning show is going to be like soon.
We got to think about this next one hard.
Okay.
We got to get one.
All right, here's the last one. The fans I feel bad for, the ones that been there through the terrible teams, the terrible GMs, the terrible organization. Where's the discount?
Definitely ain't me saying.
Discount. Come on.
Would John say that?
I don't think so. I think John was more of a realist like us. That guys, ticket prices are going up.
So hang on. Hold on. Is he really going to go hat trick Costa?
See, I think I said that.
Oh, he circled all the way back to you.
Where's the discount? Did you say something like that?
Well, I was saying, what was it again, David?
You want me to read this again?
Yes,
The fans
please.
I feel bad for, the ones that been there through the terrible teams, the terrible GMs, the terrible organization. Where's their discount?
I got no feel on that.
No.
I think I may have, but man, it could have been Costa 3 times in a row.
Discount.
See, I would be stunned.
I'll say me again.
I'm going to limb and just say Woj. Maybe a Wednesdays
What about your
with
Kang
Woj.
one?
Could be, yeah. I mean, we could do this all day. We could name everybody and talk ourselves into everybody.
All right, you're going with yourself. TJ's going.
What about
Kang.
Gov?
Has he been here all week?
I don't think he's been here.
I'm not sure. I'm gonna go with Woj. I'm gonna go with Woj.
Did Woj do Wednesdays with Wojo?
Good
I
question.
don't think he did anything this week.
Not sure.
Yeah, I'd have to listen to know. I don't know. You got me thinking about this Kang thing. I'm gonna go Kang. You really sold me on this. Let's give it a shot.
We locked in?
Yeah, who said it? Okay, that's enough. All right. TJ, hell of a job this week. You did the Lord's work.
Yeah,
Happy
I gave
holidays.
you a bunch of winners.
Merry Christmas to you, TJ.
Merry Christmas.
Right. Hey, you too, guys. I'll see you in a couple weeks.
I hope you get all the tobacco you want under that Christmas tree. All right. America's favorite place to watch football, Stadium Swim, Circa Resort and Casino. Catch all the biggest games at the best place to watch them. 6 pools, 3 levels, perfect view of the massive screen. It's Circa Resort and Casino, downtown Las Vegas. Stadium Swim. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. In about 48 hours, the Lions could be celebrating their first division championship in 30 years. Detroit can clinch the NFC North with a win at Minnesota on Christmas Eve. It would be the first division title for any Detroit pro team in nearly a decade. The last one to do it here, the Tigers in 2014. And speaking of the Tigers, they've signed right-handed reliever Shelby Miller to a one-year deal worth $3 million with an option for 2025. Last year with the Dodgers, the 33-year-old put up a 1.71 ERA in 42-plus innings over 36 appearances. Miller should help a Tigers bullpen that ranked 17th in the majors and 9th in the American League in ERA. Detroit will be Miller's 9th team, including his 5th in 4 seasons. And the Wings look to end their 4-game losing streak tonight at home versus the Flyers. They're getting David Braun back after he served a 6-game ban for cross-checking Ottawa's Artem Zub following that nasty hit that hurt Dylan Larkin back on December 9th. Braun said the NHL's discipline probably went a little overboard. Wings versus Flyers, you can hear it here on 97.1 The Ticket tonight, coverage starting at 6:45. I'm Beanie Howell, more at 5 or at 971theticket.com.
All right, David, a few ticket texts. We get to the callers. We have talked everything today. The Pistons, I mean, you guys were unbelievable last night. Sell the team chance. It's made national news. It's all over ESPN. Pistons lose their 25th game in a row. So we've talked about it. We're talking about the Lions as well. Chance to get the hats and T-shirts this weekend. I'm nervous. I mean, if it
you gave some sobering numbers.
Yeah, I look from an unemotional standpoint, and I can reset it at 5. No emotion, no hope, no fandom, just data. This is a really bad matchup for Jared Goff. And oh, by the way, I mean, I know you're not used to being in big games in December, but ask Rico or ask me. December football in the division on the road, the hardest brand of game to win. Oh, and then factor in the team you're playing knows they let one get away last week. And you're riding in all back rubs and bubble bats. You played your best game of the year.
And the team you're playing knows that you're also going to play a gigantic game against Dallas the week after, so you may not have your full attention on that game, but they're ready. They need this thing. You are just hoping to win to lock things up on your own.
David, ticket text, what do you got?
Someone says, I'm comfortably numb on this game on Sunday, probably the most comfortable I've been all season. Rich in Ohio. I've been saying this for weeks, but the Vikings run that 6 on defensive line stuff on the line of scrimmage, drop or blitz. This is a nightmare for Goff on Sunday.
Now, Goff has every right to get better. He's got every right to make adjustments of his own. And you can weigh out data of your own that says when our offensive line is healthy and together, we're awesome. Hell, I hope you win by 30. But I am nervous. They have to do something they haven't done in a while. Put 2 really impressive games together. Let me know the last time we've seen that. It's probably the week before the bye, Tampa Bay.
Yeah, Tampa Bay.
And the week after the bye, Chargers.
Yeah.
That's 2 months ago.
Yeah. Dark Knight was good. I root for the Joker, somebody says.
I don't even know where that came from.
He was doing his Doug imitation, so I helped him.
Someone says, I already bought my tickets for the Sacramento game. I am in with Rico's idea.
Okay.
I mean, what better way? You heard sell the team, but imagine. And here's the thing, Mike, being there when MSU played Baylor, when it was more of a crowd, it's louder. Think Lions in Ford Field. You get 15,000 people in there screaming, chanting, sell the team, and then a massive walkout. Just all at once, everybody leaves.
I love the idea, but in my lifetime, I don't know that I've ever seen a really well-executed. Look, the closest thing we've seen locally would be what? When everybody wore orange when the Bengals were here, Ford Field. getting fans on a grassroots level to actually unite. You can't get 5 people on the street to agree that pizza's good. It's just really hard to do. I've never seen it done. That's a dream state what you're describing.
What? And you didn't think we can sell the team to trend, and we did.
We did. Okay. And then
I believe in these people.
Okay, let's go to Mike, 97.1. Mikey, what's going on, buddy?
Mike, Rico, how you guys doing?
Good, brother. What's on your mind?
Nothing. If you guys would just give me about 30 seconds, I really just want to explain how bad really Troy Weaver has been.
Okay.
So, in my opinion, he's made 2 good moves in his whole tenure, and that's signing Jeremy Grant and trading him for Duren, and then trading for Boyan, but I don't even count that because he fumbled the bag by not trading for the picks last year. Okay, that's one.
Okay.
Next, we should have never traded for Isaiah Stewart. I mean, he was undersized and couldn't shoot when we traded for him. We've also handcuffed our organization because if a good player becomes available, we can't even trade our own pick until 2027 unless it conveys, which it won't unless we make the playoffs before then. And to top it all off, we paid Isaiah Stewart after realizing this guy is no big deal. I don't know what Troy Weaver's obsession is with him. We did nothing this offseason except collect dead bodies and draft a player at number 5 overall who literally does not know how to shoot a basketball. And all he's done is add useless centers, including trading 4 second-round picks for Marvin Bagley when no one wanted him, and then we paid him when no one would give him $10.
Yep.
So
think about this. Think about this, because I think you're spot on, Mike. You have paid together Marvin Bagley and Isaiah Stewart account for $28 million a year.
That's ridiculous.
Okay. And you held on to a 34-year-old wing because you thought you were ready to win. You're 2-26. And yet, here's my thing. Mike, when's the last time anybody saw Weaver? At a restaurant, in the arena, at a car wash, in a picture, anything. Is Troy Weaver even a real person?
He's not. He's nowhere to be found. And you know what? You called it this offseason. I've been listening to you all summer. You said, what are we doing this offseason? Why aren't we going and getting any adults to play with this young core? We lost Cade for last year. The first thing that should have been on Troy Weaver's mind this offseason is, hey, how can I expedite this rebuild after my star player just lost a year? We should be putting pieces around him to make it an easier transition and make sure that we're going to win games this year.
Yeah, and you know what's interesting too, Mike, is look at Sacramento. When they recognized, hey, I don't think we're ever going to be able to have Fox and Halliburton play together. It's probably not going to work. They traded Halliburton. Now they got Donatas Sabonis. Halliburton has worked for both parties.
Right.
The point I'm making is
the rare win-win.
It was always going to be hard for Ivy and Cade to play together. But it was never a discussion point. Never. So now you had all summer where you had an idea. You hired Monty Williams. The first decision they should have made is, Monty, can this work? Mm-hmm. If Monty said yes, he lost his mind. But the problem again is I don't even know that Weaver even consulted on Monty Williams? Because it was Tom Gors meeting with him.
Right. No, that's just the part of the dysfunction that's going on in the whole organization is like you don't even know that Weaver wanted Monty Williams, which it sounds like he really didn't. But, I mean, the whole organization is dysfunctional. And you're right. The whole team just doesn't fit. Ivy really isn't a knockdown shooter. Asar doesn't know how to shoot the ball. No. Isaiah Stewart shoots 2 or 3 a game.
Do you know where Asar Thompson belongs? Asar Thompson belongs on a good team. All of the things Asar is good at are the things that aren't obvious to most fans, but they aid in winning. The hustle, the steals, the blocks, the rebounds, open floor, finisher. Mm-hmm. He needs to be on a good team. Mike, he's a kid on a horrible team who shoots 14% from deep. He's got no role.
Right. He's that gritty player. Think Draymond without the fights and suspensions.
Like if Day-Day were in Charlotte in his prime, he never would have had the impact he had with Golden State. Mm-hmm. I agree totally. But it's seriously, when is the last time anyone saw Troy Weaver? Anywhere. What's the last interview he did? I don't even care if the interview was in print. Has anyone seen him at the arena? He sure as hell hasn't talked, because that's what needs to happen next. The media needs to ask. I don't want to hear
Monty anymore.
Media needs to ask Monty. Monty, with all due respect, why are you the only forward-facing voice of this franchise? Yeah. Troy, Mr. Gors, what?
Mike, the media needs to go full Karen. Monty, I need to talk to your manager. Just go full Karen. We need to talk to the manager.
I did reach out. The general manager does attend games. So it may be worse that he's not speaking.
Where is he? Is he in a bunker suite? Is he at the Gors nightclub in the arena? Like what?
There are many doors to the Little Caesars Arena.
Is he like Kevin McAllister when he's riding in the trunk of the Central Park carriage to get away from Joe Pesci?
He's under the stadium in the back cave.
Right.
No, maybe it's like Scoop. Maybe he's the dancing usher.
Where's he been?
See? You haven't seen him See?
248-539-9797. This holiday season, lots of sports, hopefully a little less work. FanDuel, $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 money line bet. That's $150 if your team wins. And whether it's spreads, props, totals, you name it, FanDuel's got it because they offer more betting markets than anyone else. It's FanDuel, official partner of 97.1 The Ticket, 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only, $5 pregame money line wager required, $10 first deposit required, bonus issue. Non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem? 1-800-270-7117. All right, David, a few ticket texts. We'll get to the calls. I want to reset some power numbers top of the hour. No emotion. They're not even opinions. They're just facts. And I want to know if it makes you nervous about the Lions on Sunday. David, go ahead.
Someone says, as a Packers fan, which is strange for me to say this, but I am saying go Lions. I hate the Vikings, so go Lions. All
Thank
right.
you for your support.
Lions win by 21 points this week. Oh, that's from Frankie Fettuccini from Allen Park.
Oh, thank you so much.
It's an indoor game at Minnesota, so golf should be just fine. I'm not worried about him.
That's okay. I'll save it for 5.
Raising prices that much is the front office showing the meaning of SOL. People. Someone is answering your question, Rico, you said about the ski mask. Tony from Livonia saying that CD Deuce tweeted out the other day that he thinks the ski masks are cursed, so they're gone.
Yeah, that was a one and done.
Yeah.
That was a one and done.
That is it.
You won the game. It would have taken on a life of its own. You didn't.
Oh, wait.
What?
Maybe you wear the ski mask to the Pistons game.
Okay, we're done here. Let's go to Bob, 97.1. Bob, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, guys, you're forcing me to go to literature. It is the best of times, Lions. It is the worst of times, Pistons. And my suggestion is the next time Gors takes that pop gun and shoots Piston T-shirts into the crowd, we should sabotage the shirts and write in, I see you, but I don't hear you.
I mean, let me ask you a question. How many more losses until Gors speaks? Or Weaver?
That's $1 million question right there.
No, I'm being serious with you, though. How many more?
Well, yeah, look, let's look at the facts. The team, every player, everyone is flawed, and they're young. But there are younger teams that are doing much better than us that were on a par with us about 2-3 years ago. So you tell me.
Oh, listen, I for me, I always said if it got anywhere near the record, I thought it was time. Now, clearly, Bob, nothing's going to get this guy to wake up. If they set the record and they go 2 full months without winning a basketball game, I'm telling you, he'll get a call from the league.
And see, I thought, look, it's the perfect time to come out now because you could give a holiday greeting and yes, happy holidays. And I see what's going on with the team. And trust me, we're not happy either. You can kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Just show that you care. Give the illusion that you care.
The problem is you want him to talk to you. And when he does talk, I can't understand a word he says. No, not to insult him, but
no, it's a lot of word soup. I've said it since the day he got here, and I remember I got static from management. The opening press conference, I go, we're in a lot of trouble. Dude showed up dressed like he was headed to Live nightclub in Miami, and I'm like, oh, God, here we go. And he had the platinum equity henchmen with him, the Bobs, as I called them. I knew right away, I'm going, yeah, I don't feel great about that. Everything he's done since, whether it's his behavior at games, his lack of attendance, his lack of engagement, being too patient with some people, not patient enough with others. I mean, think about this. He went out, didn't he drop a bomb on Mo Cheeks, who's one of the ultimate gentlemen in the sport? Dropped a bomb on that cat. Yet, why is Arntellum still employed? Why is Troy Weaver still here? Why did Stan get all day? Then he doesn't do enough at certain times, and then he steps in and does zippity-doo-dah, look at me. He goes out and wrecks the team's future getting Blake Griffin. How'd that work? Or goes out and does the Monty thing without follow-through and buy-in from his basketball people. He's a disaster. He's the worst owner in professional sports. Argue it. He's been here since 2011. 0 playoff wins, 2 All-Stars. What do we have? No one's lost more games in the NBA in that time frame.
Nothing to look forward to.
Nothing. And by the way, Troy Weaver's had 4 years to assemble this roster.
Right.
There's no war chest.
Yeah, for anybody saying, well, look at the Spurs, they got Wemby, and they have something to look forward to. You will take this bad season knowing things will get better. I don't see how things get better here. As a matter of fact, you may be without Cade.
Here.
The guy that everybody was so excited when David prayed for him to get here. Now you want to pray for him to leave.
Here, let me do this. Let's have some fun. So here's Detroit right now, all right? This is what you consider your war chest, okay? 2024. You have your own pick if it's 1 through 18. It goes to the Knicks if it's 19 to 30. Well, I guess you're keeping it.
Yeah.
25. You have your own if it's 1 to 13, or it goes to the Knicks 14 to 30.
Still keeping it.
Notice what you don't have. You don't have anyone else's picks. 26, your own pick. 27, your own. 20. You don't have extra picks, right? Want to have some fun? Here, what'd you just bring up? The Spurs?
Yeah.
Is that what you did? Here, hold on. Oh, here. Here's the Oklahoma City Thunder if you want me to do that. I mean, they got
got like a 500 picks.
Oh, they've got literally like
501,
Rico.
No, they can't draft all the players and
No.
keep the current players on the team.
No, they'd have no shot. No shot. They've got I can't even. They have 17 first-round picks the next 5 years. I'm making a point. You can go look at draft capital and future assets. There are grids. They're widely available. Go do it. I know we're up against it. The point I'm making is Troy Weaver's assembled a roster that is broken, does not have a ton of talent, does not have a ton of tradable assets, and you don't have anything beyond your own. And even if this team got semi-decent this year, that pick's going to the Knicks. Get better next year, it goes to the Knicks. Get better the year after, it goes to the Knicks. You're down a pick. You're down a pick.
You are. Jalen Duren, yeah.
You're -1. Other teams are plus 17. So what have we accomplished?
Still works. Yeah, that's why. But I think that's why Cade becomes valuable, because he's going to help start the reboot. You can go out and trade him to a team and get a couple first-round picks.
Well, also, look, I don't say it lightly. I don't want to trade Cade Cunningham, but bottom line, you don't have a choice. He's eligible, extension eligible this summer, right? Can you really pay him a max contract? Seriously, can you pay him a max when you win 9 games? How?
Same reason. Well, I mean, you're right in theory, but I mean, you gave Beef Stew the 4-year deal.
Oh, you mean you're paying Marvin Bagley and Beef Stew a combined $28 million? And neither of them is a starter on a playoff team. Want to help me with that? You sure?
There was no answer for that.
Yet, Monty Williams, as of last Saturday, was going to be in the market for a wing, Troy Weaver. So your Pistons, by the way, you gave a first and 21 for Isaiah Stewart. You paid him $60 million. You got the rerouted pick. You have a bunch of second rounders, although one of those is going to go. Yeah, you have no swaps. You have no one else's pick. It's unbelievable. Of the bad teams in the league, right? Not like the Lakers, who don't have any capital. They're good. Warriors, they don't care. F them picks. Of the bad teams, you have the worst war chest.
It's just got depressing.
I'm sorry.
How about we just talk some Lions?
No. Look at what. Hold on. Ready?
Yeah.
Look at what people are calling in about. They're passionate. We'll keep. You know what we'll do?
You know what? You're right.
We'll do both.
Thank you.
We'll do both.
Thank you.
97.1.
Brought to you by Applebaum and Stone. Nobody likes working on a holiday. It can definitely present some unique challenges. Dan Campbell said it's no different in the NFL. The Lions have to work on Christmas Eve, and not just that, it's a chance for them to exorcise a 30-year-old demon by winning their first division title since 1993. So is the timing of this game an issue for Detroit? Here the Lions take on the Vikings right here Sunday on 97.1 The Ticket. Coverage starts at 10 a.m. Bill Belichick said Friday the kicking footballs used in the first half of the Patriots' 27-17 loss to the Chiefs last week were underinflated by 2 to 2.5 pounds. League rules mandate that kicking footballs be between 12.5 and 13.5 pounds per square inch, as the Patriots are well aware, with officials ensuring as much on the field. Belichick said missed field goals by both teams and 2 kickoffs that nearly went out of bounds were a direct result of that underinflation. The Red Wings look to end their 4-game losing streak tonight at home versus the Flyers. You can hear it on 97.1 The Ticket, coverage starting at 6:45. And Michigan isn't fazed by Nick Saban's hiring of former U of M linebackers coach George Hilo ahead of the Wolverines' college football playoff semifinal showdown with Alabama. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Beanie Howell. For more, go to 971theticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, 5 o'clock. We're going to get to your phone calls in a minute. I promised you this, an unemotional, stat-driven breakdown of why I'm nervous about Lions and Vikings. Your Pistons calls, we're getting to them. People are passionate about it. Last night was beyond the beyond. By the way, Fox 2, shout out. You're doing the Lord's work. They just had a reporter interviewing fans while wearing a bag over his head.
The word is getting out. People aren't happy, man. You're about to set the record. Last night was your best chance. You lost to a G League team. There's really no way to sugarcoat this.
Sure there is. Just watch Bally.
Utah didn't try.
And you know what? Mickey York is off our naughty list. Mickey was throwing haymakers in the post game. Good on you.
He's back in the spinning chair.
I don't quit.
Wait a minute. I have something else to say.
So here's the deal with the Lions before we get back to the Pistons. When Goff is not blitzed, he's a top 5 quarterback by QB rating. Do you know what Goff is against the blitz? 30th. Brian Flores, Vikings defensive coordinator, blitzes more than any other coordinator in the sport.
55% rate is, I believe,
right.
What they
so
want.
55% of your snaps. Then you have to factor in the Vikings relish the role of being an underdog. They're 5-1-1. Last week being a push, +3. I mean, they are dogs. Then you have to factor in this. Goff has 2 games against Brian Flores. 1 touchdown, 5 turnovers. I am nervous just based on those things. Now, here's the non-stat driven thing. It's just situational. And Rico, strike it down if you think it's garbage. December road divisional games in the NFL are brutal. They're really hard to win. Doesn't mean you can't do it. But you know what makes it harder? When you played the best game of your season last week, and now Minnesota's coming home, they have to have this. They blew that game against the Bengals. They have to have it. They're at home. It's like the Alamo. I will be very impressed if you go and win the game. And you need to, and we want you to. But am I crazy with those numbers allowing it to?
No, you're not crazy. And before we get people calling up saying, well, one of those in the Super Bowl when he was with the Rams, and that doesn't count, blah, blah, blah. New England, that team was Belichick, fine. But the thing that worries me is you played such a great game against the Broncos. You got the Cowboys, you're staring them down because you want to sit where they sit in that 2 seed. Dan Campbell has to refocus his team and says, guys, Minnesota doesn't care about any of this. They don't care about how well you played last week. They don't care that you got to play the Cowboys on the road next week. Yeah, Minnesota's desperate. Minnesota knows we can improve our playoff stock because we get Detroit twice in 3 weeks. We get them at home first. Let's handle business there, and then we can try to do something 2 weeks later. But those numbers, very scary numbers because, when you blitz Goff, he's not the same quarterback. He stands in the pocket clean like he did last Saturday. Oh, my God. He looked like they should have been screaming MVP at Ford Field.
But can I ask you something? Can I raise your stat with a stat? See if this changes a little bit for people. Because what also happens with the Vikings defense is they blitz at a higher rate with defensive backs. And Goff right now is the third highest completion percentage and yards per attempt when defenses send a defensive back on a blitz. So maybe that helps you a little bit. I think they blitz at a 24% rate with defensive backs. So
okay, good. And we have the data about you with your line being totally healthy. You're awesome. I want them to get it done. I'm just saying all week I've been uncomfortable that people think it's a layup. That just scares me. So, you want to call in about it? We can do it. The Pistons are red hot, too, because it's a national story. It's on every ESPN show. It was number 2 story on their website. Bill Simmons, I don't particularly enjoy the podcast anymore, but it led his pod. You guys were amazing. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, well, here, David can play the audio for you. It's been, 10 days, 8 or 9 days since I started the Sell the Team movement where I'm like, look, you want to know what you can do? You can voice your opinion when you're at the game. And boy, did you last night. As the Pistons lost 25 games in a row, no one knows where the owner is. No one knows where the general manager is. And Monty Williams, the highest paid coach in the league, just gets up to the podium and says, it's on me every night. And as Mickey York said, good on Mick. Mm-hmm. You say it's on you enough, eventually we're going to believe you. I can't fix everybody over there at Bally, but good on Mickey.
Yeah.
And Sankofa with the Freep, good on you. About time you wrote a damn piece. And the rest of y'all, figure your lives out. It's a damn embarrassment.
Right, because you would think at this point, nobody's going to criticize you. Nobody's going to yell at you for stating the obvious. This is not just bad because it's an opinion. This is bad because it's history making right in front of your eyes.
For a team that was supposed to win. Their over-under to start the year was 26.5, and David thought it was low.
Yeah, when Vegas is like, nope, we're just going to take this off the books.
Let's go to John, 97.1. Johnny, what's going on, buddy?
What's up, Mike? What's up, Rico? How are you guys?
Hey, man. Good, man. What's going on?
Good. Well, last night I was at the game, and I sat right behind the Pistons bench. And one thing I did notice, hear me out, too. Hear me out.
Sure.
I am blaming Tom Gors. I am blaming Troy Weaver. But, Monty, he's not putting any effort into the team, man. I say that because, when the Pistons were basically up there with the Utah Jazz during the fourth quarter, I think it was within 3 to 4 minutes, there was a offensive foul. And everybody in the crowd went nuts, me being included, because he could easily challenge that, and he decided not to. And even somebody in the bench was talking to him. I'm pretty sure they were telling him, hey, challenge that. And he decided not to challenge it. And, that right there showed me, I was all right, this guy doesn't really care about coaching the team right now. And, Mike, going back to what you originally said earlier in the show, you said, hey, if you got a lot of personal problems going on, forget the money and just step down. So it's getting pretty ridiculous, too. I mean, if you don't want to coach the team, no hard feelings, man.
No, and John, understand something. I'm not saying that's what he should do. I'm making a point. Mm-hmm. You don't get 100%. To have it both ways. You admitted you only took the job because of the money. I think everybody in the NBA thought Monty was taking a year off. You decided to pursue him. I said, great. If you can get him here, super. But he can't be the biggest acquisition. And then you had a disastrous summer. And now look at it. He looks like a guy who really knows in his heart he made the wrong choice and he's not where he belongs.
I should have just stayed unemployed and just collect the Suns' money for a while. and regroup
And that's
and wait for a better
and
job.
that's not unfair for me to say that's how it looks to me. I'm not reporting it, but I think we can all see what's going on here. No one's blameless. And the guy who continues to skate, who I still can't figure out, it's like Arn Tellum's here. He hires his kid as the head of player personnel. You've brought 9 of his former players here in his time here. He's got to go too. The league has to step in just like they did with the process Sixers, where, all right, I can't force you to sell the team. You know, a lot of owners have dirt. We're not going to set a bad precedent and vote you out, which they could. The bylaws, they can. 75% voters, boom, they could force you out of the league. They don't want to do that. My point is, they could say straight up, you can't have these people run your team anymore. This cannot continue.
Right.
So by losing, and by they need to make history, they need to keep losing. I hope this thing gets so bad, Gors has to come here. Has to talk.
But what's the breaking point? What's the game?
I don't know.
30, you lose 30 in a row, and now you show up?
I said to you it would be unfathomable. I'll own it if I'm wrong. That if they got to New Year's Day against the Rockets at 2-30, it would just be impossible for him not to talk. It would be obscene. But now, I'm not so sure. But last night was so critical because it's a national story. And now if they go to Brooklyn and lose, that's fine. It's a road game. But if they come back the day after Christmas and there are bags on people's heads and more sell the team stuff and they lose and they're about to set the record, well then, Rico, I just feel like we're at that crossroads.
Right, that you're looking at going 0 for November and December.
He'd have to talk.
You would think, but if he hasn't talked now, like, what's the breaking point? Like,
well, think about
waiting?
this too. Like, everyone's mad at Monty, and rightfully so, highest paid coach in the league, and like, I don't feel like he's getting much out of anything out of these guys, as bad as the roster is. He's the only guy who has to stand up there and take the bullets. Where's Weaver? Where's Gors? You know, no disrespect. I don't care how much you get paid. Monty didn't get paid to be a pinata.
No, he got paid to coach a team.
You
and
watch that post game, dude. He looks done.
But this is where maybe if the reporters, and I don't know how to do. I'm not saying do your job or how you do your job, but when are we going to no, Monty, we've heard from you. When are we going to hear from your manager?
Or just ask him, Monty, why are you the only one talking? And when he goes, look, I don't speak for them. When is the last time you spoke to them? When is the last time Tom Gors was here? Can you, as the forward face of management, can you speak to what's going on? Look, at a certain point.
Can you pass the message for us? We'd like to speak to him.
Yeah, I don't need people asking about ball rotation. There is none. You know what I'm saying.
Yes.
Don't get cute asking these basketball questions trying to impress Monty Williams. No one cares. You lost 25 in a row.
Because Monty's mentally, like, if you could see his thought bubbles, he's probably any place but right here. Like, when can I get this over with? In his mind, he's like, I'm answering 6 questions. Okay, and that's question 6. All right, got to go, guys. See ya.
248-539-9797. Rico.
Winter semester is coming up. It's for Specs at LTU. You can get your name on the roster. You're looking for a career in radio, TV, graphics design, artists. Specs at LTU can help you achieve that goal. And as I said, the winter semester starts in just a matter of weeks, but it is not too late to get your name on the list. So what are you waiting for? Be curious. Visit the website, ltu.edu/specs. You'll learn more about that broadcast media arts, digital media arts, and graphics communications program taught through Specs at LTU in Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech. You're going to be taught by instructors like yours truly who work in the business. So what does that mean? It means you're not going to get your time wasted. You're going to learn from day one when you get into your lab what it takes to make it in the business of radio, TV, or graphics design artists. Why? Because we want to see you in the field, because you may end up being our coworkers one day. So once again, what are you waiting for? Be curious. Go visit the website, ltu.edu/specs to learn more. And then while you're there, make magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate program today.
Yeah, maybe that's what it sounds like when your furnace goes out. You need reliable service, Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, Electrical. They got you covered 24/7. Locally owned for 40 years. They're going to back their work with a 5-year warranty. Mastercraft, your one-stop shop. Heating, AC, plumbing, electrical, you name it. They got it. You're covered. If Mastercraft can't get to you same day, they take $100 off that next day service call. Just visit mastercraftheating.com. Oh, by the way, if you missed us raising a banner to the rafters to start the show, Odyssey.com rewind, a lot of Detroit luminaries came out. We even dug up Aretha. Everybody was there. Thank you, Aretha.
Shade from the grave.
That's all. Indeed. Let's get to the people. Lions calls, Pistons calls. It's all there for you. Let's go to Tobias, 97.1. What's up, Tobias? How are you?
Pretty good, Mike. How's it going?
Good, man. What's on your mind?
I'm talking Pistons, and here's why. I already bought my tickets. I got 2 tickets. My brother and I going on the 9th for the Kings. I'm with Rico. And here's why. Like you said, and like Stephen A. says, it's a horror show in Detroit.
Horror.
Absolute horror show. I'm 20 years old, Mike. The last time the Pistons won a playoff game, I was dang near in diapers.
Yeah.
I can't remember it. I was 5 years old. 4 years old, Mike.
I mean, Tobias, here's the deal, and you have every right. You have every right. I mean, this is where, look, every other owner in this town, whether it's Chris, whether it's been Sheila, the Fords, they get hammered. Tom Gors has been arguably worse than all of them. In a 15-year period, 13 years owning the team, no playoff wins. No one's lost more games than this franchise. 2 All-Stars, one of which was fake because it was Blake on one leg. And this guy is presiding over the biggest disaster, arguably, in professional sports right now. Yeah, Tobias, to me, I'm glad it's becoming a national story because it's our only chance for it to change.
Yeah. And the saddest part is, Mike, I thought this is year 4 of Troy, right? We should be on the up and coming, and this might be the lowest point.
Yeah,
there's no sign of light at the end of the tunnel. We're just getting started.
I did shows last
blow
year.
It up again.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, Tobias, and please, I don't take it lightly, and I don't say it's not hyperbole. I mean it. We'll end up doing a show in February where I, in a serious manner, talk about trading Cade Cunningham. You have to.
I'm with you. My buddies think I'm insane for agreeing with you there, but what are you supposed to do? We're going to have 5 wins. We got to re-sign a guy. If I'm his agent, I'm out of here. What am I going to sign with the Pistons? We're going 5 games? Are you kidding me?
Yeah, and again, I don't have any way to put people around him. I'm going to have to give him the max extension, and there's a very good chance that Cade's people have already sat him down and said, son, we're getting you out of here.
Yeah, how do you convince him to stay? What are you going to say? Cade, no. We're going to be on the 7-year plan, but in year 7, it's going to work out.
Right.
At that point, you may have kissed away half your NBA career.
Right. And again, guys, we like living here, but this isn't Miami. It's not Houston. It's not LA. It's not New York. It is not one of the desirable places NBA players gravitate towards. If I'm Cade Cunningham, I'll tell you right now, he's the only chip you have that's going to get you something. Mm-hmm. You don't think the Spurs would be interested in pairing Cade with Wemby? They've got the draft capital. They have the need. I mean, I ain't telling you San Antonio's paradise. The bottom line is, if I'm Cade Cunningham, the money's only going to go so far before I look like Monty Williams. I don't want to be here.
Yeah, but you can't stick around. You got to trade him because there is no hope. And it's sad to say that, but I don't see anything. When you start looking at other numbers, and it started off being a joke, but yeah, the Lions could finish their season 17 games, they can finish with more wins than you will have in 82 games. You let that sink in. When you say, can Monty even average $1 million a win this year and just get to 13 wins?
Can I ask a question? I'm being serious. How much, like right now, how much could you pay Bob Myers to come here and fix this thing? Former Warriors, the architect of the Warriors. He exited out in August. He's doing a little bit of studio work, I think, for ESPN. What could you pay Bob Myers? Bob, it's your show. Complete control. The money clearly doesn't matter. Do you know Gors' net worth has crossed $11 billion? The money doesn't mean anything.
I mean, at that point, I was going to say, offer him like $5 million. Can you come in and just straighten this?
Keep going.
50? I don't know.
No, I'm making a point.
Oh, okay.
Like on a legitimate level, I'd pay him $20 million a year.
Okay. Well, see, I didn't. You mean like he's permanently here or just coming in to fix this?
I would sign him to an illegal Joe Smith contract. I would give him a piece of the team.
He's running the basketball operation.
Okay, no. See, I didn't know if it was one of those we needed to kind of come in here and fire people and restructure this team.
No. I'm legitimately saying I will hand you the reins of this entire franchise.
Okay.
I'll buy you a house. I'll give you a piece of the team on the side. I'll do whatever it takes. I don't have another idea. I don't.
Give him a house out in Lake Orchard.
All right.
No, I mean, I thought maybe you were like, okay, fix it, kind of mentor, tell him what to do.
I'm making a point to you that the basketball people have failed Tom Gors, and equally he has failed them by stepping in at the wrong time. Who else is out there that could change the perception of this team and who would be a better trade architect than a guy like Bob Myers? And look, if Myers doesn't want to come here, I can't force him. We just saw how that worked out with Monty Williams. I'm making a point to you. This Cade Cunningham thing, it's going to become real. You watch. You'll see reports in the spring. It won't come from Cade. Cade's a good soldier. I don't think he's a bad kid.
No.
But his people are already angling. We got to get him up out of here.
And in the spring, I think you already know. You hinted about it earlier in the show, Mike, and Odyssey Rewind. If you missed it, it's going to be more and more rumors about bringing Draymond here.
Oh, because that'll be Goris's, that's what the people want. No one's asking for that.
Signed Allen Iverson in the last years.
Signed Blake Griffin.
Yeah.
The Griffin thing damaged this team's future and really kicked off the hyperdrive of where we're at now. Go look at how that all worked out. Yeah. Hope you enjoyed your 4-game sweep against the Bucks, Gregory.
Wow. And you know what that's called now, Mike? The good old days.
Oh, my God. Can I go to Bryson, please? 97.1. Bryson, what's going on, buddy?
Not much. How you two doing today?
Okay. Hey, what's on your mind?
Wanted to spin the idea. Came in listening today. I knew you'd already done your rant on the Pistons a couple of weeks ago, so I was like, what's Mike got on the table for us today? Raising the banner was a great start.
I'm glad you enjoyed it.
But to keep on the joking theme, this wasn't the Christmas miracle that we all wanted. It's the one that we needed. Okay, so everybody wants their gray hair back after all the time at work. Some of us want 20 pounds lost, the body that we wanted or that we had back in high school and stuff. No, we got the one that we needed. Christmas miracle. The Pistons are still in town. And it's now the countdown. Count those days of Christmas, countdown until the Pistons have that record.
Yeah, well, tomorrow the spread has just come out. You're 10.5-point underdogs in Brooklyn. And just for comparative sake, like Brooklyn's a 500 team. They're not good. They're not bad. Mm-hmm. They're just what they are. You're a 10.5-point underdog. I said to these guys off the air, Bryson, if you haven't won by then and you go to Boston, you might see something you never see in the NBA, and I don't know if I've ever seen it. You might see the Pistons be a 20-point underdog in Boston. I mean, that's real uncharted territory. If you were a 17.5, 18-point dog in Milwaukee, it's possible. But again, you want the Christmas miracle, I'm offering it to you. This is the type of stuff that needs to happen.
You don't think Boston would take that time to rest players as well?
They might. That's why I said if they play everyone. No, you're right. If they play everyone.
Because here's what happened. Utah just showed people, that's tonight.
Yeah.
We'll give you your league night, guys, where you can just kind of take it off.
But I think teams now are saying, you know what?
You don't want to be the team?
We're not going to be the ones to lose to these idiots. In some ways, it's almost like the Lakers are in town. We have to play well tonight. We can't go home to our woman like this.
No, because you're right. You'll probably be the lead on all the national shows. You're the team that lost to the Pistons.
Right. Someone's going to lose to them. I'm telling you, if the Nets take care of business, the day after Christmas is going to be theater downtown Detroit. That'll be a big crowd. Plenty of people home from Christmas break or not working, taking the kids, whatever it is. You show me little kids with bags on their heads yelling, "Sell the team." I'll bleep down my leg. You imagine they do the courtside with Special K. They cut to him and Kelser's got a bag on his head. I would stand and applaud like Morgan Freeman. I would just. This is the most amazing thing ever.
Right.
They go to Mickey, bag on head.
Hooper and Mini Hooper, bag on head.
Moran Buick GMC, where they make car buying and certified car service a breeze. Winter holidays are busy. Lots of things to do. The shopping, cooking, all the craziness. And they got great deals on vehicles. 23 Acadia, $259 a month. 24 Terrain, $242 a month. Both $19.95 down. MoranExpress.com for the certified service. You get the free loaner vehicle. Go about your day on your time. MoranExpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC, where you always get the best price, period. It's on Telegraph, just north of Eureka and Taylor, or at MoranExpress.com. Moran Buick GMC, we are professional grade.